Good evening and welcome to a packed Torrey Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. A large crowd on hand to see the Winter Haven Blue Devils take on the Metamora Redbirds from just down the road here from Washington. Hope you're ready to strap in for a great night of basketball here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Good evening and welcome back to Clutch Sports Media. I'm Jonathan Michael. Alongside me is John Camosa. Should be a great night of basketball. Obviously, a lot of people here for Joliet West, St. Rita next game. But first, we have another barn burner on our hands between Winter Haven, a team with strong aspirations for a Florida State title, and the Metamora Redbirds, who got to the state title game in Illinois here last year.
Yeah, Metamora trying to follow up on what was a really big win yesterday against Yorkville Christian. John, when we talked about this yesterday, it's a Metamora Redbirds team that was Class 3A state runner-up last year. They're primed and ready. They want to get back to that state championship. This is where you start in November, facing a really good Winter Haven Blue Devils team out of Florida, but Metamora looks just as good as they finished last year.
Certainly, and for those that live around the Peoria area, there might not be that star-studded eyes that you see when you see, okay, Metamora's in the field, but this is a team that really can compete with anybody in the field because of how far they went last year, how much they bring back. They looked really good against Yorkville Christian, and a dominated win yesterday. Yeah,
and you look at their resume from last year in the semifinals at state, a win over Chicago Simeon in a game where a lot of people didn't really count on the Redbirds in that game, and then just falling short to Sacred Heart Griffin. This Metamora team returns almost everybody except for Zach Schroeder in the starting lineup. They've gotten bigger, they've gotten stronger, and they're certainly playing great defense and offense.
A big win for Metamora. They played in the first game of the TOC last evening. Winter Haven, this is their first game of the tournament. They'll be led by two Division I recruits, Dylan James, number 11. As getting started right away for the Blue Devils is Isaac Seleskar, 6'6" forward who has multiple offers. He gets it going right from the get-go.
They're also going to see a lot of size in Winter Haven, so Metamora got to be up for the challenge there.
Starting lineup for the Redbirds real quick is Tyler Mason, Luke Hopp, Ethan Kaiser, Tyson Swanson, and Drew Tucker. Winter Haven will roll with Jamie Phillips, the junior forward, Matthew Vaughn, the senior guard. Number 4, Seleskar, you saw him score the first points of the game. Dylan James, the aforementioned 6'8" forward, Georgia commit. Number 11, he'll be down low. And number 12, KJ Parker, a senior guard, he's committed to Florida A&M. Miss goes long for Winter Haven. They'll get it back on the offensive board. 5 men around the perimeter for the Blue Devils. And a stoppage in play here. Looks like foul will be called against the Redbirds. That one may have gone on Mason. No official foul called yet. Here comes Parker launching a three, no good. Rebounded by James. He works down low on Hop, and he gets it in for 2. Dylan James, who averaged 15 points a game last year, gets his first 2 of the evening.
And Danny Greaves switching the lineup as opposed to yesterday's lineup. Matthew Zobris on the bench. Probably wants more size in there with the 6'6", 6'8" junior Luke Hopp. But Matthew Zobris, another weapon off the bench for the Redbirds.
Zobris stands at 6'4". We'll see lots of him off the bench today. Saw him lots off the bench last year. Here's James looking to push for Winter Haven. Looks for Matthew Vaughn as Drew Tucker from Metamora takes a spill. From behind the arc, here's Seleskar. It's good for 3. Winter Haven starting out hot with 7-0 lead in the first minute and a half.
If you're facing a team like Metamora, that's the start you want if you're Winter Haven. Holding them scoreless so far, and another takeaway.
Pass there from Hobb, bounced off the head of a Winter Haven defender into their hands. Here's Seleskar again with a floater, no good. Fights for the offensive board and gets it. Here's Jamie Phillips coming down the lane, no good, and Hop clears the board for the Redbirds. Pushing ahead to Mason, he goes up on Matthew Vaughn, and what a finish there from Tyler Mason, the 6'1" junior guard. Get things going for Metamora offensively.
What a great take there from Mason, the junior. Saw a lot of that last year in the postseason, going to the rim with a lot of strength.
Winter Haven will slow it down. This is Jamie Phillips. He steps in and fades. Nice, easy bucket there. At least he made it look easy, and rhythm jumper there from the 6'5" forward.
Both teams getting up and down the floor in a hurry. It's all about making that early statement. Who can take the early lead into the second quarter?
Lots of energy in this gym, and there's even more. Ethan Kaiser, the forward from Metamora, Hair Jordan, they call him, drains a deep three from the logo. That brings Metamora to within 4, a big bucket.
And that's exactly where he's picking up off from yesterday. He had a lot of threes in that game against Yorkville.
James, a deep three, was contested, no good. Here comes Mason to push the pace, and it will be Kaiser with Saliskar on him. Here comes Mason again. How about the acrobatic pass over to Tyson Swanson, the three, no good. And Winter Haven goes the other way. Here comes Vaughn, and blocked by Drew Tucker. Hello! Oh my word, Drew Tucker rejected him with force. Here's Ethan Kaiser on the wing now for Metamora. Can the Redbirds capitalize off the big stop from Drew Tucker? Foul down low, that will be called on Vaughn, much to the delight of the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metamora fans here in attendance.
That'll get any gym fired up, especially when Metamora's fans are on hand, and Drew Tucker with authority on that one. We'll see if that defensive play turns into offensive points.
Kaiser will launch another three. That one's good. Don't let him get hot early. We've seen Ethan Kaiser, he can heat up in an instant. He's got back-to-back threes. Other way, that was KJ Parker, no good. And a good pass, that was Kaiser trying to thread the needle to Mason. That pass goes out of bounds, but Ethan Kaiser, 6 points early on and gets Metamora out of a 7-0 hole.
Yeah, with his size at 6'6", he can get to the rim and throw down dunks with authority, no problem. But he can also step out and shoot the three.
Here's Tyson Swanson again with a huge block, all ball too. You heard it all the way up here in the back row of the bleachers. And he finds Mason down low, great pass from Luke Hopp. And Metamora has the lead.
Almost threw that one down.
Took him a second to get going, but how about this response from Metamora? This crowd is really getting in here. Can they come again? Here's Kaiser. Looking one-on-one, goes in the lane, scoops it, no good. He crashes into the pads. And here comes the Blue Devils the other way with Jamie Phillips up and under, no good. And Phillips kicks it back out to Jillian James. Another forward, a big, can get it done down low. He also shoot the three, Dylan James, a big three. He's got 5 early on for Winter Haven.
Well, if you like offense, there's plenty of that in store in this game early. Metamora and Winter Haven going back and forth.
Here's Luke Hopp, getting the forward three-point continue and does. Luke Hopp, the 6'8" junior who played sparingly last year, will be looked at in a much bigger role this year. And he puts Metamora back on top 13-12. This game has had no shortage of excitement as KJ Parker gets the lead back for Winter Haven. They now lead 14-13, 2.5 minutes left to go. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports IL. It will be an action-packed night of basketball here at the Torrey Gymnasium at the Tournament of Champions. Right now, Winter Haven leading it closer with Metamora. Kaiser, though, puts Metamora back on top. Gets to the rack there for 2, up to 8 now for the South Alabama commit.
How about Kaiser taking it right to the rack with the left hand?
Winter Haven looking to slow it down now, perhaps maybe to take some life energy out of this Metamora crowd. That pass was tipped there by Mason. And here's James at the top of the key, defended by Hopp. He'll dial up a deep three, and that one in and out. Almost went down. And here comes Metamora and Drew Tucker. Spin move in the post. How about the move there? No good. And the Blue Devils can take the lead. Now here's Salisko, draws contact, no dice. And now here's Hopp the other way for Metamora. Back to him, and that pass by Tucker was picked off by Dylan James. Here's Vaughn, a deep three for Winter Haven, no good. Salisko grabs the offensive board, gets past Kaiser, and Winter Haven now back on top. We'll finally get a whistle. What a track meet, and what a fireworks show this game has been done in the early going. 16-15, Winter Haven the lead.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a quick, fast-paced game, and first quarter is just blown by. Both teams getting up and down the court in a hurry. A lot of threes What it takes to the basket. It's been exciting.
I'll tell you a quick word for our sponsor, OSF. OSF On Call Urgent Care understands that there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. It has been a thriller so far between Winter Haven and Metamora. Winter Haven jumped out to a 7-0 lead, but 2 threes from Ethan Kaiser got Metamora back into this game. And one thing I'm watching, John, is obviously lots of Metamora fans here in attendance, but lots of Washington fans here as well, that they'll see their team play later on tonight. Large student section presence as well. Here comes Saliskar for Winter Haven. Acrobatic finish at the rim. And Isaac Saliskar for the Blue Devils has 9 points early on. He has multiple D1 offers.
And the 6'4" sophomore guard, Matthew Zobrist, now into the game. He was an instrumental piece yesterday in their win over Yorkville Christian.
Here's Kaiser in the corner, looking for Swanson down low. He decides to go to him. Swanson working there on KJ Parker, and it's good. Tyson Swanson gets on the board for Metamora. They still trail, but within 1 possession. Shot clock is off for Winter Haven, and Matthew Vaughn looks back outside for Parker. The 3 is good. Swish for KJ Parker, and Winter Haven, 21 points in the first quarter. Continues the trend we've seen the whole tournament, John. Both offenses in 100% sync.
Kaiser.
Oh my word, on the rebound there from Tyson Swanson, the awareness from the senior. Kaiser hit nothing on his 3-point attempt, but Tyson Swanson knew right where to be at the right time and gets Metamora to within 2 at the end of the first quarter. What an opening frame it's been.
You think they drew it up like that in practice, just in the event it missed? Swanson to be ready? I mean, what a play. Like you said, John, the awareness to get that go up and under, impressive.
Unbelievable first quarter we've had. We'll take a quick break for our sponsors like OSF. For the new OSF Healthcare and Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And for the city of Washington, they welcome you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team, helping yours. Want to shout Titan Industries, another good sponsor of the TOC as well. Second quarter getting going. Metamora with a chance to tie it up or take the lead. They're led by 8 points from Ethan Kaiser so far. Tyson Swanson has added 4, as has Tyler Mason. Here's Tucker in the lane. Acrobatic finish, in and out. True contact there from Matthew Vaughn. That will be his second foul of the contest. Relatively clean game. Helps with the fast pace that we've seen, and Tucker will have a chance to tie it up at the line.
Yeah, and one thing that Danny Greaves talked about in the offseason, and even after last year's 3A championship losses, little things around the rim. We got to get bigger. We got to hit the weight room, get stronger. John, you could see that tonight. And not that they weren't good at finishing the ball around the rim, but they're just doing it a lot stronger.
Certainly, Metamora can play with the big boys, and in their state final game against Sacred Heart Griffin, remember, John, we were both there at that game, and Cyclone's big man, Zach Hawkinson, really had a day against the Redbirds. And this Redbirds team, other than Kaiser, doesn't have a ton of size, but they're all have good size, but not outstanding size. How about Dylan James? The alley-oop. As we talk about Metamora being able to defend down in the post, James reaches up where they can't defend above the rim and gives the Blue Devils the lead. Kaiser, deep 3, falling away, no good. Now Winter Haven can take a lead by 2 possessions. Here's Jamie Phillips and turnaround in the key, no good. That'll be just the second foul of the game for Metamora. Looks like that one will go on Drew Tucker. That will be his first, as they're going to look at Danny Greaves, head coach of the Metamora Redbirds, looking to get back, bring his boys back to state in Champaign for 2 years in a row. What a run they had in 3A last year. First free throw from Phillips is good. Jamie Phillips, the 6'5" junior forward, had 13 points per game last year. His offers from Siena and Stetson. Second one is good, and the Blue Devils lead by 4.
See what Metamora can do on this offensive possession. Still just been a back and forth game, both teams going at it.
An exciting brand of basketball that satisfied the appetite of all those in attendance, and how about that? Tyler Mason satisfies the Metamora fans with a deep three. Now get him within 1, but James on the other end, the quick response. And Dylan James now up to 9 points alongside his teammate Isaac Saliskar.
How about the length at 6'8", Dylan James with that wingspan? He just kind of goes up and over the 6'8" hop.
This right now has been a battle of the bigs. Saliskar and James for Winter Haven, and Ethan Kaiser for Metamora. Luke Hopp also be looked at big time as well. Currently, he is defending James in the post. For now, it's Parker on the perimeter, guarded by Mason. They'll feed James, and good defense there from Luke Hopp, the junior, stepping up, forcing a turnover. Little plays like that, John, are so big. Trying to get back into this game for Metamora.
They are, and if you play your cards right, turnovers lead to points. See what Metamora can do here. They've been attacking the basket really well, though.
Saw a basket cut there, and didn't look for him, but here's Mason. He's heating up now. He has 9 for Metamora, who trails now by just 1. Tyler Mason, along with Matthew Zobrist, 2 guys that maybe don't get quite as much headlines as the guys like Ethan Kaiser, Tyson Swanson, Drew Tucker, and last year Zach Schroeder had as Sliskar finishes at the rim. But 2 guys that are really kind of glue guys, you could say. Mason maybe a little bit more of a scorer. I certainly don't sleep on Zobrist or Mason this year. Here's Swanson for Metamora, dishes it outside. And now this one given to Matthew Zobrist. And here's Swanson, that physical forward, drives in the post, and it's good. Tyson Swanson so good at finishing through contact, and he shows why there. Deep 3 from Parker. The contact, no good. James at the rim, off the rim. Saliskar, the third chance. And Winter Haven, first one to 30.
Another nice take from Mason with the dish.
Here's Zobrist to tie it. It's good! Nothing but net for Matthew Zobrist. And that will awake the Torrey Gymnasium. 31 all.
And John, that just kind of carries over from last season. How big was Tyler Mason in the postseason?
Another block there from Nick Walker from Metamora. What's so impressive about all these blocks, John, they've had is they have been all ball. None of them has been any fouls, and you can hear the contact from up here in the booth, possibly maybe due to our basket mics down there, but they're emphatic blocks.
Yeah, and when you can step up big on defense, it gets you fired up. You can see the team getting into it. It always leads to big baskets down on the other end, and you look at guys like Nick Walker coming in. Caden Hartnett got some playing time yesterday. Guys that weren't typically in the mix last year, but they're stepping up.
Kaiser takes advantage of a Blue Devil defender taking a spill, and Metamora now back up in the catbird seat. They lead by 2. John, this has been perhaps the most exciting game of the tournament so far, and what a precursor to Joliet West St. Rita this has been.
The game before the main event, is that how you call it?
And this is the undercard. I can't imagine what the main event's going to be like. This gym is almost at capacity already. And John, if I'm not mistaken, for our viewers at home, I want to give them a little teaser. Apparently, there will be some special guests in attendance down from Champaign.
Yeah. We're hearing that Brad Underwood and some of his team, if not all of his team, will be sitting down in the front row where those two sections are reserved. You'll be able to see on your screen right by half court. If that's the case, I've seen a lot of orange and blue in Torrey Gymnasium. You can imagine they'd give them a nice roar when they walk in.
Obviously the Illini looking at forward Morez Johnson and James Brown from St. Rita. Also they're in the mix for sophomore guard from Joliet West, Jeremiah Fears, the younger brother of Jeremy Fears, who's committed to Michigan State. But back to the action here. Mason, a deep three, no good. And Winter Haven will push the other way. Dish down low to Saliskar, who's got open at the paint so many times, and he's got 15 points. Seems like a quiet 15, but he's been in the right place at the right time so often tonight, John.
He has. Asserting himself down low. Just using that size to finish right at the rim.
His cuts have gotten him open quite a bit. Here's Mason, crowded around the half-court line. Zobrist gets away over to Kaiser. Back to Zobrist, drives in the paint, looks for Nick Walker, and it'll be a Metamora turnover. From the other way, here comes Phillips. The big man can't run with it. No good. Here comes Kaiser looking down the floor for Mason. Can he corral it? He can. Won't shoot it. Here comes Zobrist. Wide open corner three. No good. Looks good from our angle, but not enough juice on that one. Shot there from Adrian Dolman. No good. And the finish there from Tyrese Mayo, the first bucket of the game for the junior guard. Approaching 2 minutes left to go here in quarter number 2. Glad you're with us here at Clutch Sports Media at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Here's Walker, a deep three, again no good. Nothing but nothing on the last 2 threes for Metamora. Maybe we'll see him go down low on the next possession after those 2 air balls from 3.
Could see that. Here comes Swanson and Tucker back in. 2 key pieces in this lineup. But if there's one thing we know, and even going back to last year's game against Simeon, Metamora doesn't back down from a challenge, and even when they're down games, they will battle their way back.
They're down just 2, or they have led as Swanson a pretty turnaround, and that's good. That's another thing that Tyson Swanson has in his bag of tricks. The defense. Here is Parker, the Florida A&M commit. He's fouled on the 3, and Hill might be shooting a trio from the line. That foul goes on Luke Hopp. Drained a big 3 for Metamora earlier. A big opportunity here for Winter Haven to get 3 points the easy way. First free throw from Parker rattles in. And Winter Haven back up. Go ahead, John.
And John, we've seen some really close games, throughout the day. And just this one feels like it has the making to be another one of those finishes down to the wire. Just how both teams are playing. Back and forth, they match up really well. So this is an exciting game so far early on.
John, there were a couple games last year in the tournament champions that, even a year later, I can vividly remember just because of how good the game was, how good the crowd was. And this certainly fits the bill as one of those games. An absolutely packed gym here at Torrey Gymnasium. Not many open seats. There are a couple, but not a lot.
I think a lot of teams feed off that energy, too, when you have a gym so full to capacity. Definitely helps, you shine at your biggest moment. Certainly,
and, for Metamora, John, they're kind of rare to say, but they might have the home court advantage here in Washington, their arch rival. And a tournament like this could really turn out to benefit them. They're trailed by 3, and Winter Haven comes the other way. Saliskar blows past Hopp, or rather Zobrist, and 17 in the first half for Isaac Saliskar. Knew he was going to be a big name coming into this one, and the tandem of him and Dylan James have proven to be huge for the Blue Devils. From Florida, here's Swanson, looking in the corner for Zobrist, drives baseline, kicks out to Mason. 14 left on the shot clock. Now down to 10. Kaiser on the perimeter, working. Zobrist in the corner for Tucker, drives baseline, has it taken away. 4 left on the shot clock, so Metamora will have to draw out something clever to get a shot away quickly here with 38.7 to go.
See if they run that lob to Kaiser. Maybe kick something out in the corner.
We have seen that, John. Sometimes they do inbounds play, an alley-oop to Kaiser. That's one of the most electrifying plays in basketball. Here's Swanson. They have to shoot. Kaiser deep three. No good. Not a bad shot, though, and Kaiser can drain those. For a second, though, it looked like Metamora forgot that there was a shot clock. Swanson had a hurried dish over to his teammate Kaiser. Almost got it to fall. And now the shot clock is off. Winter Haven can hold for the last possession.
Yeah, up 5 right now. Probably the right idea to hold for that last shot. See if they elect to take a 2 or go for the 3.
Blue Devils lead by 5, one of the biggest leads of the night so far for them. Metamora has kept it neck and neck with them all game long and set out a couple small leads. Offense has been the name of the game here, out here with 7. Here's a 3 from James in the corner, no good. And Metamora will recover. They'll need a prayer at the horn. Tucker, his shot will fall well short, and that will wrap up an absolute classic of a first half between the Winter Haven Blue Devils and the Metamora Redbirds. John, your quick thoughts from the first 16 minutes.
Yeah, just a back and forth game, and so let's go for Winter Haven, just really asserting his dominance inside. Balanced attack from Metamora, spread it out with 5 or 6 players that we know of with Kaiser, Swanson, Tucker. You know, these guys can really fill up a box score, so looking forward to the second half, but right now Winter Haven holding on to that 5-point advantage.
It's been a great first half. Stay tuned for the second half. I want to give a quick word to all of our sponsors here. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is known for a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and for KB Strong as well. The cause for this whole tournament to help fight the fight against glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. We'll send it down to our Upstream Auto Center Tournament Central with Joey Wright and Larry Larson, ready to give you the recap and interviews at the half. Down to you guys.
And thanks, John. Got John Camosa and John Michael in the booth.
That's always fun.
It is a fun. They're a good
You
duo.
always expect to kind of mix them up, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
It hasn't happened yet, but it will.
That's right. Absolutely. Winter Haven up on Metamora, 40-35 at halftime, Larry. And let's start there. We got a big one to preview, St. Rita and Joliet West. But Metamora looked really good against Yorkville Christian yesterday. But Winter Haven, no fear.
Oh, yeah,
They come from Florida. They're ready to play.
Yeah, it's really a tough environment for them, being that this is their first game, one of the first games of the season, and then to play it in an atmosphere like this. It's not often you can say in Washington Metamora has a home court advantage, but that is absolutely the case. The gym is packed. There's a lot of pressure there. Credit where credit is due. They played an excellent first half under a lot of pressure.
The side of the gym that our cameras are on, 2 of them at least, that's all Metamora fans. It's like the state championship game that they played in March. A lot of Metamora fans there. The other side of the gym has a lot of Washington fans. They're getting ready to play Moss Point. These games will sandwich maybe the game of the tournament so far. We'll see how Saturday's slate shakes out. But no matter how the brackets condense, St. Rita, Joliet West, going to have a hard time topping that.
Yeah, I mean, you speak on March, and this is a game that could be a state semifinal or a state final preview with St. Rita playing up into 4A, Joliet West of 4A power. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this in the first few games of the season. And obviously, we saw Joliet West come out and struggle a little bit last night, but those happen with your first game jitters. I'll be interested to see how the first game of the year factor helps or maybe hurts St. Rita, being that Joliet West already has a game under its belt. That'll be something to watch, but man, this matchup, you look at talent, it doesn't get much better.
Morez Johnson already committed to play at Illinois. Jeremy Fears going to play at Michigan State. There are so many people in the gym, Larry, that are Metamora fans or Washington fans. They're not going to necessarily pick a side. They're just going to be loud and rowdy. The front rows of the bleachers opposite our main game camera are cordoned off. Haven't seen them yet, but we're told the entire Illinois men's basketball team is going to be here. So first game of the season, you're trying to get right, and then you factor in, a sellout crowd of about 3,000. Division I coaches, I'm sure, will be plentiful in the stands.
Yeah, it's funny. Every single year at the TOC, there's always that buzz around a select, 12, maybe even 15 players or teams as a whole. And then there's always that rumor of, oh, so-and-so is going to be here. Oh, I heard that this coach is going to be here. Maybe this team's going to show up. Maybe this alma mater or alum of a team that's playing is going to be here. And I guess Illinois is that number one factor here tonight. Can you imagine the pressure of having a whole entire Big Ten team sit in front row watching this game? And what kind of a message does that send to Jeremiah Fears, star sophomore? What kind of message does that send to James Brown, star junior for St. Rita? Two recruits that Brad Underwood, Tim Anderson, and company are chasing after right now. So that's going to be something to watch.
We've heard rumors of strong contingents from other programs as well. It's going to be a Where's Waldo in the crowd. And that's what I love about this tournament. It'll be an 11:30 game on a Wednesday morning, and you see, who's that guy in the Kansas hoodie in the stands with the clipboard? Who's he looking at? So
who's he taking notes on?
Exactly. It's so much fun. When we look at this tournament to this point, we've seen some great games. We're going to see, this is kind of the marquee game on paper, but we've got all of Friday and Saturday plus 5 games tomorrow. But when we look at the tournament to this point, Larry, we've seen a lot of close games. What's caught your eye?
What's caught my eye, I was really impressed with Washington's effort last night against a really good Lincoln Park squad that came back and won their game today, or actually lost in overtime by 1. Lincoln Park, maybe a tough start for them, 2 close losses, but a really impressive effort from Washington. You look at their roster, they don't have a ton of size this year, but they can shoot the lights out, and the 3 is the great equalizer, as we know. Metamora, statement blowout win over Yorkville Christian. No other way to slice it. They blew them out of the water, and I think that's kind of what Metamora is expected to do this year. They've lived up to the billing so far. I think this game that they're playing in right now is a great challenge.
In the Mid-Illini Conference locally, East Peoria with a nice showing today against Phillips out of Chicago. They didn't get the win, but that game was a track meet. I think that was the most exciting game to watch so far, just from a pace of play standpoint. We've got the shot clock in action, too.
And, hey, we didn't mention Booker T. Washington.
That's right. And
the single-game scoring record that we saw in, game number 2?
Kenneth Lewis.
Yeah, how do you like that for 51 points at 10:30 in the morning? I can't do half that. Or let alone score anything.
I'm seldom awake at 10:30 in the morning. Exactly. It was a struggle to get out of bed this morning. You look at Kenneth Lewis, I think that's all the more impressive when you consider who's played here. Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, all sorts of guys. DeAndre Jordan, the list goes on. We don't have enough time to go through the list. We got about 2 minutes left here in Upcurrent Tournament Central. But this tournament, year in and year out, look at the 2019 field and who played there.
Yeah.
E.J. Liddell, Jalen Williams, Adam Miller was here. So many guys were here. Walker Kessler was here. It's incredible.
And all those guys, except Adam Miller, by virtue of a torn ACL, are in the NBA, or at least the G League. So that says something about the talent selection. You think the NCAA tournament committee is hard to do? Sean Powell's got a really tough job filling out this field each and every year, but he does such a good job with it, and it's really an exciting time every time the bracket comes out.
They do a great job. Absolutely a great tournament. Got about a minute left, and I feel like every time I'm in the studio, I don't get as many carries as Gavin Russell and Teddy Ball this year, but got to mention the KB Strong Foundation, all they do for glioblastoma research, and it's an aggressive form of brain cancer, but they do such a great job at this tournament of raising money, raising awareness, rallying behind a great cause. A lot of fun to be a part of.
Yeah, it's always been a great tournament. It's been around for so long, but now there's such an important cause behind it, and that makes it all the more better, all the more heartfelt, and it really feels like important stuff, important work that everybody's doing, even the players on the floor entertaining for a great cause. And Of course, check out KB Strong if you're not familiar with Kevin Brown's story. And you talk with all these coaches, they said this is a must-see, must-play-in event, to coin a term. You know, of course, to support the cause and get in this atmosphere.
It's a great atmosphere. We'll go back to that atmosphere now. Winter Haven and Metamora locked in a good one. John Michael and John Camosa have the call. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium. We're in the second half of Winter Haven and Metamora about to get underway here. It's been an outstanding first half of basketball. Get ready to strap in for half number 2. Glad you're with us here on this Tuesday evening, or rather Wednesday evening, the night before Thanksgiving. Whether you're watching at home or maybe even in the stands here at Washington High School with some family, with friends, wherever, we're glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. I'm Jonathan Michael. Alongside me is John Camosa. And Winter Haven, John, leads 40-35, but it seems like it's been a much closer game than a 5-point one so far.
It has. I mean, it's been going back and forth, and just a few baskets here and there from Winter Haven gave them this 5-point advantage at halftime. As you see, John, the Illini
are in the building.
There's Brad Underwood.
And there you see Brad Underwood. You may see him on your screen. It looks like he's in a blue Illinois vest and jeans, sitting near midcourt. How about that? The big dogs are in the house. You may see more Illini coming in. For now, though, second half of basketball underway here. Winter Haven will have the first shot. Here's Phillips, and that one is no good, and here comes Metamora the other way. Here's Drew Tucker behind the arc for 3, no good. Rebounded by Phillips. They're looking to get out and run. Here's Vaughn trying to save it, and he will not. Would have been a great finish, as they're going to look at Brad Underwood. He is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. The Illinois basketball head coach here to take in his future commit, Morez Johnson, and also Morez Johnson and James Brown, who's getting a lot of interest from the Illini as well. They'll be going up against Joliet West and Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears coming up right after this on ClutchSportsIL.com. For now, though, don't want to miss this thriller. Tyson Swanson, turnaround in the paint is good. Swanson now up at double digits for the Redbirds, and they're back to within 3. Here comes Vaughn, the other way, and he converts it in the fast break. Frenetic pace, John, to start the second half.
Oh, it certainly is, and great move by Swanson on that turnaround jump shot just before the layup on the other end by Vaughn, but just every time somebody has an answer, the opposing team has a counter.
Been back and forth so far. How about the block from James? The follow is good there from Tyson Swanson, who was the first 4 Metamora points in that second half. Dylan James making his mark on the defensive end. Couple blocks so far. Here comes Tucker for Metamora, running down the middle of the court. Will he look for Mason on the outside? No, the end one is good! The crowd erupts in Torrey Gymnasium as the Redbirds can tie with a Drew Tucker free throw. How about the ability to fight through the contact there? Just like you mentioned, they got to get stronger in the weight room. That's what Danny Greaves said, and they have so far.
Yeah, you could see how they bulked up in the offseason, hitting the weights even more. And Drew Tucker, how about some of these finishes? Just going strong to the rim. And Metamora, just like that, John, we are tied again.
42-all. About 2 minutes into the second half. Here's James on the perimeter, drives, pass out. How about that step back? That was pretty. Bounces around the rim, no good. And the rebound goes to Tyler Mason. Loses the ball and regains it. And here's Drew Tucker near the basket, wide open. Survives the block attempt from James, and Drew Tucker gives Metamora the lead. Crowd starting to get back into it here. Deep 3 there from Tyrese Mayo, no good. Here comes Metamora. They can now lead by 2 scores. Here's Mason working on KJ Parker, the Florida A&M commit. Tough look at the lane is good. Tyler Mason, the exclamation point.
How about that? A couple of great moves from Tucker and then Mason. Metamora, now they have a 4-point advantage.
Tyler Mason is a chef cooking in the kitchen when he's in the key.
This is a team that's resilient. I mean, we've seen this, they get down, they come right back. So many different guys throughout this roster can score, showing it again tonight.
Metamora leads by 4 after trailing by 5 at the half. They've outscored Winter Haven 12-2 so far, make that 12-4. As the jumper from Saliskar is good. He leads all scorers right now with 19.
See Luke Hopp back out there to get some of that size down low.
Luke Hopp and Ethan Kaiser, a good forward duo for the Redbirds as Mason streaks to the cup and drops it in for 2. He's been a lightning bolt of electricity for Metamora as a foul called there. Redbird fans don't like that one as they'll get Luke Hopp with the push there. That will be his 3rd foul of the game, so something to watch for. Pretty clean ball game so far, but Hopp with 3. Here's James, dials up a triple, no good. Mason their way, Kaiser a deep 3. That would have blown the roof off the place and no good. Hopp had it in his hands and couldn't corral it. Winter Haven now, swings over to the corner. Mayo, 3, no good. And Mayo tried to poke it out into the hands of Mason, and he'll pick up a foul there. Almost got the ball there. Too much hand as Mason fell to the ground.
One stays with Metamora, chance to extend their lead. It's just been a physical game back and forth. We knew that coming in, it was going to be a really good game.
Beautiful pass from Mason over to Zobrist, who kicks it now to Swanson, now back to Tucker. He drives in the post and is blocked. And the second effort is good. Drew Tucker has stepped up for Metamora and gotten some big buckets. They now lead by 7. Biggest lead of the night for the Metamora Redbirds. Here's a 3 from Mayo again, still struggling to find his rhythm. Metamora, believe it or not, could lead by double digits with a 3 here. Here's Mason to the hole again, no good. And now Winter Haven will run the other way. Jamie Phillips working on Tyson Swanson. Battle of the bigs, and Mayo draws contact and the foul. Rather, that was Phillips.
How about Phillips at 6'5", big frame, uses that to get inside, get around Swanson as he finishes. Nice, able to get back to the line to add another point to that.
That was a much-needed bucket for the Blue Devils, John. They haven't been able to build a lot of momentum here as they missed the free throw, but Saliskar gets the rebound before it's taken away by Swanson. You're just tuning in. Metamora trailed by 5 at the half and now turn that into a 5-point lead. Swanson thought about a 3, goes for the mid-range J, and it's good. Tyson Swanson incredibly efficient tonight, and he puts Metamora up by 7. KJ Parker dishes it to James. We've seen a lot of him out on the perimeter despite his height at 6'8". Both him and Kaiser can really thrive behind the arc as well as in the paint as well.
And still within reach here for Winter Haven, but Metamora's turned it up on offense.
Kaiser's played good defense on James, but this is Phillips again. Back-to-back buckets for the junior forward. And Winter Haven is still within striking distance. Energy in this building ramping up as the game goes along. Cannot imagine what the climax of this game will be like. Tucker dishes over to Zobrist, a deep 3, hits the front rim, no good. Would have been a tough look to drain. Here's Phillips, he's hot, can he keep it going? No. Air ball on the 3 as Zobrist gets the board. Here comes Mason. Gives over to Zobrist. Fake strike goes left and has it stripped by Tyrese Mayo. He'll push the other way and go with the floater, and it's pretty and good. Nothing but net. Tyrese Mayo gets Winter Haven to within 3.
Great move from the junior there. Goes up a little floater. nothing but net. And now Winter Haven starting to find their stride to cut this game to 3.
A quick word for our sponsor, OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, and promise and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And for other sponsors as well, like the City of Washington, welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UptonAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Want to give a shout out to Titan Industries as well, another great sponsor of this tournament, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Day 2. Still a couple more games to go, and we've seen some great basketball today. Earlier, Kenneth Lewis from Booker T. Washington set a tournament record for scoring with 51. That was quite the performance, John.
Oh, it was. Zion Williamson at the top of that chart.
Not every day you get to beat a record that Zion Williamson set. How about that performance, and how about this game? Here's Liscar, no good. James comes down with it. Wanted to slam it home, but he'll just drop it in nicely. And James up to 11 now on the night, and gets Winter Haven back to within 1.
How about James, his ability to finish around the rim at 6'8"? You'd expect that, but the wingspan and how he could go up and get it and come right back down, he is a force down there.
And something good you mentioned, John, was his wingspan. He has very long arms. We see him deflect and block a lot of shots with force. Tucker looking the outside. Zobrist went for the free throw line J, and a foul be called on the floor. Tyrese Mayo didn't think that it was. Will be a non-shooting foul. 4th of the half for the Blue Devils. Zobrist goes down low for Swanson, who had trouble corralling it, and now Winter Haven can take the lead back. They trailed by 7 in the quarter and have fought back to within 1 after leading 40-35 at the halftime break. .3 seconds left to go, so shot clock still on for Winter Haven. Again, experimental shot clock being used for tournaments and shootouts this year. Let the TOC here in Illinois. So far, no shot clock violations though in this one. Here's KJ Parker, fadeaway J, no good. And here comes Kaiser the other way. Mason, a little slow to get up for Metamora. He is back up. And Swanson will slow it down. Shot clock is off now. Expect Metamora to hold for the last shot of the quarter. Who will the Redbirds go to? They have a wide mix of scored options. Tucker down low, and it's picked away. 2 on the clock, 1. The prayer from Phillips comes up just short. And Winter Haven will go into the 4th quarter trailing by just 1. This could be the finish of the tournament brewing here in Washington. Don't go anywhere. This final 8 minutes will be nothing short of spectacular. We'll give a quick break and shout out all of our good sponsors here for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, like OSF. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UptonAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamwork's our team helping yours. Titan Industries as well. Steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Metamora leads by 1. John Michael here alongside John Camosa. This one has been close all along. Fast-paced game.
It's going to come down to the wire.
Here's Zobrist, a 3, no good. John, you feel like this crowd, feel like there's a sort of tense optimism right now as James hits nothing other than the backboard. As the Metamora crowd is just waiting to get loud. Winter Haven looking for exclamation point as well. There is one! Dylan James right on cue! A big block, and here comes Phillips. Up and under is good, and Winter Haven has the lead.
Got the friendly roll, the up and under. You know, maybe the Washington student section over there, there are tribal Metamora, might be cheering for Winter Haven.
Certainly, we saw that a little bit last year. Whenever Metamora would play, Washington would root for whoever they were playing. I guess for them, the enemy of the enemy is their friend. Here's KJ Parker for Winter Haven, trailed by 7 in the third quarter. Now back on top. Phillips heating up, no good. Here comes Tyler Mason. He's been big for Metamora, 14 points. Drew Tucker working inside there on Adrian Dolman. And they'll draw the foul.
Metamora's just looking for that one big basket to light a fire underneath them.
John, one thing I've noticed about both teams, neither one of them are going terribly deep. Their stars are getting lots of minutes. Only, if I'm not mistaken, again, I could be wrong, only 7 players have seen the floor for each side here tonight. So lots of star power, and they're seeing the floor quite a bit in this close ball game.
And it's a Metamora team that likes to stick with their core. Yesterday we saw some more guys off the bench. The game was upwards to 40-point advantage. But right now in this close-knit game, Metamora is keeping it with the smaller lineup, as is Winter Haven.
Sliskar loses it out of bounds. You saw it just a bit ago. Jim Matson and a couple other media members on the sidelines. Those sidelines will be filled and currently are. Lots of highlights to shoot. 2 great basketball games and more on tap tonight. Joliet West and St. Rita coming up right after this. Here's down low with that Marcus Smothers. The first time we called his name tonight. Drops it in for Winter Haven, and the lead is now 3. Danny Greaves calls a timeout for the Redbirds. They want to talk things over. Winter Haven slowly building momentum after Metamora opened up the third quarter lead.
And they are kind of finding their stride here. And John, it's a team you don't want to give too much room to. If you're Metamora in a blink of an eye, it could be, you know, a 10-point game.
It could go either way as we'll take a quick break. Shout out our sponsor, OSF. OSF On Call Urgent Care understands that there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. John, I may have to consult OSF, maybe their cardiologist they have, because this basketball game is really getting my heart pounded. 3-point game with 5:50 to go here. And a foul by James. That will just be his second, so he's not in any sort of foul trouble. That is the 6th team foul for Winter Haven. They'll be in the Metamora will be in the 1-and-1 at the next foul.
And that's the great thing about these games, John. It's early season, regular season game, tournament games. They feel like postseason games with these crowd and the atmosphere.
Both these teams have thrived in the postseason. Last year, Winter Haven went 23-8. Lots of players back from that good run last year as KJ Parker drives straight down the middle of the key and is good. And Winter Haven now leads by 5. Metamora needs a response. Don't want to let this one become too big of a deficit to overcome. Tucker looks over for Swanson. He's always a good bet to get a bucket when the Redbirds need it. He'll give it to Zobrist. Here's the Panther logo. Deliberate possession for Metamora as Kaiser sizes up James. Near the logo, they bring the double. Phillips. And that pass out of bounds, deflected off of a Blue Devil. And Metamora, with 7 left on the shot clock, will have a chance to get it back to a 1-score game. Zobrist, rather Mason looking, found Swanson, another acrobatic finish. Tyson Swanson can make finishes happen in any sort of way he does so there.
Right within reach. Metamora looking for that big defensive stop.
How about the turnaround from Dylan James? You've got to be kidding me.
Hard to make a stop when Dylan James is on the floor. He has been all over the place tonight, made some big shots.
That shot is pretty much impossible to defend, maybe unless you're Giannis Antetokounmpo or another NBA star, maybe Karl Anthony Towns. Tucker and Swanson play catch. Here's Tucker down low, shot fakes, and gets past Parker for a bucket. Metamora keeping pace with the Blue Devils. Do they have him right where they want him? Zobrist's got a hand on it. Smothers up, no good. And here come the Redbirds. Here's Mason, thought about a 3 and he walked with it. So the opportunity to tie it up for Metamora will go unfulfilled, as Smothers will check out for Winter Haven.
As the fans continue to file in here, John.
Looks like that maybe St. Rita walking in at the opposite side walkway. Perhaps the biggest game of the young season for them coming up next. But first, this one. One of the games of the tournament so far as KJ Parker goes baseline and goes up and under for 2. Another 5-point lead for Winter Haven. Seems like 5-3, 5-3. Lead has been steady for the visitors from Florida.
And it seems like anytime Metamora's had an answer, Winter Haven just comes right down.
And Hop looking to go to the basket. Sliskar came in hot. And Hop draws the foul. He has just 3 points to his name, but has played really good defense. These are big free throws for the 6'8" junior. Bends the knees, first one, hits the left rim, right rim, and out. Redbirds still haven't led in quite some time. Hop goes 0 for 2 from the line. That won't help their cause. Can Winter Haven extend it? Here's KJ Parker. Now in the corner to Matthew Vaughn. Redbirds front the post, and James a poster! And he lets them know about it! Put it on his head! Dylan James! The disrespect!
I think Tucker's kind of laughing it off. He knows 6'8" Dylan James, once he gets up in the air, that one's going down. As he kind of gets some taunting from the Washington student section.
The Washington student section erupted
they
when
loved
he
it.
dunked it. They were patting their heads. They were going crazy. You would have thought that would have been former Washington Panther Isaac Mapson throwing it down by the looks of it. James finishes off the three-point play, and that will suck the wind out of Metamora's sails. They don't trail by 8 after the massive poster from Dylan James. That's the biggest dunk of the tournament so far. Almost goes away with a steal there. Metamora needs a bucket. Will he get it from Mason? No.
Now Winter Haven with a basket here, they can really pull away.
Here comes Phillips to try and get the Blue Devils up by 10. And he is fouled there, looks like by Swanson, if I'm not mistaken. This place still buzzing after the absolute poster from Dylan James. He hung on the rim for a good 2 seconds, kind of double clutched on it as well. Our basket mics picked all of that up.
That one definitely shook the rim a little bit.
8-point lead for Winter Haven. Metamora came out hot out of the halftime break and turned a 5-point deficit into a 5-point lead. But it's been Winter Haven seesawing back in their favor. Phillips turns around, good. And the lead is now 10 for the Blue Devils. Running out of time for Metamora. They need to make something happen. Kaiser has been quiet in the second half. Swanson and Tucker have had most of the scoring since then. Here comes Tucker, and he's blocked. KJ Parker, a physical play, and he got too much of Tucker's hand.
Metamora doing all they can to try to get back into this game, but I think Winter Haven's size down low has really posed a problem.
Dylan James and Isaac Soliskar have been huge down low for the Winter Haven Blue Devils. Zobrist with a chance to bring it to within 8. Still enough time for Metamora. Rather, that is Tucker at the line. I see it corrected. And second one, nothing but twine for Drew Tucker. Lead cut down to 8. Defense has got to be the key now for Metamora. Here's James. He's been big, working on Kaiser. Looks in the corner for Parker. Corner 3 is good. That may be all they need. A huge three from KJ Parker, who's going to Florida A&M next year. Metamora, after having a ton of momentum and hundreds, if not thousands of the crowd behind them here at Torrey Gymnasium, they have all gone silent.
But I think games like this, when you play teams out of state, you learn a lot from them, and you'd rather play the best and the teams in the tournament and use that to your advantage in conference play as you move forward. I think you can learn a lot from them.
And we saw Metamora here last year, Joko. They went 1-3, if memory serves me correct, here at the TOC. A couple games that they just frankly looked outmatched, and then of course they turn it around and go to the 3A state championship game last year and nearly win it if it wasn't for a miracle heave from Keyshawn Singleton, a name that many Redbird fans probably don't want to hear, but that's an amazing shot. Ended up on SportsCenter top 10. Redbirds were that close. They'll be strong again this year. They're down by 9. And the Redbirds right now are the beneficiaries of the shot clock, which is now at 15. Physical defense from the Redbirds, staying close to all their men. Here's Phillips in the paint, is good. Phillips has a 14 for Winter Haven. He's been really big in the second half, Joko. We talked a lot about Soliskar, Parker, and James, but Jamie Phillips, the burly forward, is really giving them a lot of good buckets down low.
Phillips has been really big for Winter Haven. Provided a spark here for the Blue Devils, using his size down low, and right now Winter Haven well on their way to get this win.
Just a quick shout out to our sponsor, OSF. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get the flu shot with your OSF healthcare provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. Metamora trailing it by 11. They'll need a lot of things to go their way with just over a minute left. In the presence of Brad Underwood. Yes, he is in the building at Torrey Gymnasium. Kaiser, deep 3 is good. Kaiser, his first bucket of the second half. And Metamora will take a timeout. So down by 8 with 58 seconds left to go. John, you gotta feel like Redbirds have, even with the shot clock, you can't let them run it out yet. I think you gotta try and force a turnover or foul.
Yeah, you still gotta put a lot of pressure on Winter Haven. They just scored on almost everything down on their end. So try to trap them, try to get some steals, see what you can do if you're Metamora, but that 3 by Kaiser certainly helps. All it takes is a few things to fall right for Metamora. You never know. Get back into this ballgame.
A quick turnover and a bucket would give them within 2 possessions. That's certainly more than manageable. So don't turn off your TV sets or your laptop or your phone just yet. Why would you anyways? even if it was a blowout, we got Joliet West and St. Rita, the game of the whole state of Illinois.
What a fun one that'll
Like we'll be tuning in. This gym will be packed. We see a throng of fans waiting to enter here in the wings of Torrey Gymnasium. They'll take up all the remaining seats. If you're watching at home, thinking about coming, well, I advise you stay at home. You're not going to find much of a spot, at least here in the gym.
Might be able to stand by the door.
You could.
That's about it.
You could. Foul for Metamora will go on Matthew Zobrist. That'll be his first. And being double teamed is Parker in the backcourt. Gets past it. And he is fouled by Tyson Swanson. So that's Metamora's 6th foul. So Winter Haven still not shooting. They will after the ensuing foul, which we assume will come pretty quick, and it does with Drew Tucker. John, you got to hit your free throws if you want to close out ball games, and I think that's really one of the only ways that Winter Haven loses this game with Sliskar now at the line.
I think we've kind of talked about that through a lot of close games this week. You got to hit free throws down the stretch. They're vital.
Sliskar has offers from Presbyterian, South Florida, Indiana State, Chattanooga, among a couple others as well. He misses the front end of the 1-and-1, and Metamora still alive. Here comes Kaiser. 3 in transition, up, no good. How about Tucker come flying in? He didn't get it as well, although Metamora will pick up a foul. And
travel.
It is a travel. That's a tough break there for the Redbirds. If it would have been a foul, it would have been in the double bonus, and it would have been shooting 2. Now you got to force a turnover, deep pass, goes to James, and now you got to foul if you're Metamora, and Zobrist fouls James.
I think Zobrist on that attempt just kind of lost his footing falling backwards. Didn't really have a choice as he threw it away. Metamora now really got to hope for a miss if you're the Redbirds and get down the floor and score, but got a good shooter at the line, Dylan James.
Still in the 1-and-1, first one front rim, no good. So Metamora still has a pulse. Here comes Mason, a deep 3 from the logo, no good. James gets the rebound, and time's starting to run out on Metamora. Winter Haven, what a performance has been. They almost turned it over there, and the Blue Devils will run this one out. What a ball game this was, John. They started hot, both teams, Winter Haven and Metamora, as ultimately the Blue Devils coming away with this 72-64 victory. Plenty of big plays, big dunks, big stops on both ends of the floor. 2 real high-level basketball teams duking it out. You can't ask for much more.
No, you can't. Let's start with Phillips, Seleskar, I should say James. Dylan James, how big was he? The 3 guys that have really got down low. They worked hard in the post, and Metamora just kind of down the stretch. Didn't have an answer for that size, but all in all, great game. And I'm looking forward to this next one as well.
Take a quick word for all of our great sponsors here, like OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and also for the KB Strong Foundation. as well to learn more on how to help the fight against glioblastoma, which claimed the life of Washington basketball coach Kevin Brown. Go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. They'll wrap it up from Winter Haven and Metamora. We'll send it down to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, where our Joey Wright will talk with OSF Media Relations Supervisor Shelly Dankoff coming right up. Joey, down to you.
Thanks, John. Big win for Winter Haven. They hand defending 3A runner-up Metamora its first loss of the season. Game of the tournament coming up next, St. Rita and Joliet West. But first, Joey Wright alongside OSF Media Relations Supervisor Shelly Dankoff. Shelly, thanks so much for taking some time with us in the studio here.
My pleasure to be with you, Joey. OSF is thrilled to be the title sponsor this year for the Tournament of Champions, so we're excited.
First year as the presenting sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and I think that's a great place to start, right? As Kevin Brown, late Washington Panthers boys basketball coach, meant so much to this community. You and I were talking a little before we came on the air, and I know you got to know Coach Brown pretty well. Your son Matt played on the state team at Washington in 2008.
Yes, my middle son was on Kevin's team. In fact, he was on the team when they started Tournament of Champions, so it was exciting to see where this started and what it has become and grown into for this community, because it's just phenomenal. And then just to be coached by Kevin and become part of that basketball family, it wasn't just about the team on the floor. That team still keeps in touch and they still talk, and the experiences they learned during that time and took away from it, a group of fine young men that really learned a lot from Kevin, and it was a huge loss when he lost his battle to glioblastoma. So this is very special to all of us, basketball family members being a part of this.
Definitely. And OSF, I know you guys do a lot for cancer in the community. What strikes me about this tournament over the past several years since Coach Brown passed away is the fundraising and awareness for glioblastoma. It's an aggressive form of brain cancer. I know just in the last couple of years being involved with this tournament, I've gotten to know a lot more about the disease, and it's affected a lot of people in the Peoria community.
It really has. And there's, with partnerships through the University of Illinois College of Medicine at Peoria, very involved in research and doing what they can. And the money raised through this tournament helps fund that research. OSF Healthcare is in the process of constructing a cancer institute. It's under construction now. It will open in early 2024. We'll be very excited about that. State-of-the-art medical technology. Our linear accelerator, which will provide proton beam therapy, which is very specific for certain kinds of cancer. It really will set Central Illinois on the map for what it can do when it comes to cancer treatment, whether it's glioblastoma or other forms of cancer out there. We have a very robust oncology team that provides care. So it's exciting to see what is coming down the pike in Central Illinois when it comes to cancer care. We also have a partnership with Illinois Cancer Care. So there's just a lot of great collaborations and helping move forward research, trials, and treatment for any variety of cancer you're dealing with.
That technology you mentioned, I've kind of gotten to know it from doing some of the live reads this week.
Yeah.
That technology, you guys will be one of just 40 cancer centers in the country, I understand, one of just 2 in Illinois to have some of those cool features.
That is correct. And our proton beam therapy, actually, there will be flash therapy that's with it. It's another part of it. And it is the highest level. So actually, the other center that is in Illinois doesn't have that. We will be even higher than that. So yeah, 1 of 2 in all of Illinois. So people will come to Central Illinois for their treatment. And that is so important. If you're a patient going through cancer, everybody knows, anybody who's dealing with cancer, it's not just about the patient, but it's also about the family member and the support groups that are around them and their support systems. And if you can stay closer to home to get the treatment that you need and not have to travel hours away to get that specialized treatment, it is so important for the care of the cancer patient. So we're very excited and looking forward to expanding that for all of our patients and everybody throughout the Midwest.
As well you should be, and that'll open in early 2024, as you mentioned.
Yes.
You guys do a number of other cool things in the community. I know Children's Hospital, big, urgent care as well.
Yes.
Some things that we've highlighted throughout the tournament. If you want to learn more about KB Strong and their mission and their goal to raise awareness and fundraising for glioblastoma, that's kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Encourage you to check that out. And Shelly, as we kind of come up on the game of the tournament, St. Rita and Joliet West, I want to shift gears a little bit. That's coming up shortly for you viewers at home. You mentioned that you've seen this tournament grow and evolve since your son Matt was here when it started at the old Robinson Fieldhouse on the campus of Bradley University. This event has really taken on a life of its own. So much great talent has come through Washington Community High School in the last 15 years or so. Yeah,
when you look at the list of players that have gone on to play in the NBA and the Division I players that have come through here and the names, it has been phenomenal. And you're right, this game that is coming up, it just has, you can feel the buzz in the gym, and everybody, it's pretty packed right now. So if you're not here right now, I don't think you're getting in to get a seat because it is very packed. But it has been impressive because the other neat thing to watch are the youngsters in the crowd. They come in, they're getting the autographs, which is great for the players to see and be a part of, but also the Washington community takes care of these players. Tomorrow on Thanksgiving, there will be a community meal and there will be people involved, so we understand they've traveled a long distance. I mean, we have teams from Florida, all over the place. They're here giving up their holiday, but anybody who has a basketball family knows it's all about family. And so you come here and you watch it and you see what it means for the community, you see what it means for the players. And people look up to these teams that come here, but I think they really appreciate the feels that they get in this gym too.
I look over our shoulder. There's an autograph table over there. That's what I wanted to see if there was anyone over there. Clutch Sports Media, kind enough, the tournament, I should say, kind enough to invite us to that Thanksgiving dinner. They cook something like 16 turkeys.
Yes.
They feed like 400 people, all the teams there. And, and this event does so much great for the Washington community. All the local businesses, I know restaurants get involved, different businesses, they see an uptick because there are so many people. They bring teams in from Florida, California, Texas, across the Midwest. It really is a huge boon for Washington and surrounding communities as well. Yeah, and we watched the coach. There have been a number of coaches coming in. As you said, this game that's coming up is the marquee game of the night. So we have a number of college basketball coaches. Word has it the Illini team is showing up and sitting in the stands. They're gathering as we speak. So they drove over from Champaign to be here to sit here and just watch this game. And so it's very exciting all around. I saw Brad Underwood here. He's here. Looked like the team was running a little behind him. They bring them separately, That's right. They shuttle on their own. They'll be front and center in the stands, so you'll see them on our Clutch Sports Media camera here shortly. Larry Larson getting set to bring you the call, and we'll head in there shortly. But I'm glad we're out here for now. It's going to be great. I'll head in for the game, but it is hot in there. If you're at home, you're staying out of the heat. It's packed, 3,000 fans, and you feel it. Yeah, you really do. But it's a great gym. It's a great space. There's just a lot of room. The high school has done a really good job taking care of everybody who's coming here. I can tell you, though, I know people are parking out. They're like parking out on the practice football field and beyond and having to walk in. So good thing the weather is a little more cooperative tonight and it's not as cold because people are really having to hike in for this next game. Temperature in the 50s here in central Illinois. We're getting ready to go to the gym, just waiting on the cue from our producer here, and there's so much great talent. You're going to see Michigan State commit Jeremy Fears, Morez Johnson, Illinois commit, so many other players in the Dandy Dozen. Among what's been a great field, we've seen a lot of close games today so far. Yeah, it really, and competitive. I think that's the other thing that surprises. I think some of the teams from outside of the area, they come into central Illinois, you're not sure what to make, in Mid-Illini Conference, and what you hear about them, there's a lot of really good talent locally. And so it's good for the local kids to be playing some of these national teams and see how you stack up against them. So it's good all around. And you see the camaraderie. That is the other thing that's really impressive to watch is it's just a really good feel-good all the way through the weekend. So, everybody should check it out. We're here through Saturday, and there'll be some great games the rest of the tournament. Marquee game on a Wednesday night. It sets the table for what should be a great week. We'll have 5 games tomorrow night. You'll see them all on ClutchSportsIL.com. Same for 9 on Friday and Saturday. Pardon me, Shelly. We're about out of time, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Joliet West and St. Rita. Pick a winner. Joliet West has a great team of their supporters here. I'm going to go with St. Rita. She's going with Morez Johnson and the St. Rita Mustangs. We'll go into the gym and see how it all plays out. Larry Larson has the call. Larry, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Joey. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for, at least up until Wednesday night of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This could be a state semifinal or final preview. It's the St. Rita Mustangs taking on the Joliet West Tigers alongside John Camosi here. And John, this is just about as good as it gets for the first week of the season.
No, you can't beat this, Larry. This is going to be an electric game. Brad Underwood on hand with his Illini, sitting down there in the front row to see their upcoming commit, Morez Johnson, and the St. Rita Mustangs. But let's look at Joliet West, future rivals in the Big Ten. Jeremy Fears and his brother Jeremiah. Jeremy committed to Michigan State. Jeremiah also receiving interest. This is going to be a really exciting game.
And you mentioned those Illini in the front row with Brad Underwood. I mean, today's day and age of recruiting, a lot of crazy stuff happens with recruiting, but it's so rare to see not only coaches and assistant coaches, but also members of the team come see a recruit.
Yeah, and I think if you're Morez Johnson, that's something really cool to see. You look over in the front row and you see Luke Goody, Coleman Hawkins, you know, future teammates of his, and I think that's something that's so cool to draw a player in and get that support where they're traveling to Washington to watch you play in a high school basketball holiday tournament.
Joliet West clapping it up. They're on the way over to their bench. St. Rita's warm-ups wrapped up as well. Joliet West last year finished 16-11. Head coach Jeremy Krieger tells me they are hungry. They know what that tasted like last year, falling short of their goals. St. Rita also falling short of their goals, losing in the sectional semi, or rather final, to Kenwood, another strong team, but both these teams have their eyes set on the trophy in Champaign come March. And again, this could be a preview. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is when you come out and both of these teams want to make a huge statement win. St. Rita, their first game of the season. Joliet West, we saw them last night with an overtime win over St. Louis Cardinal Ritter. But this almost feels like a state championship caliber game. We got a full house, and we are excited.
A full house, a state championship caliber game, and a state caliber atmosphere. A completely sold out Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium in Washington on hand to see this matchup. John, let's dive into the starting lineups. First for the Joliet West Tigers, they line up like this. Justice McNair, the 6'2 junior guard. Jeremiah Fears, the 6'2 sophomore guard. Matthew Moore in the front court, the 6'9 senior forward, headed to UNC Wilmington. Jeremy Fears, the Michigan State commit. In the backcourt with his younger brother, he's 6'3 and a senior. Jaden Martin rounds it out, also a 6'3 senior guard. You look at the Fears brothers, but this team goes so much deeper than that.
No, they got a lot of size down low too with Matthew Moore standing at 6'9", and the Fears brothers outside in the guard position. They like to work the ball high-low. It's a very talented team. They want to push the pace early, up-tempo, just as equally big down low. We'll talk about St. Rita.
St. Rita's starting lineup starts with Nishawn Holmes, the 6'4 senior guard, who will be a late sought-after recruit. Noeus Indrasitis, the weapon out of Lithuania, coming off a gold medal in FIBA for the U16 team. He starts at wing. James Worthington White, the transfer from the state of Indiana, starts at guard. James Brown in the front court, 6'10 senior forward, pairing with Morez Johnson Jr., the 6'9 junior forward and Illinois commit. For St. Rita, the X factor this year might be those newcomers in Indrasitis and Worthington White.
Yeah, they're going to be really big players. And Indrasitis, we saw him at Lamont last year. He was a really key player for them. Fell short to Simeon in the playoffs. He's coming over here to St. Rita, building around James Brown and Morez Johnson. I mean, that only helps this team. And then not to mention Larry Melvin Bell with injury. He'll be back down the road.
It's a great point you got there, John. This St. Rita team is fearsome, but they're missing arguably one of their best, if not their best player in the sophomore Melvin Bell, who suffered a knee injury back in March, but he hopes to be back by January, according to Roshan Russell, head coach for St. Rita. John, quick key to the game for both teams.
Yeah, I think key to the game is we know both teams are going to push the tempo. I think get out early, assert your dominance, and if you're St. Rita, get to the post, use your two bigs. If you're Joliet West, let the Fears brothers take control early. You've got a big crowd on hand. They want to try to make a statement.
The gym is packed, and you can feel the nervous energy in this one. Everybody is excited, and the eyes of the high school basketball world in the state of Illinois lie on Washington, Illinois tonight. It'll be Matthew Moore doing the tip-off duties for Joliet West, going up against James Brown. Tallest players for both teams, both great athletes. Don't let that size fool you. So many good athletes, two excellent teams. And we're gonna have to do the tip-off over.
Volleyball spike there to start.
Matthew Moore a little over-anxious, perhaps. Take two. This time, St. Rita controls, and we're underway. James Worthington White. Across the Washington logo at the controls, picked up by Jeremiah Fears. It's Morez Johnson Jr. at the wing. James Brown. Nashawn Holmes will try the three, can't hit. Long rebound, and a physical rebound goes to Jeremiah Fears. He pumps his fist as he's fouled early. And that's a big first foul for James Brown.
I think that's might have been why he's pumping his fist, knowing any early fouls on the big guy. It's big if you're Joliet West.
Joliet West brought a huge traveling crowd, and they are making noise early. Jeremy Fears, deep three, comes up short. Rebound goes to St. Rita. Holmes in transition, looking for indecitus, and it's turned over. Fears up under, but not in. There's more for the putback. Can't get the roll. Laid on the bucket early. Sloppy play in transition. Look at Fears, and can't slam it. Goes down hard. Martin there to pick it up, but now everybody's concerned about Jeremy Fears.
Took a hard fall there, and just glad he's all right. Always a scary situation when you land like that. Seems to be okay walking it off.
A lot of comparisons for Jeremy Fears, Derrick Rose among them, and you can't help but think of those landings when you think of a freak athlete like Jeremy Fears. Good to see he's okay. St. Rita trailing 2-0. After the bucket from Martin. Indricitis. Can't get the reverse. Martin hustles ahead. The younger Fears trying to make something happen. Jeremy Fears has it poked away by Holmes. Moore goes to work. Triple teamed, and he walked.
You knew early on in this game, both teams' physical defense, we were going to see that. Trying to limit Jeremy Fears is what St. Rita's doing on defense as the Mustangs get the ball again.
Talking to head coach Jeremy Krieger for Joliet West, he said a big key for this game in a packed gym is there's an off-ball foul going West's way. It's going to be who can control that adrenaline and not wear themselves out too early.
Get that big start. Joliet West has their student section behind them trying to feed off that energy. You're in a big-time, prime-time game here. See who gets the upper hand in this first quarter.
McNair from deep. Not to be. Rebound loose. Strong board from Morez Johnson Jr. Future college coach in attendance to see him. Worthington White denied by the rim. Jeremiah Fears pushes off the rebound. It's loose. Picked up by Jordan Chandler. 6-foot senior guard subbed in. Indricitis, mid-ranger, goes down, and St. Rita is finally on the board.
Big bucket there from the 6'6" junior transfer.
St. Rita coach Roshan Russell said that's exactly what we were missing last year. Size, depth, and a wing. McNair, the response from deep. West back up by 3.
If there's one thing we know about St. Rita and Joliet West, up and down this starting rotation, everybody can shoot it.
Jordan Chandler to the left block, looking for Johnson, who's been quiet early. It's out off of Jeremiah Fears. But John, with this pace, although both St. Rita's big men are so athletic and quick for their size, they've been quiet early, and I think that pace has something to do with it. Not there, but a whistle before.
I think Morez Johnson was just waiting to get his chance inside. And, you know, early on in these games when the pace is so quick, you're going to see some turnovers, some kick balls, but try to settle down into those nerves.
Johnson was looking for his fellow front court mate. And it was kicked away from Brown. In case you're just joining us, lid on the bucket for both teams here early. Indricitis, the only bucket so far for St. Rita. Look at Brown. Won't be denied, and he's fouled and will shoot 2.
Such a force in the low block for St. Rita. Brown at 6'10", the junior. A lot of Division I offers on the board.
James Brown becoming a household name in the state of Illinois. It looks like we've got some kind of dispute. Jeremiah Fears looking for a technical foul, as it looks like Jeremy Fears got into it a little bit with Morez Johnson Jr. Perhaps a sign of things to come. Brown to the line, too strong. But James Brown, almost everybody knows him if you follow the recruiting scene in the state of Illinois and around the country. Known for his size, his athletic ability, but also his big personality. Easy guy to talk to. Morez Johnson, the quiet one, tips it in, and St. Rita is within 1.
2 different personalities, same style on the court, dominant, love to get in the post.
McNair steps behind the line, can't hit. Johnson brings it in. There goes Indricitis, challenges Fears, can't get it to go. Martin pushes the pace. Indricitis, good job getting back in transition. McNair wide open. He got too quick a start, he walked.
I think once these 2 teams settle into the nerves, start to see some scoring. I think right now it's who wants it more. They're just trying to get to the basket, and these baskets won't fall.
James Brown loses it. Uncharacteristic mistakes from both sides early. Joliet West student section playing a dangerous game. Overrated chance for Brown. Fears fouled. Jeremy in his return to Joliet West. After a long journey, spent his freshman season at Joliet West, then transferred to La Lumiere because of COVID, when Illinois' high school season status was up in the air in 2021. And then he was rumored to go to OTE, Overtime Elite Academy in Georgia. But in his heart, he felt it was right to return to Joliet West and try and do something special for the community there and play with his younger brother. So here he is. Second free throw is off. He splits the pair. West still leads by 2. Great play by Jeremiah Fears. Stays with it in transition. Near logo 3.
Tell Joliet West turning up that defensive pressure leads to a big 3 from Jeremiah Fears.
Worthington White inside looking for the response, and he got it. That's Jordan Chandler, not Worthington White. So many guys that can make plays. Chandler pokes it away. In transition with Indricitis, and he's swatted away by McNair. There's Brown, up, under, in and out. Gets it back, and that's a walk.
I think Joliet West knows with his size down low, they're going to cause a lot of problems for James Brown. You can see 3 defenders swarm to him, making it hard for him to spin out of that. Right now, their defense has really risen to the occasion.
Fears goes cross court. McNair the triple. Well short. Worthington White hauls it in. Deep 3 from Indricitis. Brown again on the board. Count it, and the harm. That'll silence the crowd.
And whichever college team lands James Brown, there's one thing guaranteed: he's going to get you a lot of rebounds. He is a dominant post player. He's showing that with the Mustangs.
Can't convert the old-fashioned three. West hangs on to a 1-point lead. Hard screen from Fears, sent for his brother. Jeremy inside, fouled on the floor. Foul there on Morez Johnson. That's his first. And the team's fourth. Fears lobs it in to Fears. McNair, no one around. Finds the open man, Jeremiah Purchase. Can't connect. Johnson in transition, overshoots Indricitis. It's so easy to get antsy, for a lack of a better term, in front of a crowd like this anytime that there's even a remote chance for a dunk, and I think that's what we saw there.
Yeah, you could just tell that early on. Like we said, the nerve's still there, still trying to settle into their offense. You know, that looked like a layup on the other end, but just a forced throw from Johnson.
Purchase, second try is a charm, and the senior bench player comes up big. West with a 4-point lead. And on the other end, Purchase commits a foul. How about that mismatch? Purchase at 6'1", not a small guy, but looks pretty small against 6'9" Morez Johnson. He's whistled.
Tough matchup there. Drew King on James Brown now. They put a little bit more size on the 6'10" James Brown.
Johnson gets it back after the miss. The pump fake, too strong. Tip in. Brown this time gets it to go. Incredible effort underneath. Cuts the lead to 2. Fears in trouble. His brother Jeremy on the bench. That's a foul on Jordan Chandler. He thought he forced a backcourt violation, but the official said, hey, not so fast. A little too much contact there. There's Roshan Russell, head coach for St. Rita. He's an alum. Something that St. Rita is very proud of. Talk to those guys, they know there's a tradition and a standard to uphold. Worthington White pokes it away. Gets the roll. We're tied up.
Really nice take there from Worthington White. Gets the steal, takes it all the way.
Antonio Zabala, 6'3" junior guard, giving Fears a breather. Purchase over to McNair, and that's a turnover. Now, John, it feels like the momentum is starting to turn back towards St. Rita after a hard-fought and hot start for Joliet West.
That's definitely shifted. St. Rita looking for that big basket to put them back ahead, and you know, it really starts with James Brown down low, how hard he's fought for second chance points. His rebounding effort, able to stick with it when they've thrown 2 or more defenders on him.
Brown through the double team. Indricitis, baseline J is pure. He has got a silky, smooth jumper, and he's got 4 points. Fears back in, pickpocketed by Worthington White. St. Rita with the lead, trying to add on. Holmes, rhythm 3. And a foul. Johnson with a good board. And that'll send him to the stripe.
And that shot from Holmes rolled around about every part of the rim, but Johnson able to give it a second chance.
Morez Johnson committed to Illinois as a sophomore. Big part of the reason why Coach Underwood and crew are in attendance in the front row. Some big names that college basketball fans probably recognize in the house tonight. Dane Danger, Coleman Hawkins,
Luke Goody.
big contingent. Johnson second, gets the touch. Shot clock is off. Joliet West could tie it with a 3 going to the second quarter. Jeremiah Fears around a screen. Drew King, big forward in the ball game. Fears off balance, tough shot. And the rebound goes to Johnson. Holmes all alone in transition. The Euro, not meant to be. There's Indrasitis, not fouled. Rebound loose. Zabala can't get off a shot. And that's how an eventful first quarter ends. St. Rita overcomes an initial deficit, and they lead by 3. We'll take a break to shout out all our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF Healthcare, who's opening a new cancer institute in Peoria in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Also brought to you by the City of Washington, proud hosts of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington known for its quality of life and restaurant offerings. Pay Washington a visit next time you're in Central Illinois. Also brought to you by Uftring. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also by Teamworks, proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. St. Rita leads Joliet West by 3 in a stellar IHSA 4A early season matchup. Talking to Joliet West head coach Jeremy Krieger earlier in the week, he almost compared it to like a Champions Classic. You know, where it's like Kansas, Duke, Michigan State, all the Blue Bloods, they play that multi-game event. It's almost like this, where you're going to get 2 of the best early in the season. Fears throws it out off of James Worthington White. It'll stay with West.
And I really like when they do that too, when you play a team early on, first or second game into your season. You never know, you see them down the road in the postseason, how each team has developed differently, so I think it's a good test.
Aiden Martin traveled with the pivot foot. Slid just a little bit too much. Hey, on the topic of the Champions Classic, Michigan State plays in that next year, and guess where it is? Chicago. Real close to home for Jeremiah Fears in one of his first collegiate games next year with the Spartans. He pokes it away. Jeremiah in trouble, dishes it to McNair, and he gets it to go off the bucket. West trims it down to 1. Jeremy Fears tweeted about that. He said, home next year. He's real excited. Tip in goes for Morez Johnson Jr. Jeremy Fears challenges 2 defenders, and he's stopped.
Fears trying to go one-on-one with Johnson. Tough matchup.
No look pass, and it's swatted by Fears.
Larry, we saw that in yesterday's win over Cardinal Ritter. I believe Fears had 3 or more blocks, and he really just soars in the air. Only a 6'1" guard. Jumps a lot higher than his size indicates.
Johnson on the inside, swatted away by King. 3 ball from Holmes. How's that for a response? The lead is 6 for the Mustangs. Jeremy Fears' Twitter handle is Fears Floor General. That's the role he was doing right there, directing traffic. McNair, tough mid-ranger, doesn't go down. Amari Edwards, 5'8" sophomore guard, stepped up big after Jaden Reyna, starting point guard, transferred last year. His three ball, not enough touch. Zabala getting some time early, not close on the layup. Noeus Indrasitis races ahead. McNair with the steal, but he stepped out. Tigers fans don't like that call.
Good effort there from McNair, just couldn't keep that foot in bounds, but still disrupting the offensive flow from St. Rita. They come down, try to push the ball up tempo. Joliet West, another deny on defense.
Holmes around a screen. Open three goes down for Graham Lathan. 6'4" senior guard. That's his first bucket. And helps St. Rita extend the lead to 9. Timeout, Joliet West. St. Rita really in rhythm on offense, Joko.
They are, and even on the defensive side, Morez Johnson disrupting some shots, but they're hitting their threes early.
We'll take a break to thank our sponsors, including OSF Healthcare, proud to be the presenting sponsor. That's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions in 2022. Also brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Proud to host fans, teams, and families at this great event. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best pricing at UftringAutoGroup.com. And by Teamworks, the official sporting goods provider for the KBMTOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. St. Rita Mustangs in the midst of a run. They lead Joliet West 23-14 in an epic early season matchup. If you're ever reading the paper or any sort of online article up in the Chicago area, you know whatever Michael O'Brien, the Sun-Times prep reporter, says is usually the truth. Well, he's got these two teams ranked 2 and 3. St. Rita with the upper hand right now in both the rankings and the score. McNair, nifty pass. Jaden Martin, back to McNair. Underneath to Moore, hounded, swatted away by Indrasitis. James Brown is fired up. How about that defense from St. Rita?
What a great block, disrupts the shot. Gets his hand on it and goes back to St. Rita. Trying to turn defense into offense here.
Brown inside. Good defense from Matthew Moore. Returns the favor. Here's Jeremy Fears. Off to the races. Too much English. And Brown hauls it down. Mayshawn Holmes off the window for 2. It's a double-digit lead now.
Yeah, Mustangs have really found their groove offensively, pushing the tempo, getting to the rim. Right now, Joliet West is trying to find that answer.
Moore from the mid-range. That's a pretty shot. UNC Wilmington commit. Just transferred in to Joliet West. Indrasitis around a few screens, off balance pass, somehow got to Lathan. His mid-ranger doesn't go. He plows over Fears. Good sportsmanship there. Jeremiah Fears back in the ballgame after a quick break. younger Fears with just 3 points, but the biggest 0 on the scoreboard belongs to Jeremy Fears. The younger Fears pulls up, follows his shot, can't get that one to go either. No answers right now for the Tigers. Worthington White inside, Johnson too strong. Here's Brown, poked away by Fears. And a whistle. Ball bounced on the baseline. St. Rita will inbound. Indricitis lobs to Brown. And it's turned over. Door is open here, John, for the Tigers. Martin is open. Can't capitalize. Volleyballed around into Jeremy Fears' hands. Out to Jeremiah. And he drains it.
That's the shot they needed. Just to get that confidence going again, that 1-3. See if it sparks something for the Tigers.
3.5 to play in the first half. Largely a defensive battle. Holmes shows off the handles. Brown inside, spin cycle, draws the foul. West fans can't believe it, neither can Jaden Martin. It's Martin who's called.
I'll tell you, Joliet West not making it easy for James Brown. He's still finding his way to the free throw line and getting baskets, but you're putting a lot of defensive pressure. We haven't seen those highlight reel dunks we saw last year, but Joliet West doesn't want to give that up.
Brown having a hard time at the free throw line. Needs an extra shot just to see one go in from point blank range after that miss. He's got the student section in his ear. Makes the second. Brown has 5 points for the Mustangs. Jeremy Fears hands off to Jeremiah. Deep 3 off the front of the rim. Close but no cigar. Brown in transition. Johnson had it for a moment and then he didn't, but it'll stay with St. Rita. Now the Tigers fans are irate.
But Larry, you touched on that to start the game, and you think James Brown at 6'10", the post player, he went coast to coast there, almost finished it with the left hand.
Indricitis got sandwiched and fouled. Foul there on Fears. Jeremiah Fears, his first. Jeremy Fears has no fouls, but no points either. Indricitis strains it. Transfer from Lamont was a big part of a good squad there. And transferred into St. Rita, filling a big hole for head coach Roshan Russell. Talented guy out of Lithuania. A lot of folks with that European heritage in the Chicago area.
Just that extra sharpshooter they needed on the team. Like you said, that missing piece.
Fears over the double team, almost had it. Indricitis brings it down. Holmes back out to Worthington White. Under 2.5 in the first half. St. Rita trying to make it double digits again. Indricitis can't. Here's Fears. Pull up 3. He's probably thinking it's about time. Jeremy Fears on the board.
If you're St. Rita, you don't want to see that guy get going. Feel like hitting that 1-3 could try to give him some confidence.
Timeout taken by Roshan Russell. Wants to talk things over. It's a 30-second timeout. 1:56 to go in the first half. And we'll take a moment to thank our title sponsor, OSF. At the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. When life gets hectic, you need health care. That's easy. You need OSF on-call urgent care. for care of minor illnesses and injuries. They offer in-person care, 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics are conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Coming out of the St. Rita timeout, they're trying to keep things in their favor going into the halftime locker room. John, what's the message?
Yeah, I think right now, if you're Joliet West, you want to try to kind of stymie this offense from St. Rita. And if you're St. Rita, continue going down to the post. I think right now for James Brown, if you get to that post and work him in there, as well as Morez Johnson, you know, they want to get him going as well. Obviously, Brad Underwood here to see his future player for Illinois.
Brown to Indrositis, and that's a travel. Trying to do a little too much there in traffic.
Yeah, big turnover there for St. Rita, so now Joliet West a chance and cut it to 3 points with a three.
Fears brothers trying to get going. Here's Jeremy. Try again through contact. He draws 3 free throws. James Worthington White looks like a kid in class trying to show the official, I didn't do it.
Got him a little late. Fears good free throw shooter, chance to go to the line, and he can make all 3, cut this to 3. But Joliet West, they're trying to find their rhythm now on offense, and we knew this game coming in was going to be close. They're trying to make it that way.
Looking at West's bench, Matthew Moore just waved at everybody and said, hey, let's get going. Let's make some noise.
Need your team fired up, your student section fired up in a game like this.
Fears looks automatic at the stripe. A lot of players and fans in the house to see this young man. Fears 2 for 2. Fears with a chance to cut it to 3. And he does. Just like that, Jeremy Fears with 7 points. Holmes looking for the post, couldn't get it. Worthington White around a screen, gets downhill, kicks to Brown, and he finishes.
Nice take inside from James Brown.
Now a moving screen against Jeremiah Fears. Too much contact at midcourt. That's Jeremiah's 2nd foul. Not the end of the world with just a minute left in the first half, but now you really got to be careful.
You do not have fouls you want down the stretch, especially when you're trailing by 5. You know, St. Rita can come down here and score quick. See if they run this offense through James Brown again.
Shot clock at 15. St. Rita looking for something in the post. Instead, a deep 3 from Indrositis. Brown, another putback. Having his way underneath. Shot clock is off for West. Under 10. Fears in isolation. Look at the moves and the make. Jeremy Fears heating up going into the halftime locker room. But St. Rita leads 32-28. We're going to send it down to Joey Wright here in a moment, who's standing by with St. Rita head coach Roshan Russell here in a moment. Looks like Joey's just about ready. St. Rita holding a 4-point lead. Here's Joey Wright.
Right for you guys.
Very physical. I think we're doing a good job getting to the glass. That was something we emphasized before the game. We just have to slow down. First game, ball's going everywhere. We just have to slow down.
The Fears brothers at one point, about midway through the second quarter, 6 points. Now they've combined for 13. What adjustments have they made, and how do you shut them down in the second half?
Well, we're giving them different looks. You know, with players like that, they're really talented. You don't want to give them the same look all game. So we'll continue to mix it up. We know it's a game of run, so we'll be okay.
Some pretty big faces in the crowd. How do you keep you guys? Calm and focused with Illinois, Brad Underwood, and all the players in the front row?
We're really excited to have them out. This tournament is great atmosphere. But we told the guys before the game, only thing that matters is the guys in the locker room.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Good luck, Larry. Back to you.
Thanks, Joey, and Roshan Russell. You heard it there. He said the only thing that matters most is the faces in the locker room. We're going to keep it right here inside the gym for the Den of Honor inductions. A lot of special names and faces familiar to the Washington community being inducted this year. Let's take a listen in.
In 2006, we had our first event. It didn't go so well. Kevin Brown contacted me and said, hey, we want to bring this to Washington. He goes, you in? I said, I'm in. So as a coach's wife, I'm pretty sure Jody Brown was like, Kevin, come on. But she got in it. She was with us. She did everything. She's been on our committee for years. She is, we had an e-perfect committee. She was so integral to our success in this event. She did everything as a sponsor. She did everything as a volunteer, a helper, a worker, and anything we needed. Jody Brown did it. This Den of Honor is for Jody Brown. In 2006 was the first time I met Roger Holzhauer, and he was in charge of the players' dressing rooms. In 2007, Kevin Brown got him involved with this event. He has been on the committee ever since. You probably know him best for the person who gives out all the awards. Well, tonight we're going to give him an award. Roger, so much for this event. And when you go outside and the lights are on, that's Roger. And when someone's hurt, that's Roger that's out there helping. When a coach is not acting too well and gets kicked out, it's Roger that takes him to the padded room in the back. This event would not happen without the ambassador, Roger Holzhauer.
Tonight we have a surprise with over 3,099 people inside this gym. There's a special announcement that's going to be made. And the reason we're in this gym 17 years ago in Washington Student Section. Washington Student Section. The reason we're in this gym is 17 years ago, Coach Brown, Sean Powell, Jody Brown, And that foundation is on a mission. Over 13,000 people are diagnosed with glioblastoma. How this happens to our town, I do not understand. We don't understand this. We don't know how we lost Coach. We don't know how this student body doesn't get to have the best teacher Mrs. Fuller our school has ever had. We don't know how that happened. But all we know is that Sean Powell is here for a reason. He's brought this tournament to be a fundraiser, and this fundraiser is going to make a difference in our fight against glioblastoma. Sean, you are the Den of Honor, sir. Thank you for being a part of this tournament. Sean brings the teams, Sean brings the talent. 36 games, 5 days, 1 cause. Sean right now is doing and living right now Coach Brown's legacy right before us. Thank you, Sean, for everything you've done. Enjoy the game.
What you just watched was a very special moment on the floor here in Torrey Gym. Den of Honor induction, in case you're wondering what you just watched. Jim Mattson, Roger Holzhauer, Jody Brown, of course the widow of the late, great Kevin Brown, inducted into the Den of Honor. And then a surprise from Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn, inducting Sean Powell, the tournament director, into the tournament Den of Honor. And well-deserved for all parties, but especially Sean Powell, put so much work in behind the scenes, does so much for this tournament. A nice surprise for him.
Yeah, just countless hours of hard work, dedication to make this tournament what it's become and how it continues to grow for such a great cause. And it's really neat to see them standing there at center court being honored, and then Sean, getting surprised, not seeing that mention coming, and to just be overwhelmed with that joy. It's a really cool scene, and especially in front of a packed crowd who supports the cause.
We'll take a moment to thank our great sponsors who make all this possible, including the Den of Honor and this great broadcast of this great high school basketball matchup, starting with OSF Healthcare. And the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington welcomes you to the KBM TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its diverse mix of restaurants and businesses and a great quality of life. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Again, that's Uftring Auto Group. You can visit them online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. They've got some nice quarter zips. I could probably go for one of those right now. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And last but not least, Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And we do want to shout out the cause behind the tournament, one that you just heard a little bit about here at halftime. The KB Strong Foundation, fighting the fight against glioblastoma, a rare and deadly form of brain cancer. To learn more about the story of head coach Kevin Brown, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Chicago St. Rita over Joliet West at the half, 32-28. Larry Larson, John Camosa, our entire crew in with you from Washington. And John, Joliet West really made a push there at the end of that second half. They were down by 10, and the difference was the Fears brothers.
Yeah, and capped off by a really impressive three-pointer by Jeremy Fears to close out that first half. You could say maybe a little bit of momentum going forward into the second half. That Joliet West is right within reach. Jeremiah, some sound defense, and James Brown for St. Rita, he's gotten his baskets, but they've really made him work for those 9 points as they're trying to keep him at bay. Morez Johnson only has 5 points for the Mustangs. So if you're the Tigers and Joliet West, you want to contain those two guys, and so far they've held them to under double figures.
Been a fun game and a fun atmosphere. The big names, John, I mean, you really don't want them to have an easy time, right? You want to see them be challenged because that's what's going to make them be better ball players and makes for a better battle, and we've really seen that on both sides, not just with the Fears. Morez Johnson and James Brown also being challenged.
Well, I think when you have two really good players in Jeremiah and Jeremy Fears going up against equally talented players in Morez Johnson and James Brown and other guys on this roster, the defense is going to be just as good as the offense, so they're going to make them work for every basket. Don't think that either of these teams are going to get easy baskets tonight. Even with that last three we saw from Jeremy Fears, he really had to work for that one to hoist it up, and it was right on a well-defended shot.
It was far from easy. It was right in the eye of James Worthington White. He was playing lockdown defense. Joliet West ready to go. St. Rita already on the floor. Joliet West in black and gold. St. Rita in their home whites. Mustangs ball to open up the second half, and we're back underway. Thanks for sticking with us. 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the National Classic. And it's a turnover to start the half for St. Rita, and James Worthington White says, hey, my bad, guys.
It's going to start back with Joliet West now after the turnover. Get a chance to cut more into this deficit. We'll see if Jeremy Fears can pick up where he left off in that first half.
It's Jaden Martin with it, 6'3" senior guard, drives inside, trying to work against Johnson, and he travels. Excellent defense from Morez Johnson Jr. Joliet West with a large student section presence in attendance. James Brown inside the key, back out. Worthington White resets the offense, rolls downhill, floats it up, rebound volleyballed out. Here comes Jeremiah Fears, was looking to connect with McNair, and instead finds the sideline. Quick timeout for Joliet West. Yeah. Jeremy Krieger is not happy.
I think Fears and McNair kind of talked to each other on that one. Fears said, hey, I thought you were going to the corner. McNair kind of mouthed, well, I was going up for a layup, so miscommunication there. Could have been an easy 2 points from McNair for that lay-in.
And John, those are the growing pains you're going to go through early in the season, but not one that we're going to see very often from either of these teams, with a lot of returners, and especially Joliet West. Their roster is all returners, with the exception of Jeremy Fears transferring back, and Matthew Moore, the addition in the front court. So really a group that knows each other well. Even Jeremy Fears, of course, knows all these guys because he played his freshman year with the Tigers.
Yeah, and I think, you can learn from those little mistakes, and rather to have them early in the season than later down the road, you learn from them in games like these.
Worthington White. Andrositis has it batted away. Here's McNair with it. Flings it up. Can't get it to go. Awkward looking shot, but it almost went. Indrasitis swatted away at the rack. There's Brown. Can't get the roll. Rebound loose. And now McNair slows it down, but not for long. Bounces right to Jeremy Krieger, sporting that mustache. I asked him about that before the game. He said, oh, it's going as soon as December 1st hits. He's participating in No Shave November. A few other coaches at Joliet West participating. He said, yeah, my face is usually as smooth as the gym floor. Not the case today. Martin had it partially blocked. Indrasitis ahead, power dribble, and a foul sends Morez Johnson Jr. to the line.
Good move there from Johnson, able to draw that contact.
St. Rita with a 4-point lead over Joliet West. Two teams in IHSA Class 4A that could contend for a state title. Morez Johnson Jr. has already put it all out there, quoted in a Chicago Sun-Times article. The article started with this quote. He said, we're done with the growing seasons. It is state or bust this year. And the Mustangs have the squad to do it.
They certainly do. And, you know, it's good to put those goals out there, stay driven. I think it starts early on in these games. You know, have that big statement win and push yourself going forward.
Johnson, 2 for 2. He's got 7 points. Jeremiah Fears directs traffic. His brother Jeremy playing off ball, draped by Nashawn Holmes. Jeremiah, double team. Purchase, back to Fears. Jeremy Fears hasn't touched it yet. That changes here. Shifty on the dribble again. Look at the crossover. Another tough three, falls short. Eerily similar to that buzzer beater that he hit in the first half. Indrasitis from 18. That's short from an awkward distance. Brown right there to clean up the mess.
James Brown just so good inside the paint. His awareness, able to pull that one down and put it back in.
Jeremiah Fears denied by Brown. Holmes races to the other end, the sweet finger roll. Another bucket for the Mustangs. Just like that, it's 10 points for the Mustangs. McNair, bodied. He'll go to the line.
I think St. Rita wants to put their foot on the gas. You know, in a big game like this, keeping it close could be dangerous. They want to pull away, and right now these are 2 big free throws from McNair to try to cut into this.
McNair's first rattles home. Last season for Joliet West, it was a bit of a different look. Of course, no Jeremy Fears. He was still at La Lumiere. So really it was Justice McNair and Jeremiah Fears really driving the Tigers' success. They've got almost everybody back and adding some nice additions. West in a good spot for 2022-2023. McNair a big part of it. Cuts the lead back down to 8. Holmes, the triple. Short. Jeremiah Fears around a screen from Matthew Moore. McNair inside, bowls over Brown, and it's a charge. The big fella not afraid to take the contact.
Yeah, Brown just plants his feet, McNair right into him. This one's going back to St. Rita. A bucket here will push this back to 10 again.
Around the horn, it's Holmes. Indrasitis wide open, but because of a foul. McNair on the deck again. He has been playing hard in this third quarter, involved in almost everything.
As both offensively, defensively.
The foul is on Morez Johnson. That's his second. Drew King, 6'8" junior forward, checks in. And Jeremiah Purchase, the 6'1" senior guard, checks out. So West going with a bigger lineup. We'll see how it goes. Fears almost lost it. Fears calls for the screen. Slings it to Moore. Triple on the way, too strong. He's been really working on that deep game. What a save by Fears. It's into St. Rita's hands. But not for long. Maybe for longer than we thought. Worthington White across half court. Starting to get a little sloppy.
Yeah. Who wants the ball more? Kind of bounces around.
James Brown throws Jeremiah Fears a look as he bumped into him. These two teams and these players, they all know each other. That's how things are these days, social media, Twitter, Instagram, but especially the AAU circuit. A lot of these players play with each other in the offseason or against each other. So there's history. Offensive foul sends it back with St. Rita. Moving screen. Matthew Moore called there. And that's Moore's third. Something to keep an eye on.
And as you mentioned, Larry, with the summer circuit, you know, you could be teammates for the whole summer. Then you get to the winter and back to being rivals.
All bets are off. Johnson, spin cycle and a poster.
Well, that'll get the Illini players in the front row on their feet.
Things getting a little testy. James Brown looked like he was pointing to something on the floor or looking for something, or he was just calling Joliet West small. One of those things. What a play by Morez Johnson Jr., the loudest play of the game.
We knew it was a matter of time for one of those dunks, and he throws that one down with authority.
Misses the free throw, and Jeremy Fears is fouled on the rebound attempt. Morez Johnson playing with so much confidence. He got that ball, and almost instantaneously, you know what was going to happen.
Turned around and flushed it with the right hand.
One of the hardest things to do in basketball, respond to a poster dunk. Joliet West responds with an offensive foul, and things are starting to fall apart.
And now 10-point game, St. Rita. You could say they're starting to find that momentum.
That's Jeremiah Fears' third foul. Still in the third quarter. St. Rita has led by double digits before, back in the first half. They've got it to 10 again. Brown inside. He gets to the rack and he gets hammered. Speaking on the aggressiveness of both Johnson and Brown, I asked Roshan Russell, I said, what are practices like with these two, knowing that these are two Power 5 talents going up against each other? And he said, yeah, sometimes it's like, should we stop this right here? Yeah. He said, in all reality, it makes them better going up against somebody so similar in terms of height, weight, skill, and talent level. And I'm sure that's pushed Brown and Johnson to new heights. Brown's second free throw goes. He goes 1 for 2. Brown with 11. What's the answer for the Tigers?
Yeah, you got to try to find something. Maybe work the ball inside.
McNair goes inside. Line drive mid-range isn't the answer. Worthington White gallops ahead, and that's double dribble.
I think that's credit to St. Rita's defense, applying that pressure, you know, forcing Joliet West to take some ill-advised shots. And right now, Mustang's in the driver's seat.
Jeremiah Fears face guarded by Jordan Chandler. Fears a deep two. Drano. Fears had his foot inside the line. It's a 2. PA announcer was ready for a 3. Fair enough. Joliet West fans were ready too. Drew King, defense at the rim, works out, but an offensive board. And that's a timeout for Roshan Russell, as Graham Lathan was in some trouble. I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OSF Healthcare, title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. When life gets hectic, you need healthcare. That's easy. You need OSF On-Call Urgent Care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. They offer in-person care or 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics are conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. Joliet West needs to have a sense of urgency here. Trailing by 9, it felt for a little bit like things were starting to get away from them, John, but they're within striking distance, especially with the shooting that they have beyond the arc. But something needs to start falling here before too long. Minute 45 left in the third.
Yeah, you're never out of a game until it's over, but the later you get, we're approaching near the end of the third quarter here, so you got to score and score quick. I mean, they're still within striking distance, like you said, but they got to get something clicking on offense.
Noeus Indrasitis drives inside amongst the trees and finishes. Lead back up to 11. Here's Jeremy Fears, the guy that the Tigers will turn to time and time again this year. Dishes to McNair. A lot of traffic. Knowledge Wright slips through the screen and he traveled. That feels like a wasted opportunity.
So now St. Rita, another chance to continue to add on to this lead.
Worthington White walks it up and directs traffic. St. Rita in no rush. Chandler thought about the perimeter shot. Instead dishes back to Indrasitis. Working against McNair. Shot clock at 10. Indrasitis, an impossible shot, and he's fouled. Noeus Indrasitis. You can probably call him Lithuanian Lightning, something like that. Long list of NBA players who have come from Lithuanian descent. A lot of notable ones. Zadronis Ilgauskas, you remember that one, Joko?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
He is a cheat code in 2K. On those throwback teams, on those LeBron teams, early LeBron teams. He didn't have much help. Big Z was there.
What was it? LeBron, Harrison, Vandershaw, Ilgauskas.
Not much.
LeBron was the team.
Not the case for either of these teams. Indrasitis makes the free throws. He's got 10 points. St. Rita with a 13-point lead.
It's a matter of who's going to be that guy that steps up. Got a lot of different guys that can do it. Joliet West needs to do something quick, though.
Fears knocked to the ground, still kept with the dribble. Impressive in and of itself, but foul on the floor. Sideline out of bounds play upcoming. Jeremy Krieger. Probably a little concerned. Game clock at 30 seconds in the third quarter. Fears to McNair, back to Fears. Shot clock is off. Clock at 20 now. Fears says, let's slow it down. Gets around a screen, gets double teamed. Jaden Martin surveys his own defense. Clock at 8, now 7. Jeremy Fears back with it. Backs down Holmes, baseline J, no. Indrasitis hauls in the rebound, and that's how the third quarter ends. St. Rita maintains a double-digit lead. 8 more minutes to put the finishing touches on a massive season-opening victory, perhaps over Joliet West in a state-ranked matchup. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with OSF Healthcare. Don't let the flu knock down your crew. Get your flu shot now at any OSF Healthcare or OSF On-Call Urgent Care in the Peoria area or around the state of Illinois. Also brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer. New inventories in stock today at every Oftering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises and 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at OfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of fans, players, and coaches at the KBM TOC. 8 minutes on the clock. Thanks for joining us and helping support the KB Strong Foundation. Fighting the fight against glioblastoma in memory of Washington's late great head coach Kevin Brown. St. Rita with a 13-point lead over Joliet West. Coming down the home stretch, Justice McNair is fouled hard in the lane. James Brown was ready to throw that one down on the other end.
It was. Joliet West caught a break there. Retained possession. They got to get something clicking here on offense. Try to climb back into this.
Foul is on James Brown there. Martin passes out. Fears inside. Called for the charge. Almost another razzle-dazzle bucket from Fears, but not meant to be. That's Fears' first foul. Big Jeremy's first. Big Fears, you could call him. Johnson Jr. inside, and he's fouled.
Chance to get up to double figures if you can make 1 or 2 of these free throws.
Jaden Martin called for the foul there, and that's his third, so the foul is starting to rack up for Joliet West. That's 9 team fouls, so St. Rita is going to be in the double bonus starting with the next foul. Morez Johnson pours in the first. He's got 9 points on the day. Got bigger, more athletic over the offseason, but didn't help him on that free throw.
Not at all.
Nothing can probably compare to that feeling in front of a big crowd. Airballed free throw. Fears, mid-range jumper. He'll shoot 2. Fears really, really good at getting to the line. That's one thing that we saw last year when he was a little more undersized, but Fears shot up over the offseason. He's now just about taller than his big brother. Jeremiah now just about 6'2", as is Jeremy. Jeremy Krieger, head coach for Joliet West, said if he gets to his dad's height, his dad's 6'4", it's game over. First free throw goes.
That's always kind of the cool part of watching teams, you know, from last season to this season, how much they develop, they mature and grow. Even, you know, we just watched Metamora the previous game, how much stronger they've gotten. So you watch these players develop and just get better and better each year.
Metamora, 3A state finalists last year. These two teams could be 4A state contenders this year. Indrasitis slices to the bucket, swatted away into the hands of West. Jeremy Fears feeling it inside, backing away from the bucket, couldn't get it, still battling for the board. Brown hauls it in, and it's a timeout. Roshan Russell wants a full timeout. Jeremy Krieger trying to say, hey.
Trying to break up a little scuffle there.
It's starting to get intense. It looked like Jeremiah Fears was arguing with the officials, and Jeremy Krieger said, no, let me take care of it, and now he is really animated. Krieger letting the officials have it. All 3 of them. Far from rage or anything like that, but demonstrating visually.
Trying to plead his case here.
No less, it's a timeout. So the assistants handling that for West. Krieger sent back to the bench. Frustration starting to mount for the Tigers. They've trailed by double digits for much of this second half. Started to get things going at the end of the first half, but then halftime really came at a bad time.
Yeah, it did, and you know, just never got their footing underneath them completely on offense, and right now they're just kind of scrambling to look for some points, anything they can get. Right now in a hole, you only have just under 7 minutes left. Not a whole lot of time to get something going.
12 points, not impossible, but tough, especially against a team to the caliber of St. Rita. Indrasitis triggers it into Worthington White. Full court pressure now for the Tigers. Indrasitis double team. (11 on 11). Fears on Worthington White. Worthington White got this position. Kicks to Morez Johnson. Shot clock at 10. See what Johnson can do. Spins, got some room, and makes the most of it.
Flashing his mid-range game, Johnson, spin move, jump shot just inside the free throw line.
That's something that both Brown and Johnson have really worked on to add to their game. McNair. Ooh, slapped against the backboard, but that's after the whistle.
Still enough force that I think I heard that one on the basket mic pick up a little bit of glass.
Would hate to be a fly on that glass. First free throw from McNair. Toilet bowls in. Got to have these free throws if you're West, and then obviously a good amount more. McNair to cut it to 12. Nothing but net.
6 minutes even on the clock. Worthington White against Jeremiah Fears. Gets by him. Now this is where the shot clock really works in West's favor. St. Rita can't just hold it. Johnson nearly turned it over. Shot clock at 10. Worthington White, teardropper. No, rebound loose. Fears brings it in. Ahead to McNair, 1-on-1 and a foul. Before the shot? No, during the shot.
So a chance to get to the line again.
Could cut it to 10. It's a second foul on Indursitis. First free throw good. Free throws are nice. Some people might say free throws are free. Doesn't exactly look like that in the scorebook though. But one thing for Joliet West is it doesn't take any time off the clock.
Exactly.
Under 5.5 to go, it's a 10-point game. Brown to Indursitis from 14. Too much touch, but have no fear. Morez Johnson is here.
He's quickly up to 14 points now.
Making it look easy in the second half too. Jeremiah Fears, a lot of effort in that jumper, and it's going the other way. John, I think that's probably one of the biggest differences between the first half and the second half. Everything looked strenuous for St. Rita. The second half, things have looked a lot easier for Morez Johnson and James Brown. And it really started with that dunk.
Yeah, that dunk, I think that sparked them, found some momentum after that. And right now, it's just kind of keep Joliet West at bay. But like you said earlier, Larry, they just haven't really had an answer for St. Rita. So no matter what they do offensively, haven't put a stop to what St. Rita throws at them.
Worthington White to the stripe. St. Rita in the double bonus now. First free throw goes down. Five minutes to go. Matthew Moore checks out. Frustrating night for Moore. Worthington White, deep breath. Goes 1 for 2. Johnson, no, that's Brown diving all out off of his fingertips, but incredible effort. Wow.
Big man hitting the deck.
It's gotta hurt. Forearms, anything that hits the ground first. McNair, the runner, goes. First field goal in a while for West. Brings it to 11. And that'll take us to a timeout. And we'll take this timeout. That's a full timeout, so we'll take this timeout to thank all of our 5 sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare. When the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And by the City of Washington, proud to be the host of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. New inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of the TOC. Quick programming note. We've got the Washington High School game coming up after this, but before then, word on the street is Joey Wright will be standing by with Brad Underwood in the studio. Illinois head coach. Stay tuned for that. St. Rita trying to put the finishing touches on a season-opening victory. Looked like West had a transition opportunity there. Good job by Holmes to pick it away. Johnson breaks the press. Down low, almost a poster from Indursitis, but it counts just the same.
And now St. Rita really thinks they could put this one away, but
wow.
Fears doesn't want them to.
10-point ball game. This is far from over. West crowd back to life. Mid-ranger doesn't go. Foul there, and Fears pumps his fist. That one's against Indursitis. Younger Fears to the stripe. And his shooting form, shooting touch, whatever you want to call it, looks better in this second half, especially down the home stretch here.
Yeah, it does. Trying to find his mark, and
broadcaster jinx there maybe. Loose ball foul. Is that another one on Indursitis?
The broadcaster jinx turned into, he's got another opportunity to make a free throw here.
Both teams in the double bonus. Call there is a lane violation, and that allows Fears to make good on that miss. He officially goes 2 for 2. And here comes Joliet West making a final push. They trail by 8, 3:45 to go. And John, this is sort of what happened at the end of that first half. First it was Jeremiah to get going, then Jeremy followed.
Yeah, did they have enough in the tank to get within a few points and potentially tie this one? All it takes is a couple big shots. Larry certainly capable. All I got to do is just step up on defense. But St. Rita right now, they want to just make the little buckets down the line here to try to hold the Tigers off.
Coming up next on Clutch Sports Media, after this premier matchup, we've got another good one. Washington against Moss Point out of Mississippi. Home team, always fun, always a good atmosphere. Joey Wright will call that one with Joko. And then the nightcap, Blytheville, Arkansas against St. Pius out of California. We'll have a full day of programming tomorrow on Thanksgiving Day. Maybe not a full day, but 3 p.m. till 9 p.m. We got games tipping off right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. So if you're West here, John, you're in a bit of a tricky spot. Already 10-team fouls. Both teams in the double bonus. Do you bring the full court press?
I would, and also just to keep applying that defensive pressure in the half court. Let them go against that shot clock, but you know they play in a hurry, so as I'm talking, they almost drill it.
Chandler off the mark. That's another loose ball foul. Fears is drawing them left and right. Artistry there. That's the fourth foul on Indursitis.
I think that's what you do. You just let them keep drawing fouls. You get to the line, maybe try to step in front, take a charge. Seems like St. Rita, even with the lead, they're going to continue to play quick. They don't want to slow it down.
McNair rattles it home. This is the guy that you want at the line if you're West. He's looked automatic in the second half. Really an unsung hero. Had 18 points last night. And an overtime victory over Cardinal Ritter to open the season for West. Tigers making this a ball game. 6-point game. Chandler against Fears. Look at Fears. Chandler slips by him, but not past Drew King. Rebound loose. Here come the Fears brothers. Jeremiah out to McNair. The triple. Over the backboard.
That would have been a really big three. Still within 6 points. And Larry, this game is turning into that game that we thought we would see coming down to the wire. Can Joliet West make another big stop?
Andrositis out there with 4 fouls. He'll walk it up. Picked up by McNair. 3 minutes to go. Andrositis in the lane. Put back no from Johnson. Andrositis again, no. McNair bowled over. West recovers. Jaden Martin wide open in the corner. Thought better of it. West resets. Shot clock at 20. Jeremy Fears faces the double team. Passes out of it. McNair downstairs. No foul, but a lot of contact. Worthington White ahead to Holmes. Off balance. Couldn't get it. Fears. McNair. The lob! Good evening, Drew King.
Drew King goes up and gets that one, and that's the spark they needed.
Andrositis hacked on the other end. Down hard. Joliet West, a lot of the offseason attention went to Matthew Moore, but can't forget about Drew King. Coach Krieger said that Drew King is the guy that really gives them legitimacy underneath, where you can have a guy to sub out with Matthew Moore or play them both at the same time and really throw something complex at opposing teams.
Well, the nice thing is the size. Matthew Moore at 6'9", you sub him out, you get 1 less inch at 6'8", Drew King. So 2 players down low that you're really not losing much, and when you add them together, like you said, Larry, you got the Twin Towers down there.
Andrositis goes 2 for 2. A quieter but equal response. 6-point lead again. Fears to the rack. No fear.
What a take.
Challenged James Brown and won. Martin with the defensive effort. Out off of St. Rita. Rather, it'll stay with St. Rita. Critical defensive possession for West. Morez Johnson fading away. No. Fears off to the races. He slows it down. Jeremiah short. Good board from Andrositis, but he lost it. Jeremy Fears in the corner. West down by 4 to the rack. Almost blocked. McNair right back at it. No foul. That time a whistle.
They're just battling down there in the post.
Again, every foul will send somebody to the line for both teams.
It's going to put McNair there.
McNair to cut it to a 1-possession game. Yes. Amari Edwards, 5'8" sophomore in. Deshaun Holmes 6'4" senior out. To make it a 2-point game, you bet. Timeout, Joliet West. Listen to these fans.
They are right here. They battled their way back, and now this game could go either way. But you have to think the momentum has been with West.
Take a quick moment to thank our title sponsor, OSF, for all they've done for the tournament. OSF Healthcare. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. St. Rita 55, Joliet West 53. Timeout, Joliet West. It'll be St. Rita ball out of the timeout. West has surged back from down by as many as 14. West out of the huddle. Think they go back to the press or try and sit back?
They'll probably go back to the press a little bit. Just want to make sure they don't break it, get something wide open. Looks like they are gonna send their defenders down there. Just make sure you sag back if you're Joliet West.
Edwards across half court, poked away. Fears slips by. We're tied.
What a head fake. Gets Johnson to jump, keeps his feet planted, puts it right in.
Brown inside, and a foul. West fans looking for a travel. Little too much contact before the move. Fouls on Martin, that's his fourth. Fears waves at the student section. Listen to this crowd.
Now the ref's telling Fears not to pump up the crowd. It is loud.
Brown puts St. Rita back in front. Fears with it. Hasn't had the best game, but he's risen to the occasion here at the end. Fears sees an opening. He'll go to the line.
When he sees that window of opportunity, he's going to take it. Saw that hole right in the lane, cuts in almost the reverse. James Brown bumps him. He's going to go to the line. Great free throw shooter. Chance to knock down two and give the Tigers the lead. I mean, this was a game where it looked like Joliet West was trying to work their way back into it, just looking for something positive. Now, coming down to the wire.
4 fouls now on James Brown. Fears to tie it back up. Fears up to 14 points. Had 18 last night, and he fouled out. For the lead. He got it. Full court press. Inbound to Brown. Back to Indrasitis. 4-second difference between shot and game clock, and a timeout taken by St. Rita. John, you mentioned it a few moments ago. This is the game that we thought it would be. What a comeback by Joliet West, regardless of the result here in the final handful of seconds.
Yeah, it certainly lived up to every bit of the hype. And right now, St. Rita a chance to get this lead back. Joliet West has to come up with a really good defensive scheme here. And Larry, that kind of poses the question, if you're St. Rita, got so many different scoring options. But Morez, Johnson, James Brown, I would give it to one of my big guys down low, let him try to work.
They've been the most dominant, especially in the second half, but down the stretch they've slowed down. Jeremy Krieger still coaching up his team in the West huddle. Both teams out of their huddles. Incredible atmosphere. Ball inbounded to Johnson through a triple team, no! And a whistle after the rebound.
Wow. How about the defense though on Johnson? Joliet West now a chance to extend their lead. James Brown, that's his 5th foul.
James Brown's day is done after 12 points. Joliet West slowed him down in the first half. In the third quarter, he started to get going, but then they slowed him down again.
We saw that similar to last night's game in Joliet West win over Cardinal Ritter, where Jeremy Fears fouled out. You know, now James Brown for St. Rita. You lose one of your best players, next man up. And these are big free throws for Joliet West.
Jaden Martin could make it a 3-point game. He'll have 2, no matter what. Both teams in the double bonus. An epic early season matchup coming right down to it. Jeremy Krieger signals to the crowd. Quiet down. The first. Has the touch. As Joliet West held its collective breath. Jaden Martin, the senior. Two for 2. 3-point game. Shot clock is off. Rita has its shooters out there. Indrasitis, short. Jeremiah Fears the board, and he's fouled. These are the moments why Jeremy Fears came back to Joliet West to play with his little brother. And you can see the joy right there.
Yeah, big moment here for the sophomore. Try to put this game away.
First free throw goes. It's a 2-possession game. Fears second, makes it 5. Timeout West.
And they know how big that is if they can secure this win. Taking down a power like St. Rita. St. Rita got to get some shots off quick. Maybe look for a 3 right out of this timeout.
So 19.8 seconds left, John. That's enough time, but a lot of things have to go St. Rita's way.
Yeah, they certainly do. And just touched on that, Larry. I come out of here, take a 3. It doesn't hurt. But if you're going to go down for a 2, you got to get something quick and then foul. 19.8.
You're in trouble when you say you don't need a 3. Don't need a 3. Holmes, triple, too strong. Jeremy Fears the board. He's fouled. Look at the emotion.
And that's going to put this one away.
Fears headed to the line. He's got 17. The first one's good. Jeremiah, his younger brother, with more fist pumps than Tiger Woods tonight. Constant clenched fist. Fears can't get the second. Andrositis wraps it up. Fears! The exclamation point! What a comeback win from West.
That's one way to seal the deal. Oh my goodness. I think they wanted to come out and make a statement. How about lob off the backboard to Moore for the hammer?
The atmosphere, the talent, and the comeback closes it out for Joliet West after they were down by 14 in the 4th. And once again, it's the Fears brothers back at it again together. Jeremiah Fears is going to have the post-game interview with Gavin Russell. But first, he's mobbed by the student section. Not much you can do about that if you're Gavin Russell.
Standing right in the midst of it.
We'll hear from Jeremiah in a moment. Incredible game from the youngster. 17 points. Matching his older brother's 17 points. Gavin Russell standing by with the younger Fears. Jeremiah and Gavin, take it away.
Post game with Jeremiah Fears. That's a big win, Jeremiah. Come from behind. Got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, definitely. We were excited for them. We came out. They was talking, so we had to show what's up.
A lot of energy. You see this big crowd behind you. What'd they do for you tonight?
They really helped us because at moments they were up, and then the crowd just gave us the extra energy we needed to beat them.
How does this big stage help your team? It gives you a lot of experience.
This big stage helps us so, towards the end of the season, we can be prepared and we know what it's like to play a top opponent in the state.
What do you say to everybody looking at Joliet West this year? Where are you guys going?
We're going to state, baby.
Going to state. Jeremiah Fears, thanks for the time. Send it back to the booth.
You could see the smile on his face, John. He's pumped.
Oh, yeah. His sophomore campaign, freshman year, didn't have his brother there with him. Now that Jeremy's back, how about that spark? You could just tell how excited they are to play with each other. And I love that play right at the end, Larry, as Jeremy Fears looks back at the clock, sees how much time if he has enough time to lob that, throws it right off the backboard to Matthew Moore. And that's one way to just make your mark. Like you said earlier, Michael O'Brien had him 2 and 3 in the state. Well, they can make a case for 1 now.
Might be flip-flopped. What a win from Joliet West. Word for our sponsors before we send it to the studio. OSF Healthcare around the Peoria area and around the state of Illinois. We're actually going to send it down to Brad Underwood. Joey Wright standing by with Brad Underwood in our Uftring Tournament Central. Joey Wright, take it away.
Crazy scene inside Torrey Gym as Joliet West takes down St. Rita. Thanks, guys. Joey Wright with Illinois Fighting Illini men's basketball head coach Brad Underwood in Uftring Tournament Central. And Coach, to be here with the team, front and center, in such a raucous atmosphere, take me inside that. What's that like to get away from Champaign for a night?
Well, I've said it many times, Illinois's got the best high school basketball in the country, and these holiday tournaments are a big part of that. And tonight we're in Washington. It was a tremendous atmosphere, packed house, a lot of great players on the court, and it was really fun for our players who drove over on their own to be to lay witness to what is some of the best high school basketball in the country.
To be in this area specifically, Washington, just a stone's throw away from Peoria. It's a town, a city that's meant so much to the Fighting Illini program over the years. Take me inside Peoria's roots and just what the Peoria basketball scene has meant to Illinois basketball.
Well, it's been a lifeblood. It has been a lifeline, It's been something that a lot of great players, some of the best players in this state have come out of Peoria, and not just Peoria, Central Illinois. There's been numerous players. So, like I said, it's when you represent the University of Illinois and the state school, we want to keep our best talent at home. Peoria's had its fair share. We'll continue to, and we're just excited that we could be here tonight and be a part of on a Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, be a part of some really special high school basketball.
To be here tonight at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, so named for the late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach. Did you know Coach Brown? Did you guys have any experiences together in your time?
I knew. I spent a long time at Western Illinois University, and then our sports information director, Derek Burson, and Coach Brown were really, really close. And just through acquaintances and conversation, the coaching fraternity, and his impact on this community, his impact on this high school program, and then to have the honor of having the tournament in his honor is something very special.
Let you get on the road back to Champaign, but first, a lot of Illinois fans in here, excited for a big one against Lindenwood on Friday. Where's the team at right now? 4-1, tough non-conference slate. You guys have handled it well so far.
Yeah, it's really simple for us. Get better every day. And we came back from Vegas. We did some good things. We lost a tough one down the stretch to Virginia. So we've got to continue to grow. They don't get any easier. Lindenwood is a heck of a program, transitioning from the Division II ranks to Division I. And then it's Syracuse, Maryland, Texas, and Penn State, all back to back to back. And we got to get better. That's all we're trying to do. And if we can do that, some of these young guys are growing up, and I'm excited about this group.
I believe that'll be the first time Syracuse has played in Champaign, right?
I did not know that. I know Coach Boeheim, and we've played a little golf together. So I hope he doesn't enjoy his trip. But it's exciting times and great opponent. He's one of the all-time winningest coaches ever, and we'll have our hands full and have to play well.
For sure. Well, Coach, appreciate the time. I know you got to get back to Champaign. Long day ahead, long day today, but appreciate you making some time and joining us here in the studio.
My pleasure, and great to be in Washington.
Absolutely. That's Illinois Fighting Illini men's basketball head coach Brad Underwood. We will keep it right here. Brad, you can step out and head out.
Thank you.
We'll welcome in Gavin Russell to the studio. Appreciate Coach Underwood's time. St. Rita and Joliet West playing a great game. Gavin Russell's going to come in here. And, Gavin, you were on the floor, talked to Jeremiah Fears post-game. I know a lot of interest around the Fears brothers here and so many great players for St. Rita. It was a great game. Joliet West had to fight and claw to this one.
That was an amazing game and a great atmosphere. I'm standing in just the quarter of this gym, probably 3,000 to 4,000 people in there, if not more. Electric atmosphere. That student section from Joliet West was second to none. They were going wild. They celebrated on the court. Talked to Jeremiah a little bit if you didn't catch that interview. It wasn't too long, but in short, he said they're going to state. Their energy is contagious, and they are ready to play some good basketball. So Joliet West is going to be a fun program this year.
The time is now. They've got a Michigan State commit in Jeremiah, being looked at by a lot of big-time programs. And, Gavin, we got a big one here. Washington, tournament host. A lot of that crowd's going to stick around. Some will depart. Maybe it'll get a little cooler in the gym. It's pretty warm in there. But
I doubt
it's
it.
not going to get much cooler. There are going to be a lot of folks sticking around to see the Panthers play.
And there's a big student contingent there from Washington. Looks like they're bringing a gray out or something tonight, but they are bringing a big contingent. It's going to be an excellent game. Moss Point is a very good team. I think that it's going to be kind of a toe-to-toe matchup. And Washington proved last night when they played Lincoln Park, they're the real deal. You know, they are going to defend the home floor. They're going to defend the den, I guess you could say. And the Panthers are going to go after it tonight, so don't want to miss that one.
Moss Point out of Mississippi. They've made the trip, one of a couple of schools from beyond the Midwest here. They've come in from Texas, Florida, California, Mississippi, all corners of the country. We'll see Blytheville, Arkansas later tonight, too.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a great evening here. 2 great games to cap things off at the TOC. Gavin, I got to run. I got to get back up to the booth and call this next game. So I'll leave it to you to take care of our viewers and let them know what's coming up.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
Take it away, Gavin.
Joey Wright will be on the call for Moss Point and for Washington coming up in the next game here. Just a few minutes. No worries. Catch that one here pretty soon. We'll keep it right here, though. Again, you just caught an amazing game. Joliet West took on St. Rita in an epic thriller. Came down to the very last play. Joliet West coming from behind. That game was dominated largely by Chicago St. Rita. Chicago St. Rita, of course, the Twin Towers, I guess you could call them. Morez Johnson Jr. and James Brown both were outstanding in this game, but not quite enough to overcome the Fears brothers. Justice McNair had a very good game as well. I believe he was well into double figures. I think he had 17, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But Justice McNair, the Fears brothers, got it done for Joliet West in an excellent matchup. Again, 2 more games tonight. We've got action Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here at the KBM TOC. It's kind of a long acronym or long lettering there, but no doubt an excellent tournament. It's been fantastic so far. Not a lot of cell signal here in the gym, so it's hard to keep up on some of these other scores and things going throughout many of the other tournaments, but really all you need is right here. The excellent basketball. You can catch it all here on Clutch Sports Media. We've had it throughout the week. You can go back and rewatch our broadcast. That's the great feature, to be able to go back, rewatch anything on demand, including these interviews. If you just tuned in right now, you just missed Brad Underwood. Yes, the Brad Underwood of the Illinois Fighting Illini is in here with our own Joey Wright talking for a few minutes. And go back and rewatch that one. Just scroll back there on your YouTube, catch that interview. For now, we're going to keep it here just for a few more minutes. Joey Wright and company get set up in the booth for Moss Point and Washington. Many players standing out here, and that's definitely something very, very cool to see. It's excellent to see so many of the Illinois players coming to support the Illini commit Morez Johnson Jr. Is Larry Larson going to come join me? Oh, man, I feel honored. And you were just on the call for this Joliet West game.
That was okay, wasn't it?
Else. That was something I'm saying, got done talking about how electric that atmosphere was, standing next to that student section, talking to Jeremiah Fears after the game, but just your perspective overseeing the whole gym, I mean, how was that?
Well, I think the biggest thing for me was that my voice is a little hoarse after that.
I believe it.
The crowd really had an effect.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the beauty of high school basketball, right? It's a small gym, arena, whatever you want to call it. Every person can have an impact on the court and also off the court. Joliet West brought people from 2.5 hours away to watch a game in November that really felt like a game in March.
Yeah.
So that was my biggest takeaway. St. Rita really good, but Joliet West is going to be a serious threat this year. I think the biggest question going from the first half into the second half was whether or not West could find a way to continue to slow down Morez Johnson and James Brown, because they did it in the first half.
Yeah.
Then the third quarter they got going, and everybody started thinking, okay, it's probably over. And then West really turned on the Jets and frustrated them down the stretch. I think that says a lot about West, because there was no question about the perimeter. A few questions about the inside, but those are off the table now.
No, certainly are. And one thing from my perspective, it was a very physical game.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you could tell as well from sitting up in the booth. They were letting them play quite a bit, and I think in a situation like this, you almost have to. You get those ticky-tack fouls and things. That's not great basketball. I think it made for more exciting action just letting them play.
Oh, definitely. And in an environment like that, if you blow the whistle too much, it becomes unbearable. So officials have done a great job all day, especially in that game. I was a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah. Some great talent on the floor. Brad Underwood was here again. Joey Wright sat down with him in an excellent interview.
Keeping the seat warm, I see.
Keeping the seat warm indeed, but he had to head back to Champaign. He said they got practice tomorrow morning, so got to get the rest. We get no rest here at Clutch Sports Media because
Thanksgiving tomorrow though, 3 p.m. start. That'll be nice.
Hopefully, I'm awake before 1. We'll see how long I sleep.
Fingers crossed.
For sure. We've got another great one coming up. Washington. I know you weren't here for that Washington game last night, but they beat Lincoln Park.
Yeah.
And they showed that. Again, they may not have all the big-name guys, but they're going to be scrappy. They're going to defend the home floor.
Yeah, they are. And they're going to shoot the ball. They're going to shoot the lights out.
Like a Brewer.
I think that was kind of the biggest takeaway from yesterday is, of course, they call the three-pointer the great equalizer.
Yeah.
And it was yesterday for Washington. Lincoln Park, also a team that maybe is a little undersized, doesn't have a ton of size, but a big win for Washington on their home floor. Big crowd again tonight. Eric Schermerhorn will have the boys ready.
Talk about the crowd having an effect. That student section is piling up in the Panther Den over there.
Oh, yeah. That's probably the favorite part of the TOC. One of them, at least for me, is just the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Obviously, all the crowds for all the big games, but just the Washington games kind of reminding you of, this is a Central Illinois school that's putting all this together. It's a lot of fun.
For sure, Larry. Well, it's been great so far here at the TOC. We'll keep it here for a few more minutes. Joey Wright, I believe John Camosa on the call with them in the next game. Yeah. Joey and Joe Coes will call him on the call for the next matchup. It's pretty cool seeing some of those Illini players as well, Larry. I mean, you had Coleman Hawkins in the house, Look Goody, among others. I mean, I know they've got Morez Johnson committed, but I think they want James Brown too.
You think?
I think. I definitely think
that tandem, another handful of years with those fellas before they would probably go on to play pro. I mean, that'd be pretty nice. And hey, like Coach Underwood said, we got to keep our best in the state of Illinois, and that's what he's looking for. And I'm sure that had a little bit to do with them, coming to watch a good game.
Yeah. Big Ten talent out here. We've got Iowa commits from Moline. Of course, we've got the Illinois commits. So if you're a Big Ten fan, you're pretty much seeing the future of the conference coming together right here, which is huge.
Yes. Then again, at this rate, the Big Ten's going to be half the country.
Yeah.
Maybe by like 2030. But that's a great point. Big Ten basketball, a lot of great tradition. It's like this, Midwestern fans, a lot of great people, a lot of great tradition. It's a lot of fun.
We've got some great games coming up, as you mentioned. Shorter day tomorrow because of Thanksgiving, so it'll start a little bit later. Friday and Saturday, though, is all-day action. Many great games. Booker T. Washington, Metamora, that's one that comes to mind. I imagine that's going to be a pretty full house also.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, even at 9 p.m.,
the
Metamora fans are going to come out. That'll be our game of the day tomorrow. We haven't really officially branded games of the day. Not tomorrow. That's Friday, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think Metamora is playing tomorrow. It all blends together.
Yes.
A lot of basketball, 36 games in 5 days. Incredible what's being done. A lot of people working hard.
So many people, and there's so many people that have helped us put all this together. Roger Holzhauer, Brian Tibbs, they were very instrumental in helping get Brad Underwood here to the studio. Again, he had a big following for some reason. I wonder why.
Yeah.
But they helped to get him into the studios before he headed out. And I look across, of course, our viewers can't see, but there's a line still incredibly long, backed up throughout the gate area that they have to sign with these players. And again, that just tells you how special, especially Illinois getting back to being better at basketball, really getting back into that community. It's really touching people all across Central Illinois.
It really is, to provide these people an opportunity to interact with these guys they see on TV all the time, and then the stars of the future.
Yeah.
It's one thing to see these guys that they see on TV now, but I think especially this Washington community in Central Illinois, they've become accustomed to seeing these guys play in Washington, and then in maybe 3 or 4 years see them on the big TV.
Yeah.
So that's another fun factor.
For sure. I'm going to throw you one curveball real quick before we get off. We've got
a
couple minutes left. Favorite thing that you've eaten in the hospitality room so far?
Oh, man.
Kurt
A lot of
curveball.
good
I told
stuff. I spilled the green beans all over my pants. That was tough. You know, really
Wow.
made a mess. They were really good, though. You know, you got to
Did
eat
you
your
eat
veggies.
the spilled green beans, or did you eat it differently?
No. So
Okay.
I had finished my green beans.
Okay.
And then I was getting up to actually come to the studio with Joey and wah-wah
Man.
all over the place. But pulled pork.
Pulled pork.
Pulled
Good
pork.
stuff. Brick House.
Yep, can't go wrong.
They cannot go wrong. They've had some great restaurants here, City of Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Keps has done a phenomenal job, Brick House. And, of course, big shout-out to all of our people helping us out in the hospitality room, the concession stand. They've done a fantastic job this week.
They have. They always do, and they always will. We know that we're going to be taken care of. You know, we're
Yes.
missing family Thanksgiving, but it'll be all right in the end. We've got some good food here. Maybe not as good as Mom's home cooking, you know, but it's good.
It's different. It's not really
Different.
comparable.
It's different, but
pulled pork and turkey isn't
nice and
quite
filled
the
up.
same. As long as you get filled up, that's all right. All right, that's going to do it for here in the studio for Larry Larson, Gavin Russell. We're going to send it to John Camosa and Joey Wright to call for Moss Point and Washington.
Thank you, John. Rather, thank you, Larry. And thank you, Gavin. I'm Joey Wright with John Camosa. That's where that comes from. And welcome back to the booth. Clutch Sports Media ready to roll. Game 8 of 9 on a busy Wednesday evening. The host, Washington Panthers, taking on the Tigers of Moss Point. They've made the trip all the way up from Mississippi. And it's going to be a good one, good competition for the Panthers to see in their second game of the season. Panthers a winner last night in their first time out. Washington taking on Lincoln Park. And John, this is going to be a tough matchup for both teams. Going to learn a lot about the Tigers in their first game here at the tournament. And as I said, Washington in game 2.
Yeah, Washington yesterday against Lincoln Park. And, you know, before the game started, you look up and down the roster, Lincoln Park has a little bit more size than Washington. Washington has 3 players in the starting lineup that are under 6 feet tall, standing at about 5'10". But the determination from Washington, the grit, the defense, that's what won them the game yesterday. Lincoln Park had a couple opportunities inside. They missed some free throws late, and that was a really big statement win for Washington. First game of the year here at home, and it's always nice to win one at the TOC in front of your student section.
Washington all-time in their 17th Tournament of Champions, 33-27 after last night's win. Moss Point up here for the first time. For the Tigers, player we'll be keeping an eye on, named to the 30 intriguing players list here at this tournament. It's Kendrick Osby. For the Tigers, he's a 6'8 senior, one of a couple of seniors on this Moss Point roster. We'll start with Osby and then transition. There's a couple seniors, but a lot of sophomores and freshmen on a very young Moss Point team.
Yeah, I think it's a team that's well balanced. Obviously, Osby is the player to watch, but we've had teams all throughout the tournament that you get guys to watch, and if there's defense that limits some of those players, other players have to step up. And I think this is a well-balanced Moss Point team. But coming in here, Washington a chance to get another really big win if they can lock down Moss Point. That's a tall task, obviously, but see if the Panthers are fired up in this late game.
The Tigers have 5 upperclassmen, 3 seniors, 2 juniors. The Washington Panthers have a pretty good senior core. Jake Stewart and Micah Brewer, 2 senior guards, were key last night in their win over Lincoln Park.
Yeah, they were, and you know, I think with Washington, they lost some players from last season, Isaac Mapson, Drew Lewis, but you look at those key guys who were part of that rotation that stepped up, Jake Stewart, Micah Brewer, you know, Braden Vanderhyde filling a big role too. And I think it's just the younger guys kind of filling in some of those roles and stepping up, learning from some of the veterans like Brewer and Stewart. And yesterday, Washington looked really good. They almost look like a team that's been playing a couple months already.
They've forged some chemistry under the direction of Eric Schermerhorn, now in his 3rd full season. There's a lot of Kevin Brown visible in these Washington Panthers. Moss Point Tigers are being introduced. They'll wear their home white uniforms tonight in this, their first game at the TOC, penultimate game of day 2. And their starting lineup looks like this. It'll be Javaris Johnson, 5'10 senior wearing number 5, joined by a sophomore in Quayshawn Taylor. He stands at 6'4". He'll wear number 10. Number 21, Kendrick Osby. We mentioned him, a 6'8 senior, 21 in white tonight. Pairing with number 23, Jaquez Massey, I should say, a senior. Stands at 6'4". He'll wear 23. And rounding out their lineup, a sophomore, the 6-foot Alejandro Montalvo, number 24. The Washington Panthers going to roll out the same starting lineup they did last night. A pair of 5'10 senior guards, Jake Stewart and Micah Brewer, 3 and 5. Gabe Patterson is a 5'10 junior, so 3 players at 5'10 in the Panthers lineup. Jamari White is a 6'3 senior. Patterson, number 14, White, number 20. And number 40 is going to be Brayton Vanderheit, a 6'3 junior. So if you're in the Panthers starting lineup, you're either 5'10 or 6'3. Moss Point's going to win the size battle tonight. Washington's a very small team.
Yeah, and that was kind of how it was yesterday. Lincoln Park obviously had a lot more size. Washington didn't let that kind of phase them at all, where they still were able to lock down some of their bigs in the paint. And I think same thing can kind of be said about tonight. Washington's going to try to keep Osby and some of those taller players outside of the post. If there's one thing about Washington, Joey, through any season, they're always going to be coached up on defense. They showed that again yesterday. They're going to try to show that again tonight.
They absolutely will. Pretty good crowd on hand here at the Torrey Gym. Washington student section going with a gray out theme. Last night's theme was white out. And trends continue. Their Friday game will be a blackout, if I had to guess, or maybe an orange out.
Could be an orange out, yeah. I'd like to take either one of those. Could be.
I don't know how they coordinate so well. It was a wall of white last night and a tough environment for Moss Point to play in. Number of fans have stuck around from Joliet West and St. Rita. That was a good one that led into this. A good one to follow. Moss Point won the tip-off, but it tips out of bounds. And the Tigers will start out with it. Unconventional start.
See what Moss Point can do on their first possession.
Tigers will slow it down a little. It's Javaris Johnson, guarded by Jake Stewart. Now Micah Brewer plays defense, and a charge. Montalvo a little too eager as he cut to the basket.
Took a lot of charges yesterday, too. Washington not afraid to hit the deck.
7:40 for the first quarter, just underway here in Washington. And Brewer's pass to Stewart kicks off the foot of Montalvo. So Patterson comes in, head coach of the Moss Point Tigers, by the way, Daryl Osby. Brewer gets a pick from Vanderheit. Patterson finding White. White looks for the baseline, gets blocked down low. Taylor steps up and sends him back. Here's a drive. Taylor. Still no score here, nearly a minute into the game. Stewart cuts, gets fouled, and 2 free throws coming up for Jake Stewart. Stewart, an impact player for the Panthers. Was the quarterback for the Panthers football team. Talked a lot about him last night. Off the back of the iron. And we'll have our first sub of the game coming in as Kevon Ford, pardon me. And Stewart 0 of 2 at the line. Not what you want in your point guard.
No, not at all.
Seen free throws be a bit of a struggle for a couple of teams here at the TOC this week. First couple games of the season for these teams, still feeling each other out. We've seen, in spite of that, some great games. And this week. And a great basket from Osby, who puts the Tigers on the board and puts either side on the board.
One of those players to watch that we mentioned.
Off the back of the iron. Brewer doesn't have that. Stewart passes up a three. White will take it and connects. Jabari White. Crowd loves it, and Washington leads for the first time tonight. Of course, that's their first basket, so that stands to reason and a travel. As Quayshawn Taylor a little, again, too excited.
Yeah, Washington using that defensive pressure, kind of disrupting them. Another turnover for the Tigers.
Here's Brewer. Cut off on the baseline. Popped back out, and Vanderhyde finds Brewer. Brewer shades to the right. Fireball down low to Patterson. Panthers getting deep in the shot clock. It's at 10. Vanderhyde, no good. The shot clock, the story of the TOC from an on-court standpoint. Washington played with it last night. They've had a chance to practice with it as well. Moss Point, not quite sure what the rules are in Mississippi.
I know all states have it. Some states already have a shot clock, others don't. I actually like it, Joey. I know we talked about that.
I do as well. Speeds up play. A lot of teams here at the tournament will go quicker than 35 seconds. That's what the clock is. It's at 5 as it resets on the miss.
Well, Brewer here, he pulled the trigger a lot yesterday, hitting those deep threes, tries to do it again.
He's going to get the loose ball. A lot of teams will go quicker than 35, but it does come into play late in games when it forces teams to keep playing, even if they're up by a slim margin. Patterson for three.
They're very spread out on this Washington roster. You got Patterson, Stewart, Brewer, White. Everybody can shoot the three ball in this starting five.
Still filling out the Tigers. Their offense a little bit slower as the shot clock at 15 seconds. Here's a kick out. Kevon Ford passing and finding Johnson. Johnson doesn't have the three. Patterson has the rebound. And Jake Stewart pulls up a three. Foul on the rebound. Halfway through a quick moving first quarter, trigger man Javaris Johnson, the senior. Moss Point has a pretty impressive pedigree of NBA players, Devin and Melvin Booker, as well as Isaiah Cannon, all calling Moss Point home. Per the program, Tony Sipp, MLB player and former CEO of Coca-Cola, John Brock, also from Moss Point, Mississippi, and Moss Point High School.
Pretty notable alum.
Washington can boast the likes of Alec Peters and Colton Underwood. Three on the way. Leaving that one a bit short is Ford. Panthers get out and run. Here's Andre Lewis. Lewis to Landon Shelton. Drive from Vanderhyde underneath, and a foul is called. And I think they'll whistle that one on Quayshawn Taylor. And Braden Vanderhyde, who comes from an athletic family, a basketball family, is at the line for 2 free throws.
I think we called Vanderhyde's name enough. His older brother, Devin. Had some highlight reel plays. A couple of games here at Torrey Gymnasium.
Vanderhyde was a key player for these Washington Panthers. Now plays college ball at Lewis University. Andre Lewis on the court as well. His brother Drew graduated last year, playing at Minnesota State. There's a three, grazes the rim, and Brewer hauls it in. Brewer to Lewis. Lewis from the top of the key. Looked like it might have had a chance to bounce in. Brewer again the back of the iron and another offensive rebound. Micah Brewer will slow it down. And he'll pull up a three that falls. Micah Brewer takes the lid off the basket. 9-2 run for Washington to start the game, as you see on the bottom of your screen.
Brewer had 23 points yesterday in their win. Trying to add some more onto that tonight.
Here's Osby. Osby guarded by Lewis. Nearly lost it. Gets blocked. It was tipped. Lewis to the corner and Brewer. Passes up the three. Here's Vanderhyde. Wanted it. Now finds Jackson. Back to Vanderhyde. Mid-range. No. And Osby will push ahead for the Tigers. Osby doesn't get it. Foul called. That'll be a charge. Jackson nearly landed on Vanderhyde. Everyone's all good, and Washington gonna bring a starter and Jake Lewis back in, or Jake Stewart back in for Andre Lewis. And there's that physicality the Panthers can bring to the table.
Yeah, they just get back, they get set, plant their feet, take those charges. Washington, they know they can win a lot of games on the defensive end.
Washington leaving that a little bit short. A moment ago you saw Eric Schermerhorn, longtime assistant under the late Kevin Brown, now in his third full season at the helm of the Washington program. Fourth full season, that would be, pardon me. Took the helm full time in 1920. Of course, that feels like forever ago, the pandemic in the middle breaking it up, but the Panthers have had some really good teams. Schermerhorn's second team that played the abbreviated spring 2021 season, 17-1. Their lone loss was to Peoria Notre Dame, the only non-conference game they played that year. Longtime friends, Eric Schermerhorn and Tom Locker, and that was an era that continues to this day, but that was back when Peoria Notre Dame had some real talent on the roster, and they've still got some real talent. I shouldn't say they've petered off any. And a three falls from Osby.
Yeah, the likes of Connor Dillon and Declan Dillon, Noah Reynolds, Nelson Reynolds. Cooper Koch will be an exciting player to watch this season.
Iowa commit. Going to key the Irish. Irish have a lot of great pieces. Tom Locker's program is going to be really good, but it says a lot about that spring 2021 PND team that they were the only team to hand Washington a loss. Washington had little problem in the Mid-Illini Conference. Three falls for Johnson. And just like that, Moss Point has made it a one-point game. Johnson's on the scoreboard for the first time. Quick moving first quarter. We're almost to the end with no real stoppages. Couple of dead balls, couple of fouls, but no timeouts. One's just short from Jawan Nettles. That one won't go from Osby. Pardon me, Landon Shelton finally cleans it up. End of a long day, John. Forgive me.
He's still got one game after this, but it has been a long day here early.
Great day of basketball. Moss Point trying to end a short quarter with points. Open three. No, it's going to be nothing. I don't think Moss Point realized how much time was left. Quayshawn Taylor cuts to the basket and dribbles it out, and that is how the first quarter comes to an end. Washington, a slim lead, 11-8 after the first quarter of play. We'll take a break for a word for our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, title sponsor of this year's tournament. Pardon me, John. OSF Healthcare, when they open their new cancer institute in Peoria in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. Diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. There's plenty to do in Washington while you're here for the TOC. New inventory is in stock today at every Upspring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and this year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upspringautogroup.com. Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC. Back underway in Washington, here's Gabe Patterson. Washington leading by 3. Quick moving game. Glad you're with us as we move through the second of 5 days of the Tournament of Champions. 3 from Jake Stewart.
How about another great kick out? Stewart buries it, nothing but net.
Jake Stewart, 3 is a fitting number for him because he can make it rain from beyond the arc.
It is.
Panthers have had a number of great shooters come through this program in recent years. And even farther beyond Clutch Sports Media's existence, John. I know you've had a chance to see a lot of good Washington teams being from the area, but just in the couple years Clutch Sports Media has been covering Panther basketball. Ethan Mounts, Andrew Coker, Drew Lewis could step out and knock him down. Isaac Mapson. Not so much Isaac Mapson, he was better in the post.
I mean, just look at who went through the TOC in the early years as well. You mentioned him, Alec Peters, Matt Roth, Derricka Sims Edwards was a really good player at Washington. So there's been some star-studded three-point shooters.
Panthers can make it rain. They lead by 8. Quick word for the presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, OSF Healthcare. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get the flu shot with your OSF Healthcare provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. Had a chance to catch up with OSF Media Relations Supervisor Shelly Dankoff before the St. Rita game. A lot of good coming from OSF Healthcare in the Peoria community. The new cancer center we talked about a little bit ago, that is going to be a game changer for cancer research in Central Illinois. Research and treatment.
Sure will, and moving forward, so many good things have unfolded for this tournament. Research, just the foundation in a whole.
Tournament of Champions, so named for the late Kevin Brown, longtime Washington Panthers boys basketball head coach. Fought a battle with glioblastoma, a form of brain cancer that's very aggressive. The prognosis for glioblastoma, frankly, is not good. And Kevin Brown, diagnosed in 2018, passed away the following year. A tournament in the fall of 2019. When it came around, renamed in his honor, and since then the KB Strong Foundation that bears his name has done a lot of great stuff fundraising-wise and awareness-wise for shedding some light on the disease, how it works and who it can affect, and it can affect anyone. Doesn't matter how strong you are physically, how great shape you're in, what you do. It's a scary disease, and the Tournament of Champions has really rallied behind the cause to make people better aware and raise a lot of money over the last few years.
Yeah, it's been positive, and you see the impact that he's left and how many great people are contributing to this tournament. We've talked to some great people this afternoon, some interviews. His wife, Jody Brown. Just a really special thing that happens on Thanksgiving week.
Tournament has been a staple of Washington for the last 15 years or so. In its infancy, it was held at the Robinson Memorial Fieldhouse on Bradley's campus. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away in Peoria. Moved to Washington early on. It's been here ever since. And here's Drew Lewis in transition. Andre Lewis, I should say. I've got to get used to calling out his brother, and Andre Lewis. Fast break score. They wear the same number, and both have pretty good games.
They do. Both extremely talented.
Lost Point has some talent as well. That mid-ranger just wouldn't fall, and a jump ball called. First jump ball we've seen. The center of all that is Brewer. St. Rita departing. Tough loss for the Mustangs. Controlled that game, led at halftime. Joliet West clawed back into it, and John, you were in the gym for that one on the call with Larry. Joliet West, they find a way. They haven't won pretty necessarily this week. Overtime win against Cardinal Ritter last night, but whether it was close or a blowout, it doesn't matter as there's a scrum at midcourt. Talk about not pretty, that was pretty physical play.
They're able to battle back, and Joliet West found a way. The Fears brothers get the job done.
Up next, by the way, it'll be Blytheville, Arkansas, the Blytheville Chickasaws, and St. Matthias Academy out of Downey, California. Again, coming up next on ClubSportsIL.com. Running a little bit behind, so if you're here a little early for that, it's coming up at the conclusion of this game. And a travel. Jake Stewart couldn't get the footwork down. What are you looking to do here if you're Moss Point? Still well within this game. There's an eternity left. But down 9 and not wanting to see that lead swell anymore here before halftime.
Well, it's just a question of how do you break the defensive pressure? Washington's really smothered them so far. You got to find something inside. Maybe go to your big guy in Osby.
Whistle and a foul on the floor. So Osby will inbound. And look at that, almost a slam on the inbound. Foul called, and 2 free throws coming up. Wayshawn Taylor will have to earn them, but a great play to get Taylor cutting to the basket right on the inbound.
Rose above the rim on that one. Almost threw it down.
First free throw falls for the sophomore Taylor. Has the Washington student section right on top of him. Makes the second 7-point game. Pass sent in to James Johnson, fresh into the game for Washington. Here's Taylor again with some contact, goes up strong and cuts it to 5. Quick 4-0 run for the Tigers. Here is Shelton. Drives the baseline and scores.
Moss Point doing a good job of getting back into this game. They've found a way.
That one through the hands of Juwan Nettles. But you're right, John, they've come alive offensively, showing that they're not to be taken lightly. So here's Vanderhyde. Over to Brewer. Brewer, dangerous pass to Shelton. Back to Brewer. Brewer to Stewart. Contested three falls. Jake Stewart. Strong outing here. 6 points. But the 2 threes he's made have been big in the context of the game. Washington, a 10-point leader. .303 left in the first half. Joey Wright and John Camosa in with you, the Tournament of Champions. Staple of the Washington community. Named in honor of Kevin Brown and presented by OSF Healthcare. With contact, nothing to be for Taylor. Lewis gets out and runs. Pulls up a three, got it off the glass.
Banks it in.
Washington, doesn't matter who's shooting it. They're knocking him down. And a foul on the defensive end as Moss Point tried to push the pace. Tigers are going to have to neutralize Washington's perimeter attack, John, if they want to make any meaningful progress. They had cut it to 5. It's now swelled back to a 13-point lead. Pass to Taylor.
Credit to Washington's defense, able to get the ball back, and they've been hitting some big shots.
Here's a three from Johnson, short of the mark. Osby muscles it down. Lewis guards him. See what Osby can do. Plenty of time on the shot clock. It's at 25, and an offensive foul against Moss Point. Was that a foul, John? Help me out on the call.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, closely guarded. Wasn't sure if Osby got an elbow in there, but he was. That's the right call.
Lewis smothered him on that one. And that's the defense they want to play early in the season, especially going forward in the middle line. We touched on that today, and Washington's defense certainly coming in looking really good to start the season.
Washington holding Moss Point to 15 points through the opening 2:20. Now you never know. Saw Joliet West look a little lethargic in the early stages against St. Rita. Look who's 2-0. But you have a feeling this game will favor Washington if they keep playing like this. Here's Lewis, picked up by Montalvo. Looking, finding Patterson. Patterson, three well blocked out, or well closed out by Osby. Whistle and a foul on Vanderhyde. Under 2 minutes to play. Only seen one timeout thus far from Moss Point. It's been a pretty even game so far. Pretty quick game.
We'll see how they can try to cut their way back into this deficit as we approach the end of the second quarter soon. Washington's defense has really played strong, just like it did yesterday, and they're hitting those big shots once again.
And at 56 as the clock stops here in the second period. And we are a little behind when it comes to the day as a whole. If you're here for our next contest, which pits Blytheville against St. Pius X St. Matthias. That game coming up at the conclusion of this game. Lewis, three. Drew Lewis, his second three of the night. has 8 points overall, and Washington has lapped Moss Point. Although still plenty of room for Moss Point to knock in a couple shots and cut into this lead before halftime. That's tipped. And the sixth man, big for Washington, that student section, has been vocal tonight.
I think that's one thing with Washington, just like last night's game against Lincoln Park, talked about them being undersized compared to a team like that. Came into this game undersized against Moss Point. Hasn't been a factor. Washington still with a healthy lead.
Panthers can't cook anything there on the offensive end. 3 would have been big, but a rebound for Osby. And a putback. Cleans up Johnson's miss. Funnels ahead to Patterson. Patterson to Brewer. Shot clock at 25. Jake Stewart's wide open and he converts. There is such a thing as too open, I believe, but Jake Stewart counteracts it.
And not a guy you want to leave wide open in the corner. He'll bury it.
9 points for Stewart on 3 threes. Osby steps back, and the Tigers answer. Kendrick Osby. Vanderheit. Lost it. And Kendrick Osby. Not every day you've got a 6'8" presence that has such a nice shot. That was a beautiful 3 from the top of the arc. Doesn't seem to be his game necessarily. We haven't seen him take a ton of those, but important to have a guy that in a pinch can knock in a 3, and maybe he takes more 3s than he's let on.
Yeah, kind of a do-it-all player, inside out. Moss Point going forward, they're going to need that big answer from some of their players.
$15 seconds left. Tigers don't have to worry about the shot clock. Trailing by 14. Kendrick Osby up top, steps back, wants another 3, doesn't have it. And Washington, Stewart pulling up for 3, wide left, and that's how the second quarter ends. Washington ahead, 34-20 on ClutchSportsIL.com. We're locked in a good one, although Moss Point has some work to do if they want to get back into this game. But I'd still call it a good one because we've seen Washington's offense operate pretty well. And the Tigers have had their moments too. Take a moment for our sponsors, the City of Washington, first and foremost. Second most, I should say, behind OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington is the proud host of the Tournament of Champions. Stop by Washington's terrific mix, businesses and restaurants. There's a lot to do in Washington while you're here for the TOC. New inventory is in stock today at every Upring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UpringAutoGroup.com. Teamworks is the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see them for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC. Glad to be joined in Tournament Central. Gavin Russell has Joliet West head coach Jeremy Krieger. As you see the KB Strong Foundation, they do a lot of good. Let's hear from Jeremy Krieger and Gavin Russell in Tournament Central.
We're back here in the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm here with a big winning coach. It's Jeremy Krieger of Joliet West. And Coach, just off the top, that was an amazing game. You guys kind of came from behind, played probably one of the best teams in this tournament, Chicago St. Rita. I mean, that just had to be a lot of fun for you.
Yes, it was. What we always talk about in our program is every year we want to experience things that kids can have lasting memories about. And whether we're going to win or lose, we had a sense the environment was going to be electric like that. But to come out on the good side of that, it was one fortunate, but it's memorable. So we're excited.
No doubt. And last night, you guys played another close one. You guys went to overtime. The Fears brothers fouled out, of course. That was something you guys had to overcome. So you think maybe that game last night helped prepare you a little bit more for today?
Absolutely, but I think our preparation comes every day in practice.
Sure.
So we always talk about we want to be a collective unit,
Sure.
1 through 13. So what we try to do is work so everybody's at least prepared for the moment, and then when they get that opportunity, they seize it. So last night's adversity prepared us for tonight's adversity, and we came out on the fortunate side of being 2-0 in a great tournament.
This is a fantastic tournament, a lot of great competition. You've ran into probably two of the best teams so far. So, I mean, right out of the gate, you get some heat, but you have a really tough schedule along the way. I mean, what is this? Of course, you guys played in this tournament last year. How much does this do for you come February, March? I mean, do you look back and say that really helped us?
Yes, absolutely. That's the reason we schedule the way we do. So outside of the in-state and out-of-state talent that we have here at this tournament, we then go to Pontiac for Christmas, face the likes of Simeon, Curie, Bloom, Peoria Manual, and then outside of that, we have shootouts scheduled against Indianapolis Cathedral with Xavier Booker, who's Jeremy Fears Jr.'s future teammate at Michigan State. We play Whitney Young. We play, every schedule we make is to prepare us for a playoff run. So we faced all different environments, all styles of play, and the hope is that it prepares us for that moment.
No doubt. And, of course, we talk about the Fears brothers a lot. They're excellent talent, Justice McNair, but you guys, as you mentioned, you're a collective unit. So maybe shout out some of those guys that a little underappreciated at times, but they do a lot of good work for you.
Yes, absolutely. There's no other place to start than with our senior undersized big, Jeremiah Purchase. He dedicated himself from summertime to now, lost nearly 40 pounds to become quicker and move his feet so he can space the floor for us. But what he did last night in the game to win 50-50 balls, increase deflections, increase activity in limited minutes, I have to start with Mr. Purchase. Beyond that, it's our version of our two bigs in Drew King and Matthew Moore. While Matthew is already signed to go to UNC Wilmington, what he continues to do to grow in our program through year one and mature in a new system and a new style, I have to show him love. And then lastly was Drew King, who was up on varsity as a sophomore last year and now as a junior, playing a big role both with Matt and behind him. They can kind of emulate each other and feed off each other's energy.
You guys have a lot of energy on your team, and I think, again, so many people, you look at the Fears brothers, which for good reason, you wouldn't take anything away from that, but you're a collective unit, and you showed why tonight for sure. But part of your collective unit, how about that energy from the crowd? I mean, you guys brought great support from your school. You had a lot of fans down here. Just talk about that a little bit.
For sure. So, number one, I have to thank the fans. I always tell anybody in any sport, you're nothing without the support system that you have, both in the gym, in the locker room, and outside. So that's just a product of, number one, our awesome fan base and what our athletic director and his executive assistant, Christy Cardwell, have done to create a system called Tigers Supporting Tigers. So the goal every season, whether it's fall, winter, or spring, is for all sports programs to travel as far as we can and support each other. Then our district transportation provides that fan bus, and we try to go take over gyms one at a time.
Man, you guys were taking over tonight. I swear, you had everybody on board. It was like contagious watching your guys' student section. Then the Washington students were getting into it. It was like one big Tiger community in there. It was fun to watch for sure. You guys brought some other fans as well. I'm sure your families were down here. You actually have some exciting news.
Yes. So I welcomed a daughter into this world, so we're actually getting ready to hit the road and travel back to enjoy Thanksgiving. But beyond that, it's a time of year to be thankful. So first of all, we're thankful for you guys for having us in the second year and what this tournament means to your community and your coach who has passed on after his fight and his win with his disease and cancer. So first off, the thank you to you guys and what you do, and then your streaming service to make these games available to people everywhere across the country. We've had fans and alumni texting and calling that we're able to watch this. So it's been very exciting, but now it's time to go home and be with our families and then come back Friday and enjoy another moment.
No doubt about it. We're very thankful for you guys as well, because without this high-level talent, we wouldn't have anything to broadcast. Of course, there's great basketball all over, but it's something special when you guys pull up and St. Rita pulls up, Blytheville from Arkansas. I mean, the representation from across the country is second to none. I mean, you guys will play some out-of-state teams, but from this far and wide, probably not.
No, not at all. When you have Texas, Missouri, Florida, Georgia, it's just an awesome opportunity for kids, especially the kids who maybe not play on the shoe brand teams, and be able to travel with Adidas or Nike. It's an awesome opportunity for them to play against talent that's nationwide, and hopefully one day, whether it's Joliet West or other teams, we can add faces and pictures to these banners of people who are now pros.
No doubt. One last question for you. I heard some of the coaches from those southern states saying they wanted snow. That's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
It's crazy. Okay, thank you.
It is, and we're thankful that we had a 60-degree day today.
Yes.
So we don't mind mild falls at all.
Yes, no. Though they wanted snow, we did not want snow. But we all want good basketball, and we've got that this week. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for coming on with us. We'll let you guys hit the road, get back to Joliet. You can catch them more this week, Friday and Saturday coming up. That's going to do it for now. We're going to send it for Moss Point and Washington second half back to Joey and John in the booth.
Thank you, Gavin, and thank you to Coach Jeremy Krieger for joining us, his Joliet West Tigers. A big win over the Mustangs and St. Rita in our previous game. One of a couple of previous games we've had. A lot of basketball this week at the Tournament of Champions. Now another Tigers team looks for a key win. Trailing by 14 are the Moss Point Tigers. From Mississippi, they've made the long trip up here to play Washington. Washington 1-0. Big win for the Panthers last night here on their home floor against Lincoln Park. And John, your takeaways from the first half that put the Panthers ahead by 14.
Yeah, I thought Washington came out and started really fast. I mean, their defense was good, took a charge early in that first quarter, then hit some big threes, and I think that's exactly what the game plan was yesterday. I mean, they came out, they played solid defense, they limited touches in the paint against a team that was a little bit more oversized than them, and then ultimately, made their shots around the rim. So I think that's big for Washington. Big advantage right now at halftime. Got to try to hold this lead if they want to secure a win tonight.
Washington going with the alternate orange uniforms tonight, John. I like those. They unveiled some new home whites last night. I want to say these are new. I don't think I saw them last year.
I think the white design was very similar to these with that stripe around the shorts.
Washington's one of a, you don't see teams that have a home, a road, and an alternate so often. But I like these. These are sharp.
They're very nice.
Moss Points. Sharp white uniforms as well. Good contrast. 34-20 our halftime score. Glad you're with us here at the Tournament of Champions. I want to thank our entire crew. John Michael, our director. Charlie Schermerhorn, our technical director, running our computer. Great camera work. Tyson Lehman behind our game camera. Teddy Ball and Larry Larson behind our baseline cameras, one on the near balcony, the other on the far sideline. Gavin Russell in studio. Lateef Love, our production assistant. So many folks have stepped up as well throughout the week to make this a reality, John. In and out of our operation, we've gotten a lot of help from the fine students at Washington, and very grateful for their support, taking some time out of a holiday week to help us out.
It's a total team effort. I mean, everyone's pitched in, made this such a good thing. We're still just getting started, looking forward to tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day.
Jamari White down low, gets fouled and goes to the line. Tyson, in fact, on our game camera, current student here at Washington. Teddy Ball on our other camera has helped us out this fall at Clutch. He's just a junior at Pekin Community High School. You talk about a guy that has a bright future in front of him. That's Teddy. Gavin's a young gun too. Gavin Russell, who you've seen a lot of. ICC freshman. So many of our crew comes from Bradley. Appreciate their time. Larry Larson and I at the top. Bradley alums. Feels a little weird to say. We just graduated in May. Washington ahead 36-20. And a steal. Brewer the other way. 2-on-1. Brewer to Stewart. Stewart evades his defender and scores. Panthers lead is 18.
So Washington coming out quick here in the second half.
Moss Point needs a response. Nearly an and one, but it rims out. Jaquez Massey, the senior. River City across the chest of Moss Point's uniforms, as you see. A lot of the things I say, John, I think our viewers are like, we can see that, Joey. No need to.
It's good, good to always point it out again, you know.
So we've got two unique occurrences, though. A high school team with an alternate, which isn't that uncommon, but not every high school's got more than two uniforms. And River City, you know, you don't often see the nickname across the chest. I know it's becoming more common in the NBA and at the college level, you know, some fun uniforms, but I like that. Good, clean look on both these teams.
Almost at a quick glance, remind you like a Brooklyn Nets home jersey.
Absolutely. That dark navy blue, side paneling, a little gray along the side. I like it. Down low is Taylor. And Taylor an offensive foul. Nettles will come back in for Moss Point. Out comes Massey. Darian Hartfield, the sophomore, is in. First time we've called his name tonight. Moss Point, one of the smaller schools in the tournament, not the smallest. Enrollment of 476. Washington's enrollment inching closer to 1,400 students, 1,369.
Moss Point still looking for that answer.
Finger roll won't go. Osby can't connect. Here's Vanderhyde gonna take a three. Leaves that short, and the rebound for Taylor. Nearly stolen by Jamari White, and White's gonna get called for the foul.
Washington just kind of holding Moss Point. I was going to say holding Moss Point at bay. Get those words. It's late, Joey.
It is getting late. Moss Point.
Yeah, they're kind of holding them off here, and Moss Point trying to get down the floor and find that answer. And there's a turnover. Jake Stewart heads up play. Threw it off the leg. And Washington, how about that? They're going to get it right back.
Moss Point, by the way, in the southern part of Mississippi. Near the Gulf of Mexico, not quite on the Gulf of Mexico, but near a bay.
So close enough.
Stewart comes away with it for Washington. Stewart pushes ahead, looks, finds, three on the way. Shelton missed it, rebound Washington. Stewart fakes to the corner, now passes to the corner, and Brewer splashes into three. Micah Brewer, and the Panthers lead is 20 for the first time tonight.
What a move.
Swimming and scoring. Kendrick Osby. Osby's been huge for the Tigers tonight, has 15 points. Vanderhyde to the baseline. Drive and a kick, he lost it. Tigers get out and run. Big possession here. Stopping and taking a little bit off the top is Javaris Johnson. Back to 16. Tigers with a little momentum. They force a miss here. Washington has numbers back. Now it's one-on-one in the paint, blocking foul, and a foul on the floor. Jake Stewart, the guilty party. Massey won't get free throws. But Moss Point has picked it up here, John, playing nice basketball in the last minute or so.
Yeah, they have. They're trying to piece it together a little more now. If they get a basket here, still a lot of time in this game. Just got to try to get to the perimeter and limit some of those threes from Washington because they're raining them in.
Pass up top, caught by Montalvo. Three on the way. Off the back of the rim, Johnson. Heard it on our basket mic. But a foul on Braden Vanderheit on the rebound. So Vanderheit's going to have to be careful now. That's 3 for him. 4 against the Panthers. Just one team foul, though, this half against the Tigers. Timeout called by Moss Point. Daryl Osby wants to talk things over. A 30-second timeout. Just long enough for us to thank OSF Healthcare for being a presenting sponsor of this year's Tournament of Champions. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country. With proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois, it will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Big things on the horizon for OSF Healthcare. One more game on the horizon tonight for Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. That's Blytheville and St. Pius x St. Matthias.
Yeah, Moss Point, in order to get back into this game, they just need to start piecing together a couple good offensive possessions. Try to battle through that Washington defense, but right now, that's been the focal point is Washington's pressure they've been applying.
That one was left short from Johnson. Tried to fling it up from the baseline, wouldn't go. 3 from Patterson, falls. That's what makes Washington so dangerous, John.
They can just space the floor out really well. You look at everybody out there right now, they can shoot a three-pointer.
Had a number of threes that are just tough to defend. Stepping back and leaving that one a little short is Montalvo. And Patterson wants another 3. Heat check, he's still hot. Patterson fires it in. He's got 9. Panthers up by 22. And a foul again on the Panthers. This time it's Lewis. Braden Vanderheit not on the floor. Has 4 for the Panthers, or 3, pardon me, for the Panthers. Here's Osby. Kendrick Osby kicking to the wing. 3 a little short. Kevon Ford called his name a little bit in the first half. Landon Shelton can't hold on to that one.
And it's not a very big lineup Washington throws at you at all. I mean, we rarely see them down in the post, but they just make really smart decisions.
As we mentioned at the top, you look at Washington's starting 5. 3 players stand at 5'10". The other two at 6-3. All 10 players back on the left side of the floor, and the three out just doesn't go. Would have been huge from Johnson. And Moss Point settling into one of those nights, John, where they're just not seeing shots go in.
That'll happen.
Getting some good looks.
You can't be mad at that. I mean, you're getting open looks, and the ball's just not falling.
So here's Moss Point. Tigers 1-2 on this young season. They've already played 3 games. West Harrison was their opener. They won that 62-44. They played Davidson from Mobile, Alabama, and lost 51-44, and then they played Gulfport. It was close on the 18th, 69-67 was the final in that one. Look at what Moss Point did last season, though. Terrific season, 21-12, 7-1. First place in the 4A Region 8s in Mississippi. Winning records at home, on the road, and on neutral hardwood for the Tigers. Great season. Osby hits the second at the line. So it's 47-27. John with the shot clock, something we've talked about all week. This game still far from over. You know, you hate to sound cliched. Washington playing the better ball of the two teams in a good spot, but if they let their foot off the gas pedal, Moss Point could be just a couple shots away. This shot clock is going to force Washington to keep its foot on the gas pedal to some extent. They can't hold on to the ball and stall. They've got to play with at least some semblance of a purpose.
No, I like you said, Joey, I think they obviously, still have to go out there and score. It's not like they can hold on to the basketball. So, you have to play your best offense and then also just try to contain Moss Point, limit them from making a comeback.
Blocking foul called there on the Panthers. That's Pierce Martin into the game. He's a sophomore. One of a couple sophomores on the Panthers varsity roster, a little younger than they've been in years past, with Andrew Marino, Bernie Wynn, Will Martin, and Andre Lewis, too, is a sophomore. He's played some big minutes. We've seen James Johnson, a freshman, play as well. And here's Andrew Marino. Pierce Martin played a little varsity ball last year as a freshman.
And this is a game where if Washington can, continue to separate, they can go even deeper into their bench. And
Eric Schermerhorn not happy in the huddle there as we have a timeout called. Not happy at someone. And Eric Schermerhorn, the Panthers are a tough bunch. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But first, a word for our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, proud sponsor of the 2022 Tournament of Champions. A new day in cancer care is on the horizon at OSF Healthcare. The 2024 opening of the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria will bring innovative technology, treatments, clinical trials, and research that saves lives. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Set to open in early 2024. The rest of our sponsors, by the way, just to rattle them off: City of Washington, Oftring Auto Group, Teamworks by Holzhauer, and Titan Industries. Appreciate all their support this year. It's such a well-run tournament. Can't forget about the KB Strong Foundation either, which raises money and awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Moss Point for 3. Kedrick Osby. 23 points for Osby. And it's a 14-point game. Moss Point creeping back into it. Not a great look there from Washington in the corner. And a foul on the rebound.
And if you're
And
Washington,
that call will favor Moss Point. Sorry, John.
yeah, and if you're Washington, you still have this lead. You don't want to take these ill-advised shots. I mean, that three might have been a little bit forced, even with the shot clock. So you have time to still, run this shot clock down and take some good looks. With Moss Point, a chance now, they can cut it in this deficit even more.
47-33. 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Plenty of basketball left. Osby for 3. And an offensive rebound and a slam. Getting up and setting it down, Quayshawn Taylor. With authority. Haven't seen a lot of that from Moss Point, but I like it. Stewart tries to respond with a 3. No. And Moss Point could cut it to single digits. Shot clock is off. Osby steps back. Will pass up the 3. 3 on the way now for the Tigers short. And Vanderheit's there for the rebound. Micah Brewer holds it. 5 seconds left. Brewer tries to break free, kicks it out to Patterson. His 3 is good. Panthers first to 50. They lead by 15 after 3.
Another big 3 from Patterson. He's just been on a heat check.
Gabe Patterson. 12 points on 3 3-pointers. 15-point game in Washington, and a huge thank you to our sponsors, starting with OSF. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get the flu shot with your OSF healthcare provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. By Uftring. Win a brand new 70th anniversary Corvette for only $100. You can win a new Corvette with all proceeds to benefit Levy Park in East Peoria. Visit winyourcorvette.com. That's winyourcorvette.com. By Teamworks. Teamworks by Holzhauer is the official sporting goods provider of the Tournament of Champions. Stop in and see them. Teamworks, from our team to yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and manufacturing steel fabrication contractor. Titan Industries, proud supporter of everyone at the Tournament of Champions. And I owe our producer, Jonathan Michael, a big apology. I skipped over the city of Washington and threw him for a curveball. We've done this a couple of times now, and I just glanced over. The city of Washington, proud host of the Tournament of Champions. I don't know how that happens, John. Having a lot of fun in Washington, a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants, great city known for its quality of life. We'll miss the billboard there, but I do want to make sure everyone knows how instrumental Washington is for this tournament and how big this tournament is for Washington in return.
Well, even though it's late, keeping the fans aware in the front row. There's a ball flies out of bounds. Got another game after this one.
We do have another game after this one, and we're running a little behind. That last game was supposed to start at 9.
Is there a deadline on when they start?
I don't know if there is a deadline. We felt pretty behind last night. Only had 4 games last night.
It was like West Coast basketball, you know?
It is basketball after dark. The last game involves Blytheville, Arkansas, and St. Pius X St. Matthias from Downey, California. So the Warriors fans out there, it's only 8 o'clock in California right now.
Oh, and there's two players to key on for both of those teams.
Gavin Russell and John Michael have the call of that one.
be another exciting game as it wraps it up for the day.
I'm looking forward to it.
For Wyethville, Richard Marshall, 6'9" senior, headed to Ole Miss. The player to watch, and then on the opposing side, Tyrone Riley, 6'6" junior shooting guard. So you got a lot of talent in that late night game if you want to stay up and watch that.
Basketball after dark. Had a good one for you late last night. Cardinal Ritter, Joliet West, as Jake Stewart pops a 3. 14 points now for Stewart. Stewart's family close with the Brown family. I've got to imagine this is a bit of an emotional tournament for Jake, but he's playing well. Played well last night in the Panthers win over Lincoln Park, pardon me, and is running one-on-one here. Slows it down. There's White. The corner now, 3 from Brewer doesn't go. It's emotional for everyone in Washington. Kevin Brown was a large figure here, to say the least. His presence felt well beyond the basketball program. And now, up and under goes Vanderheit. Can't connect with that one.
Washington continues to push the tempo even with the big lead.
Physical play there, and the officials are going to step in here. You saw that between Vanderheit and Quayshawn Taylor. Taylor's going to go to the line. Vanderheit called for the foul. And that's going to be Vanderheit's 5th foul. He's out of the game. So I would say Quayshawn Taylor wins that battle. There you get a look at Gavin Russell, valued member of our Clutch Sports media team. East Peoria guy, knows a lot of folks within that program and within that school. Gavin mentioned it during the East Peoria game earlier today. Those are bright warm-ups. You can see that yellow East Peoria shirt and the white logo center of the screen there. That really stands out. In fact, he's just one of 3 people in the lower bowl wearing yellow right now. The other 2 out of picture to the right. I'd say their yellow shirts are not quite so bright. First free throw in for Taylor. There you see the other yellow-clad fans.
Michigan shirt.
Yeah.
Big game with Ohio State on Saturday.
Well, if he's a Michigan fan, it's not yellow, it's maize. They're very particular about that.
Maize and blue.
I like yellow. More folks should wear it. I have a yellow hoodie that I like to wear. In fact, I packed it. It's in my suitcase. I might have to break that out at Thanksgiving tomorrow here at the Tournament of Champions. Three in the corner. Short for the Tigers in Washington. Controlling this one with 5:30 to play. Alley-oop. Johnson did a nice job of boxing Taylor out. And Kendrick Osby at the top, guarded by Patterson. Taylor goes to work with contact, can't get it. Stewart the rebound. Slows it down. Brewer for 3, got it. Micah Brewer. Got a little quiet in the offense after a strong start. 15 points for Brewer. 3 times his number.
Washington just continues to knock down those big shots. I think they got this one well on their way to a 2-0 start this season.
Morez shot, or rather kick to the wing there. Washington off the mark. White can't get it. Washington off and running here in 2022. Preview what's to come here at this tournament. Moss Point will open play tomorrow at 3 o'clock against Santa Fe Springs. Known better as St. Paul. Coral Glades and Blytheville, the second game tomorrow. Then what'll be a good one at 6 o'clock. Maybe the game of the day, St. Rita and Lanier. That'll be a fun one at 7:30. The game equally as good, Winter Haven and Booker T. Washington from Houston. And Urbana and St. Pius X St. Matthias Academy. Closed play tomorrow, scheduled for 9 o'clock.
So Winter Haven team that had a big win over Metamora. And Metamora goes 1-1 in the tournament. But that's nothing to hang your head on. With Winter Haven, they are a talented group.
Metamora in action tomorrow, by the way. Not tomorrow, on Friday rather, against Booker T. Washington. That'll follow Washington and St. Paul, 7:45 and 9:15. Tip-offs there. And that's a three for Shelton. Shelton's been active today, has 7 points. Turnover, Stewart running and gunning. Here's Washington laying it in. Javon White is on the board, his first points for the Panthers. 27-point lead, Washington opening this one up. It's not going to be Moss Point's night, John, but I have liked some things I've seen from the Tigers. Just a little inconsistent tonight, and that's going to allow Washington to run away with it. Jake Stewart lays it in. Timeout called by Moss Point.
Really impressive showing from Washington.
An important refreshment announcement. The concession stand will be closing at the start of the next game, so between now and the start.
We'll take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare. OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country. With proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois, it will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. The City of Washington, proud to be the home of the Tournament of Champions. A lot to do in Washington. Great mix of businesses and restaurants. Check it out during the TOC. Off-Drink. New inventory is in stock today at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at offdrinkautogroup.com. Teamwork is the official sporting goods provider of the Tournament of Champions. Stop in today and see him for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Lewis for Washington. And now Shelton, and Shelton is fouled. Starting to thin out a little bit here in Washington, but that's a great look of the gym here, the Raymond Artori gym. These bleachers were packed earlier. A lot of fans have stuck around to watch the Washington Panthers. A number of fans will stick around too to watch this day wrap up here in just a little bit. St. Pius X St. Matthias. And Blytheville. Word from the public address system a moment ago. Concession stand's going to wrap things up for the day after this game. So if you're listening on the transistor radio in the stands, head on down. Washington leading by 29 points over Moss Point.
Good selection out there, too.
They
Pulled
have
court,
a lot of good stuff
nachos.
down there. As the shot clock expires, Tigers can't get a shot off. Tyrese Owens, recent sub in, didn't have it for the Tigers, and now Washington can essentially dribble this thing out. They'll have to get a couple more shots up here. Moss Point still playing defense, and a good opportunity here late in the game to try some things against a battle-tested opponent. And getting on the board, Will Martin, the sophomore, number 50 in orange.
Everybody getting a piece of the pie here the night before Thanksgiving.
I like that.
I just thought of that on the spot.
What kind of pie? You a pumpkin guy? Pecan? Apple?
I like pumpkin pie, but I'm partial. I like pecan as well. And you got to have a little Cool Whip on the
A little
top.
Cool Whip? Not bad. Cherry pie?
My cherry pie. More of an apple pie.
Rhubarb's a good pie, too. John Michaels, look, you've never had a rhubarb pie? He shakes his head no.
Maybe they'll have some rhubarb pie tomorrow.
I hope they do have it and that's another thing with the Tournament of Champions is they have a great dinner every Thanksgiving for coaches, players, volunteers to stop by. So tomorrow morning, Thanksgiving dinner in Washington. Last year they cooked 16 turkeys.
Wow.
Fed a couple hundred hungry kids and their coaches, a couple of their family members that made the trip. I think they fed some 400 people last year.
First game's at 3, so it'd be more of an afternoon dinner, right? Or is it in the morning?
I don't know what time it is tomorrow. I'll have to ask around. 20 seconds left.
And Washington, really impressive showing. Gonna wrap this one up.
Driving, floating, Moss Point can't get anything at the buzzer. Will Martin will dribble it out. No, he'll kick to Lewis. Turnover, doesn't matter. The clock expires and Washington wins. 73-41. Washington 2-0. They take down a good Moss Point team and win it by 32. 32, pardon me. Tournament Central coming up in just a minute, but first we'll thank our sponsors. Before we get to our sponsors, John, any final thoughts?
No, just a really impressive showing, and everybody on Washington kind of filled up the box score, well-rounded game. Impressive showing for Washington to start 2-0 on the year.
They take down a good Moss Point team. Both these teams back in action. Moss Point tomorrow, Washington on Friday. OSF, on-call urgent care, understands there are times when you don't know where to turn, like when you're traveling or for a sports injury. Their 24/7 virtual visits are a unique option for treating minor illnesses and injuries anytime, day or night. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. By the City of Washington, proud home of the Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer while you're here for the TOC. Win a brand new 70th anniversary Corvette for only $100. You can win a new Corvette with all proceeds to benefit Levy Park in East Peoria. Visit winyourcorvette.com. That's winyourcorvette.com. By Teamworks, the official sporting goods provider of the Tournament of Champions. Teamworks by Holzhauer. Stop in today. Check out all they have to offer. Great showroom in Washington. Teamworks, from our team to yours. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And KB Strong, the KB Strong Foundation, fighting the fight against glioblastoma. To learn more about their mission and how you can get involved, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. There you can learn about Kevin Brown's story, much more. Now the KB Strong is raising money and awareness for brain cancer. Strongly recommend it. The link there on your screen, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. We're ready to go down to Uftring Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell is standing by. Let's see what Gavin has for us now.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm here with Devin Vanderheit. He's pretty well known around these parts, but you just saw Washington, big winner over Moss Point there. I got to ask, view from the crowd, Washington looks pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was my first game being able to watch them and my brother play. And, I mean, it was a great game. I mean, we ended up beating them by 30.
Yeah.
You know, they just played the right way, and, you know, that's what it takes to win. So they all played together. They all played their game, played their roles, and it was good. It was fun to watch.
Last night, big winners over Lincoln Park. Micah Brewer's been really good. Jake Stewart's been really good. I mean, I don't know if I've seen a Washington team hit this many threes.
Yeah.
I mean, they can shoot the three ball.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they, you know, that's kind of how we were my senior year. I mean,
Sure.
we had a lot of shooters, but they play completely different the way we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it was me and Isaac at 6'7".
Right.
We used to get the ball inside. Now they're kind of chucking threes and they're going in. So, I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean,
Yeah.
I like that style of play. I like the way they're doing it. So.
And you got to watch the younger brother, too. I mean, Braden's out there getting some good reps. He's
Yes, sir.
playing pretty well.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty well. I mean, he put a lot of work in over the summer.
Sure.
You know, working with me. You know, he's doing the dirty work what the team needs. You know, defending, taking charges, rebounding, and you know, he scores when he needs to. And I mean, that's what I like about him. He's tough.
For sure. And, of course, you've moved on from Washington. It feels like just yesterday you were playing here.
Yeah,
But you're over at Lewis now, of course.
Yes,
How's that going for you?
It's going good. Right now we're 3-1.
Okay.
We just beat Wayne State last night. You know, it's going good. I mean, we're adjusting with 10 new guys,
Sure.
so I mean that's always kind of hard at first, but you know we're playing pretty well. I mean we're rebounding the ball, defending, scoring.
Yeah.
You know everything it takes to win, and we're doing great right now.
No, for sure. And Lewis, again, Division II, I mean, that's no joke basketball. I mean, watching some D2 and D3 recently, I mean, the intensity from that, I mean, is second to none. I mean, you would say, okay, it's not Division I, but I mean, it's high-intensity basketball.
Yeah, I mean, any level of basketball, I mean, you're always going to see intensity and you're going to see great players, obviously, because there's been pros from every single level.
Yeah.
NAI,
Yeah.
D3, D2, D1, no matter where you're at, I mean, you're going to have a professional basketball player. And, you know, that intensity I feel like is better with lower divisions, you know, because they kind of don't have everything handed to them.
Sure.
You know, so we kind of have to work for those type of things, and I mean that's what I like about our team, and you know I like playing Division II basketball.
It's that scrappiness, and I know that, you know, Coach Schumerhorn, of course, you know, you knew Coach Brown, but you really instilled that scrappiness, and I think that's what a lot of guys from Washington take away.
Yeah, I mean, I have a teammate here who's actually coming from Germany, and I was showing him because he was asking me why I always take charges still at the collegiate level, and then he saw my brother take a couple, and I'm like, that's why. I mean,
Yeah.
Coach Brown instilled that in me. Coach Shermhorn instilled that in me. My father instilled that in me, and you know, it's carried on with me to the next level, and it's helped tremendously.
For sure. And again, this tournament's a lot bigger than just basketball at this point.
Yes, sir.
Again,
Yep.
you knew Coach Brown. You know, you knew the impact that he had on so many people. I mean, we remind the viewers, because again, people are watching from all over the country. How special was Coach Brown?
You know, I mean, growing up around the program, my father was a coach, and I wasn't a player quite yet. Being around Coach Brown, I mean, his toughness and his desire for the game and his love for his players spread around everywhere. I mean, spread around the community, and obviously made a huge impact on me, you know, after his passing. After my sophomore year, it hurt a lot because, you know, I grew up around Coach Brown, and me and him were super close, and I would consider him like a second father to me. And, you know, being able to learn from him and be around him, I mean, it helped me tremendously. It helped me get to the next level, and, you know, I still think about it every day, and I play for him still.
Of course, we would ultimately absolutely want Coach Brown here right now, but because he, of course, passed on, unfortunately, you know, Jody mentions this. He wanted to help other people. So now by his example and his experience, we can help other people. I mean, tell everybody why they should get involved with KB Strong.
I mean, KB Strong, I mean, it's like you said, it's more than basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Brown helped many people in the community, you know, not just his basketball players. And even if we are talking about his basketball players, he didn't help them just on the basketball court, but he also helped them after the fact with life and, you know, like having that toughness and everything that he put into his teammates, it's on the court and off the court. You know, he helps others. Obviously, with the huge impact that he's put on this community.
Yes.
It shows. So, yeah, we miss him every day.
No doubt about it. You know, Coach Brown, huge. He's a cornerstone of this tournament. This tournament wouldn't be the way it is without Coach Brown. Yeah. You were lucky enough to play in it. I mean, from a player's perspective, it's just a different atmosphere. You know, I'm sure you remember a lot of the guys you played against. You're playing guys from around the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would guess I'd ask, who are some of your favorite players you played against?
I mean, I don't really remember some specific guys I played against.
Sure.
I know Isaac Haney, who went to Missouri State, now is at Northwestern State. I mean, he had like 30 against us.
Yeah.
He was great to play, but you know, being a kid before I was even playing, I got to watch Zion Williamson, Miles Turner, and all those guys compete. I mean, that's what this tournament's all about, though. We bring top talent from all around the country, and being able to watch them and learn from them it's great. That's why I love this tournament so much.
It's fantastic. We'll wrap up here real quick, but I got to ask, I'm sure you'll be watching some more basketball here throughout the week. What are you most excited for, I would say? Like any specific team other than Washington? Who are you most excited to see maybe if you're going to be here throughout the week?
I mean, at Lewis, we live in Romeoville, so it's next to Joliet, and I have a former teammate who played for Joliet West. So watching Joliet West with two Fears brothers was kind of great, and they made a huge comeback.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm always with my Panthers. You know, every time I'm here, I got to stay with my Panthers. So.
For sure, absolutely. Well, Devin, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
He's playing at Lewis, so go follow him. I mean, you're having some. You got any specific stats you got to share? You got any big accolades so far at the college level?
I just had 15 rebounds.
Okay, there you go.
A couple nights ago, then I had 13 points.
You're cleaning the glass. So keep following Devin, but again, you can follow the rest of the tournament. Follow the Washington Panthers. Plenty of great action left at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. Last game, we're in the home stretch here of Wednesday. We'll be back more in the studio with plenty of other guests in the coming days. For Devin and Gavin, we're going to send it back to the booth now. Guys, take it away.
All right. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, man.
Thanks so much.
Yep,
Appreciate you.
Yep, all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin. That was our Gavin Russell interviewing former Washington basketball star Devin Vanderheit. Again, Devin doing great things up at Lewis University. Up in Division II, coming back for Thanksgiving, watching his brother Braden play. As you saw the Washington Panthers take a big win over the Moss Point Tigers. We'll wait for Gavin to get back up here in the booth, but for now I'm Jonathan Michael, and we have one more game on the docket here at the Torrey Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It will be the Blytheville Chickasaws from Arkansas, as well as the St. Matthias Academy from Florida. Both these teams playing in their first TOC game. We've seen a couple teams play twice already, but these two teams will be taking the court for the first time of this entire tournament. And as was mentioned earlier in the previous broadcast, the Chickasaws feature Rashad Marshall, 6'9" senior who's committed to Ole Miss. And for St. Matthias Academy, they got a deep roster loaded with talent, and they're looking to make some noise in their first Tournament of Champions appearance. Glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. It's been a great day of basketball here at the Torrey Gymnasium. Lots of great performances we've seen, both personal and from a team perspective. Earlier in the day, Kenneth Walker from Booker T. Washington set the tournament record in scoring with 51 points. The previous record was held by Zion Williamson and a couple others, Jaquan Lewis from Dixon County back in 2012 as well. So add Kenneth Walker's name to the list. We saw a great game between Joliet West and St. Rita, a packed-out gymnasium that featured Illinois head coach Brett Underwood and a couple of Illini players as well. And that game did not disappoint. Joliet West, a huge comeback victory. Both Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears looking like some of the best players in the entire state, inducing a lot of fear on their opponents. But we're about a minute away from game action here between Blytheville and St. Matthias Academy. kind of a clunky name for brevity concerns. We'll just call them St. Pius. They're from Downey, California. I believe near the Anaheim area, if I'm not mistaken. Again, Blytheville, the Chickasaws, they're from Blytheville, Arkansas. As we welcome Gavin Russell into the booth. Gavin, good interview you had there with Devin Vanderheit. We got one more game. We're going to be running up to midnight.
Man, we are going to be running this show till tomorrow. Luckily, we can sleep in a little longer, so positives to take away, Jonathan Michael. But, hey, I'm excited. First game we've called here at TOC. Back at it again. We called a lot of football games this year, but get a chance to call some hoops.
Certainly. I'm glad to be back in the booth with you, Gavin. It's always a pleasure, and glad you're sticking around with us and watching wherever you are, whatever time it is. If you're out over from Downey, California, or just a fan of St. Pius, thank you for tuning in. It's 10:25 here in Washington, Illinois. It would be 8:25 if they were playing back in California. 10:25 isn't terribly late. Although we've had a couple early mornings, as a couple of these players have had as well. But for Blytheville and St. Pius, they were able to maybe sleep in a little bit. Maybe came in on a plane, possibly last night, into Robert A. Downing Peoria Airport, good old PIA. These two teams traveling far and wide. They get to the Tournament of Champions. This game is part of the Washington Invitational. Again, if you're not familiar with the TOC format, there's 3 different sorts of games. There's the Washington Invitational, which has 8 teams, and the National Classic has 8 as well as the TOC Shootout Series. The Invitational and the Classic, both, there's 8 teams. They play in 2 pools of 4, and then after the first 4 days of the tournament, then the first place team in Pool A plays the first place winner of Pool B, and so goes on. And TOC Shootout Series is kind of more like exhibition matches. They still count in the standings for sure, but they're just kind of standalone games, as you would say in college basketball. Washington Invitational, other teams that we've seen, Coral Glades and Urbana. Coral Glades won that one earlier. Washington and Moss Point, you just saw. Washington 2-0 to start, and then St. Paul and Lincoln Park. Another California team, St. Paul, a comeback win in overtime over the Lincoln Park Lions from Chicago. It's been a great day of basketball, but we got one more left to go.
It has been very exciting, and of course, fans have filed out as the evening goes along, but I got to say, for 10:30 at night, it's a pretty good contingent on hand, John. A lot of people excited, not even 2 local teams, so that tells you people are excited about watching these teams play. It is certainly exciting basketball, and I got to say, I'm not sure how much you ran down before this one started, but there's some high-level players. Rashad Marshall from the Chickasaws.
Yeah, he'll be number 25 in maroon. Blytheville wearing maroon tops, maroon bottoms. St. Pius, white on white. And Blytheville wins the tip. This will be their point guard, Keyshawn Washington, another player to watch on this Chickasaws team. Pass right away. That was Shamar Marshall looking for Marshall. Marshall to Marshall connection. Shamar to Rashad. And Rashad gets it to go down. So quick 2 points there for Blytheville. He picks up the foul as well. That one went on Douglas Langford of St. Pius. Chance for Blytheville to get going early on.
Rashad Marshall committed to Ole Miss, but he's a 4-star recruit, had many other offers, the likenesses of St. Louis, TCU, Texas A&M, so he's a presence that a lot of teams had their eye on, but he'll be heading to be a Rebel.
He's going to be facing another TOC player we saw earlier today, Dylan James from Winter Haven. He brought the house down with some thunder-inducing slams, to put it lightly. St. Pius looking for their first bucket of the game. Here's Tariq Bridges, number 3, gets a 3. And that will be the Warriors' first points of the game. Bridges, one of the starters for St. Pius, along with Saul Anaya, Tyrone Riley, who I believe is a USC commit, if I'm not mistaken, and Emmanuel Gilliam and Douglas Langford.
Tyrone Riley's not a USC commit, but he has several offers. He's got a lot of teams on his radar. How about Arizona State, Loyola Marymount, Pepperdine, San Francisco, TCU, Texas A&M, USC, of course, among many others, Washington State, Wyoming, Cal, all in there. So a lot of interest from some of those schools out west for good reason.
Certainly he'll be a guy to watch tonight. Lots of future college players, a lot of future D1 players going in this one. Shot missed from Bridges, rebounded there by Jeremiah Wells, number 10 in maroon. Down the lane comes Keyshawn Washington, scoops and scores, and Blytheville back up 5-3 in the early going. Nice job in transition done by the Chickasaws.
No jet lag for either of these teams. They're coming out playing ferocious basketball.
And physical drive there by Bridges will draw the foul. He'll head to the line. And this foul, waiting to see who that one went on. It looked like that was Shamar Marshall of Blytheville. No word on if he's related to Rashad. He may be, he may not be, as the first free throw from Bridges hits front rim and it is no good.
There's a pretty big height difference there, John, between the Marshalls, so I'm not sure if they're related or not, but they do share a common last name.
Shamar is 6'1", he's a guard. Rashad, 6'9", he plays center, so a little bit of a height difference there as St. Pius tacks on another point. It's 5-4 Blytheville. Here's TJ Jackson kicking out to Shamar Marshall. He drives the lane, finds an open crease, and is good for two. Shamar Marshall, a strong start to the game. Nice headband he's got there.
Reminded me of Trent Frazier. Maybe a mini Trent Frazier out there for Blytheville.
It really does. His hairstyle looks the same, and donning the headband. Instead of wearing number 1, as Trent Frazier of the Illinois Fighting Illini did, he's got 2 ones, number 11. Shot fake there by Riley, hits the front rim, and is no good. Blytheville the other way, pushing it. Here's Wells over to TJ Jackson. This one is off of a Warrior and will stay down on the right side of the court.
So far, pretty good back and forth action. 7-4 is the start.
3 in the corner there from Wells, no good. Rebound from Shamar Marshall. He's got 4 quick points to lead the Chickasaws. They now lead 9-4. And walking up the court is Riley. And drawing contact and no good. Jackson fell back trying to draw the call. Didn't fool the ref there. And they feed Rashad Marshall down in the post. He works against Edmari Binion, 6'7" forward of St. Pius. Well, you expect both of those two to match up probably quite a bit given their size. Deep 3 from Solanaya. A high arcing teardrop finds nothing but twine. And St. Pius makes it a 9-7 game. Pretty good start for both teams. You know, late start to the game, obviously, but not really missing too many steps on the offensive end.
In the words of Joseph Wright, tickling the twine on that last 3-point shot. That was an excellent looking 3-point stroke and hit nothing but net.
We're going to take a quick shout out for our sponsor, OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the 2nd in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Why not? Well, shout out our other sponsors. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Our other sponsors like Uftring, Teamworks, Titan Industries as well. I want to give them a big thanks for sponsoring the tournament and tonight's broadcast. Again, we'll have more live basketball action coming from you for you tomorrow on Thanksgiving Day. As you're making maybe Thanksgiving dinner, as you're in the kitchen, maybe carving the turkey, waiting for it to bake. You turn on Clutch Sports Media in the living room. Watch some good basketball. We'll hit the air at, I believe, 2:30 is when the first game is tomorrow. 5 games on the docket.
Always basketball. Basketball is life, John.
Ball is indeed life. Larry Larson, our director, next to me says basketball is his favorite sport. He sings along. We're having some fun here at Clutch Sports Media. Rashad Marshall trying to have some fun in the paint. He's not so far. 0 for 2, and he gets the third one to go. Now he's having some fun, drawing the hoop in the harm, and he'll head to the line with a chance to give the Chickasaws a 5-point lead.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Rashad Marshall's favorite sport is also basketball.
That's a safe bet. He's not going to Ole Miss to play football.
Although he looks like he could.
He really could be. I think he'd be a really good tight end.
I was thinking defensive edge.
An edge could also be good as well. Kind of be a multi-positional player, I feel like. Basketball players very athletic, no matter where they would line up on the basketball court. But here's Blytheville here leading by 4 as Shamar Marshall loses it, gets it back. And now here's Jeremiah Wells. Moving in there on Tylon Williams, and is no good as we approach near the 4-minute mark of the first quarter. Offensive foul called there on St. Pius. That will go on Tylon Williams. That's his second foul, something to keep an eye on for the guard who did not start but has got some good minutes early on. Here's Marshall on the perimeter, gives to TJ Jackson. Pumps, fakes in the lane, and they almost lost it, but a foul there by Tyrone Riley. Hit him with his body, and that will be the 6th foul on St. Pius, Gavin. So something we haven't really talked about that much, but they found themselves in some early foul trouble.
Yeah, they sure do, and that means any other foul from now on the rest of the half are foul shots. So we'll see if Chickasaws can earn their stripes at the free throw line, but St. Pius definitely has to rein it in with the fouls.
And it's certainly not an end-all be-all if you do foul a lot. We saw earlier today as Jeremiah Wells lays it in with the right hand, and that will extend Blytheville's lead. But we saw in that game Lanier and Cardinal Ritter, me and Larry Larson were on that call. Lanier picked up a ton of fouls in the first half, went in a similar situation, and they're able to overcome that and play a lot more discipline in the second half, and then came back and won that game against the Lions. So certainly not all is lost for Pius if they get in some foul trouble, but you got to keep an eye out for that.
It's early in the season. I think all of these teams have had a degree where most have only played maybe some exhibition matches or some scrimmages. It's a steal right there, but got to rein in some of those little things. Turnovers, mental mistakes. Seeing a little bit of sloppiness so far.
Right on cue, a turnover for St. Pius leads to points for Blytheville. Shamar Marshall, high percentage look inside, and all of a sudden they lead 15-7. And that one is stealed by Rashad Marshall, and down the lane comes Washington. Lob to Rashad Marshall with a slam! Don't turn off your TVs yet. The Late Show with Rashad Marshall coming to your tube. My word.
I saw that one develop all the way, John, and I was just salivating. Set that one up perfectly for him, doing some punishment to the rim here at Torrey Gymnasium.
Yeah, but I gotta say, there's really nothing more exciting as a basketball fan, or an announcer for that matter, seeing a big man barrel down the court with a guard running with the ball. You know he's gonna be looking for the alley-oop, especially with the size that Rashad Marshall has. St. Pius picks up another point.
Made it look too easy.
Larry Larson, our director, again informed us that his favorite play is the alley-oop, so his opinion's being shared on the broadcast.
Now I have a discrepancy with this because I would have thought Larry's favorite sport was baseball and his favorite play was the grand slam.
I don't know. He's turned into a basketball guy. His baseball days are long gone. Blytheville leading 19-9, under 2 minutes left to play in the first quarter. Hot start for the Chickasaws early on. Shamar Marshall with 6 and Rashad Marshall with 7. Here's Keshawn Washington, the point guard for the Chickasaws, driving it up, and they force a turnover. Big one there for St. Pius. Still some time to get some momentum going and rolling here in the first quarter.
19 points though already, and on pace for a big number are the Chickasaws. I fully expect them to have a pretty high-scoring game. We'll just see if St. Pius can match that.
Here's Tyler Williams dishing over to Bridges. Now gives to Riley. And he draws a foul. That one will count. Tyrone Riley gets it to go with the foul, so he'll go to the line for one.
Doing some prep for these games, I was reading up some many media outlets, of course, covering this in their respective communities out in California and Arkansas, but reading up on Tyrone Riley, described best a shot creator. He can pull up, just hits jumpers with ease. He's very dynamic, and we really haven't seen it so far, but he can also hit the long ball. So one of the many dynamic players in this tournament. I'm excited to see him continue to play.
Riley, a player that doesn't need to single-handedly bring them back, as Marshall almost had another slam. I mean, he put a lot of stress on that rim. That iron's been begging for mercy after today. They're going to take a good nap tonight.
No other way to put it, John.
That rim is pretty worn out. Rashad Marshall at the line, the big man for Blythefield, drains it with ease. He is up to 8 points now.
I need to ask somebody in an interview, of course, I do a lot of these studio interviews, what's the backup plan if one of these rims or the backboard breaks? Because I got to think that's come across their mind at least once or twice.
Well, I'm sure it did back in, I believe, 2016 when Zion Williamson came to town. They've lived to tell the tale. As that three is good from Tyrone Riley, so he's starting to get Pius out of a little hole that they're in. Again, he doesn't single-handedly get it out of there, but a player of his caliber can certainly help it get the wheels turning for the rest of his team. Warriors trail by just 6. Off balance look from TJ Jackson. Bucket.
Back to point about Tyrone Riley. He's got half the team's points right there and showing off his three-point ability. First time they get it going, see if he looks behind the arc again.
Here's Riley again, gets his dishes down low to Admari Binion. That one will go with the Chickasaws, bounced off of a St. Pius player down in the mess down there. Shot clock still on for Blytheville. Again, if you're just tuning in and haven't watched any of our previous games, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is experimenting with a shot clock, 35 seconds, along with lots of other shootouts and holiday tournaments in Illinois, so that the IHSA was looking to toy with a little bit this year. It's so far been a welcome addition. Hasn't really become a factor that much. Not many shot clock violations. It's turned off now. 8 seconds left to go as Williams loses it, regains it, drives the lane, and one-handed look no good. Marshall the rebound, and that will be it for half number 1. Blytheville, the Chickasaws from Arkansas lead 22-14 after the first 8 minutes of play. Quick start for the visitors, and we'll take a quick break for our great sponsors like OSF. Don't let the flu sideline you or your loved ones this year. Get a flu shot with your OSF healthcare provider and stay in the game. Visit osfhealthcare.org to schedule an appointment today. And for the city of Washington, welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. A new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for the KB Strong Foundation as well, the reason why this tournament is played. Help raise money for that great foundation, supporting the fight against glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. here early on in quarter number 2, and Tyrone Riley gets it to go. Heard our basket mics pick up a Blytheville player saying, oh, travel. Not the case. Riley gets to the cup for 2, and he's got a chance to add on 1 more as he can cut the lead down to 5.
He can head into double figures with a free throw right here. Tyrone Riley, nothing short of impressive.
No good. Our scoreboard says 22-14. It's 22-16. As that one is blocked there by Douglas Langford of St. Pius. They have some size on their team, Gavin. They got Amari Binion at 6'7", Langford at 6'9", Tyrone Riley himself is 6'6", Bridges at 6'4", so this team certainly not lacking on size at all.
No, they're not. Both teams bring a lot of it, but hey, they can get out behind the arc right there. How about that three-pointer from T.J. Jackson?
T.J. Jackson, 6'6" himself, senior forward. And Marshall grabs it with emphasis. He's playing right at the level of our basket mics as his team leads by 9. And third foul there on Tylon Williams, who still hasn't scored for St. Pius, but it's been a little bit rough first quarter for him. He'll check out. 8 fouls on St. Pius, so Blytheville in the bonus for now, not far away from the double bonus as Washington drains the first free throw. He's up to 3 points on the night. So they roll the ball back. Not sure what this was for, Gavin. Just one free throw shot there, unless I was mistaken, unless my eyes deceived me.
I'm not exactly sure myself. It's been a long day of basketball. It all kind of meshes together.
Maybe it was a lane violation.
That seems more likely.
Again, not for sure, as Solanaya dials up a 3, no good. And here comes Keyshawn Washington with the board for Blytheville. Here's Shamar Williams donning the white Nike headband and the arm sleeve as well. Got lots of swag, maybe spent some VC on that. NBA 2K, he goes to the rack and gets 2. Adds some points to his OVR. Shamar Marshall playing video games early on. He's got 8 early points. And here comes Chickasaws again. And it's Shamar Marshall blocked. Tyrone Riley says no.
Get that out of here. Here's another chance though. Man, we're playing pinball.
Ball goes out of bounds and we'll stay with Blytheville, but I know Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Turkey's gonna be cooking lots of other stuff, but Tyrone Riley said, not in my kitchen. He wants it all to himself. Blytheville leading by 12. They've jumped out to a hot start. Here's Shamar Marshall again, no good. Ball batted around, still playing volleyball, and Marshall gets it back. Back to Rashawn Marshall, up and under, and it's good.
That was impressive. Great footwork. Was able to kind of just loft it up there, and great touch off the glass.
Yeah, one thing I've seen today, and we're at our 9th game of the day, or overall our 13th game of the tournament. A lot of these big men we've seen are very agile and versatile. There's not really any big guys that are unathletic at all, or kind of maybe lumber down the court. Almost every big guy that we've seen can shoot the 3. They can contort their body in a variety of ways, and I'm really impressed with what we've seen from the big fellas at this tournament.
Yeah, I think that it's really a product of how big men are starting to improve and starting to kind of adapt to the modern game. You don't really see too many of those big lumbering centers anymore. Of course, those something very common back in the day, but here's a big play right there. Not going to dunk it, but lays it in for 2. But back to the point, you see a lot of these guys, even though they're 6'9", 6'10", 6'11", they put so much emphasis on being athletic, a lot of them being able to stretch the floor nowadays. Stretch 4s, stretch 5s are much more common, even at the high school level, so very dynamic.
Here's Marshall again, bounces around all the sides of the rim and drops. That comes after that fast break bucket from Tariq Bridges, who dials up a 3, no good. And Blythe will go the other way. Here's Marshall again. Spin move, and it's blocked by Riley. He sends Marshall down to the floor. I don't think Rashad Marshall was expecting that. You see him grinning there.
I don't know about that call, John. I mean, there was some contact there for sure. If we had instant replay, I'd love to take another look at that one. See if Larry Larson can make instant replay happen. Working some magic, but
he's pretending to. He's trying.
To the point, I think that it was a lot of ball there. Some might say ball don't lie, but it caught Marshall off guard without a doubt. He did not expect that to be coming.
How about that block from Tyrone Riley, who's got 9 points but 3 fouls for St. Pius so far.
Still out there though.
St. Pius, 19 fouls, so Blytheville in the double bonus rest of the first half as Shamar Marshall digs into the hoop, no good. Other way on the fast break, here comes St. Pius, and a miscommunication there, just throws the ball to the maintenance worker sitting there on the baseline. One of the few people that's been here the entire day.
You know, I don't know his name, unfortunately, but he's been fantastic to talk to, and
yes, nice fella down there sitting in the orange vest on the baseline. Lots of great people working at this tournament and working to make all of this possible. Blytheville leading by 14. Their offense has been in good shape so far. A well-oiled machine, no good there. As here comes Riley pushing the pace. Bounces it off of his knee. And here comes TJ Jackson. Goes in the paint, spins. Riley takes it away, and this foul will go on Blytheville as they try to take it away and rip it out of Riley's hands. That will be just the 4th foul on the Chickasaws. And a little bit of a press here for Blytheville as Emmanuel Gilliam, a sophomore guard, gets past it. Salanaya dishes over to Tariq Bridges on the wing. Working now inside the circle. And trying to draw a charge call was Makai Handy on Blytheville, but to no avail. Tyrone Riley puts it in. He's in double figures now with 11. Here comes Shamar Williams. And down low, there's Handy. Or rather, that was Tyron Walker. Rather, for Blytheville getting the first 2 points of the game. 3 from Solanaya, no good. And the Chickasaws holding a steady 14-point lead. Pius has struggled to get it within single digits since the second quarter. Feed down low goes to Travis Anderson and taken away by Gilliam. Ooh, nice nifty behind the back pass there. And a foul will be called. Looks like on Blytheville.
Kind of a quiet 14-point lead, if I don't say so myself, John.
Again, it's partially due to the crowd thinning out here at Torrey Gymnasium. Just a couple dozen fans still here. A couple people that might want to, get use of their all-session passes. And also see some good talent. Obviously 2 really good teams here on the floor as Douglas Langford turns around and gets one to go for St. Pius. They're only down 12 gap. As we've seen today, lots of comebacks. So certainly way too early to write St. Pius off, especially with Tyrone Riley in the fold. Here comes, that was Walker it looks like. And down the other way for St. Pius, that's Tylon Williams on the scoreboard now. He's playing with 3 fouls, but gets his first bucket, and the lead is now down to 10.
Seems like every time the Chickasaws get a bit of a lead, here comes St. Pius.
They had a great chance to trap there. That's the best spot of the court. 2 trap, and oh my gosh, Rashawn Marshall. That man has a family. Holy cow.
No regard for human life. Rashad Marshall, rebellious.
Now on the other side, Douglas Langford gets an and 1, but that'll get the lead down to 10. but even if he makes a free throw, if we were giving out style points, Blytheville would still be up by 10 because I got to give one to Rashad Marshall. He full tomahawked that one, just cocked it back and unleashed some fury on that rim.
This rim here on to our right is definitely going to need a little TLC after this game. Rashad Marshall doing a number on it. The rim on the other side shaking in its boots, knowing they're going to have to switch into the floor.
That rim knows that Rashad Marshall is coming to punish it in the second half. He's got 14 in the first half. Looks like Tylon Williams took a hard hit there for St. Pius. Man, he got poked in the face. He's able to shake it off and stay in the game. But St. Pius has trimmed this lead down to 9. Good defense for them, a little half-court pressure. It's helped them get back into this game. St. Pius making their first Tournament of Champions appearance. Again, they're from Downey, California. And caught sleeping were the Warriors, but they were able to survive and get the stop. Slipped there, that looked like it may have been Riley. Marshall got the steal, and his Chickasaws will have the ball now. Here's Jeremiah Wells, kicks out for Jackson. Here's Wells again. And Shamar Marshall in the corner now is Wells, and it's good. How about the ball movement on that possession from Blytheville? Their lead now back up to double digits. 39 points in the first half. We've seen a lot of teams score 40 in the first half. Not a really common sight in high school basketball unless you're shooting the ball really well. And the layup from Langford, no good. And Blytheville run the other way. Rashad Marshall looks like he may have lost it. Contact, possibly. He's still down on the other end. Marshall looks to be okay. He's walking all right.
A little shaken up perhaps, but he'll stay in and stick it out. Actually, he'll head to the bench. I think the official informed him he had to go sit down.
Maybe possibly some blood again. I don't know if he's got a bloody nose. You never know, but again, he's done his fair share. Is get great camera work there from our camera operator, Charlie Schermerhorn, and Sean Marshall will head in and get an early seat into the locker room. His team will take a nice lead in there unless St. Pius puts together a furious scoring. I was going to say furious scoring. I was going to say drive, but we're not in football season anymore, Gavin. Every time I'm in the booth with you, I feel like we're at the football field. But that season is just about wrapped up. And we are in full swing of basketball now. Shamar Marshall driving to the can and gets fouled. He took a hard hit there, gets helped up by his teammates. And he'll head to the line for two and try and extend the lead to 14. Shamar Marshall currently with 8 points and a foul to his name.
Yeah, trade the gridiron in for the hardwood, but no shortage of action at either. Certainly some comparisons you can make, John. Both a lot of fun.
Very. As Marshall drains the first free throw. We're in the last week of the high school football season in Illinois. State finals coming up this week, and the local team, the Peoria High Lions, playing for a 5A state title against Nazareth Academy. The only team from Central Illinois still alive other than Tri-Valley. Some of our viewers, maybe from around the Peoria area, may know. But it's getting pretty cold outside. Still no snow on the ground here in Central Illinois. But it's a little chilly. Here's Jeremiah Wells. Can't heat things up with a three. And here come the other way is St. Pius. Shot clock and game clock are almost identical. Just about a half-second difference between the two. So St. Pius can essentially hold for the last shot if they play their cards right. Here's Tyrone Riley dribbling it out. He has 11. Lots of D1 interest for the junior forward. He'll dial up a 3, and okay. All right, Tyrone Riley. I see where we're going to Division 1, and he drains a 3 and gets St. Pius to within 11, so within striking distance is St. Pius, but it's Blytheville holding an 11-point advantage here at the half. Gavin, your first half thoughts real quick.
Yeah, it was kind of back and forth, but overall the Chickasaws holding a decent lead here, and Rashad Marshall putting on the dunk show. Tyrone Riley, 14 points, but he does have 3 fouls. Fouls, turnovers, and some sloppy play of obvious concern. Again, early in the season, both coaches are looking to clean that up, but we'll see how they can respond coming out of the second half locker room.
I'll take a quick word for our sponsors. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. Get the used car you really want at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Local trades, one owners, hard to find trucks and SUVs, great gas mileage, and more. UpstreamAutoGroup.com. And you saw it there briefly on the screen. I missed the City of Washington, host of this tournament, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And lastly, Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll send it down to our Upstream Auto Group studio. Our Joey Wright is sitting down with Josh Hack, a former Washington High School Panther. Joey, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Joined in the Upstream Tournament Central studio now with Washington Panthers assistant coach and former player Josh Hack. Josh, thanks for taking some time and joining us here. You're a little late on a Wednesday night. How you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. A little tired. Just glad we got the win. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And you work mostly with the freshmen here at Washington. We've got Charlie Schermerhorn, one of your players, behind the camera, making sure that we're okay. We're going to get a little speech jammed, I think, as this goes along. The players and fans have kind of cleared out last game of the night, but and I say we're going to get speech jammed because we've got our monitor in the background. I can hear myself talking. But, Josh, this is such a great event year in and year out. It's thinned out a little now, but great crowds today. We saw some great games, some of the best talent in the country in this gym.
Sure.
Just take us inside what this event means to the school and the program.
So I've been around this tournament for 14 years now. I played 10 years ago, and we've had anywhere from Anthony Davis to Reggie Bullock to Craig Sword, who ended my senior year's tournament, Zion Williamson. It's a crazy tournament. It's glad to have so much NBA talent in this gym.
We don't have enough time if we wanted to spend this brief segment listing off tournament alumni who've played in the NBA. It's an expansive list. You look at the guys in college now and overseas. But you have a special connection to this tournament and the program in addition to being an assistant coach. You played for Coach Brown and graduated in 2012. This tournament now bears his name. Take me inside what it was like to be a player for Kevin Brown.
It was intense a lot of the times, but Coach Brown off the floor was one of the best people you could probably ever meet. Very, very likable. Knew basketball better than anybody you could probably know. Really groomed a great head coach we have now, and he did such an amazing job when he was under Coach Brown.
You would have been a player for Eric as well, right?
Yeah,
because he's been a long-time assistant.
He was the assistant when I was there.
And what do you see in his program today? You alluded to it there that, you also saw in Kevin Brown's program. We came onto the scene at Clutch Sports Media a little late. We've only seen Eric as the head coach of the Panthers, but you see a gritty, tough team that doesn't take a lot from its competition.
So Coach Brown didn't back down from anything, whether it's glioblastoma, and he just fed that into his teams, from charges to getting on the floor to just toughness in general. And then you take in the fact that he treats everybody like family, which is what Washington basketball is. It's truly family. Once you're around it, you don't want to leave.
And you see that here at the tournament. The KB Strong Foundation doing great work for glioblastoma research, raising a lot of money, raising awareness, which I think is just as important. It's a disease that has had a great light shined on it here at the tournament last couple of years. Sure. And kind of shifting gears a little bit, you have a unique role in the program working with freshmen, getting guys who might have had success at the middle school level, might just be coming out to play basketball for the first time. What's it like to take that group and as a freshman coach, kind of work them into the program and instill some of those values?
At first it can be challenging because everybody comes from so many different programs from middle school to middle school, and everybody teaches different things. We're working on trying to get everything a little more uniform down to the middle schools, so we don't have to start from not behind the 8 ball, but start even, so we can get a running start into our high schools. But it's really fun to see where they get from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, because the growth is just crazy.
The varsity level, high school basketball, deservedly so, gets much of the attention. People don't really talk necessarily about JV and freshman teams in the same way they talk about the varsity squad, but you've got the mic. I'll give you the floor. Tell us a little bit about this freshman team this season and some strengths and your expectations for the season.
Oh, freshmen, we're going to be scrappy. We got a lot of talent. We can shoot the ball. You can look at us and probably say we're undersized. We actually mirror our varsity team really well. But we're going to use everything we got from 1 through 12 to try to rebound the ball and guard, and then on offense we'll just figure it out as we go.
You've got defending Country Financial three-point shootout champion Charlie Schermerhorn on the roster. Got to imagine you're pretty dangerous from beyond the arc. And just looking at Washington Panthers basketball this season, what are some of your expectations up the ladder, JV and varsity? I know varsity's off to a 2-0 start. Had a great crowd here tonight, as they did last night, and they've looked good in their 2 games so far. It's I imagine, going to be another fun year and a tough Mid-Illini Conference.
We're just chip away, day by day, getting better, game by game, getting better. I know the team you saw yesterday is not the same team you saw today, and by the time we get to March, we're going to be a completely different level. So.
Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Let me be the first to say happy Thanksgiving, happy holiday.
Thank you.
Washington doesn't play tomorrow, but the Thanksgiving celebration at the Tournament of Champions, a little unique. All the teams here invited to a Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow morning. I know they'll cook a lot of turkeys. They'll have a good spread. These players will get to learn about Coach Brown and his story. Kind of a unique thing the tournament does every year.
Yeah, it is. I wish everybody from around the country could come see this at least once, because it really is just a spectacle for people to see, from whether it's talent on the basketball floor or Thursday mornings down at Countryside Buffet, where they feed all the teams. When everybody's a volunteer here, it's just nothing but love.
Got about a minute left. Josh, appreciate your time here joining us in the Off-Drink studio. Such a great tournament to be a part of. That's all I can think to say as we wrap up the end of a busy second day. We've got 3 to go. This tournament, it's unlike anything else we have. I know we're a part of some other tournaments that are really cool, but it's the KB Strong involvement. It's that charitable aspect of this tournament that kind of sets it apart from other tournaments. And I know we weren't necessarily fortunate enough to know Coach Brown, but honored to be a small part of this event. Appreciate you guys having us for the second year.
Oh, thank you. You guys do such a good job. Sorry, my voice is kind of going out.
Mine's the same. We'll toss it to some guys. We'll go to the relievers, although they're carrying most of the load today. John Michael and Gavin Russell in the gym on the call. Going to be a good one here. St. Pius X, St. Matthias, and Blytheville.
Thank you, Joey. I'll tell you, back from here, me and Gavin call the relievers out of the bullpen. We're ready.
Arm barn.
The arm barn, yes. Another term for the bullpen, you could say. Ready to get things kicked off here in the second half. And for the record, my voice actually hasn't started to go out yet. I'm partially surprised, I gotta say. But you never know. Don't want to jinx myself. We still got 2 quarters of basketball left to be played as Blytheville leads 41-30 over St. Pius as we approach 11:10 here in Washington, Illinois. So don't think we'll be playing until midnight, Gavin, but
you never know.
You never know. This game could have a couple overtimes maybe. 1 or 2 might be enough to get it to midnight, although I don't think that we'd have many fans and many people in attendance other than maybe just the Clutch Sports Media crew. As we're ready to get started here in the second half, but Blytheville, Gavin, a very strong first half. Rashad Marshall, 14 points for the Ole Miss commit. And Tyrone Riley for St. Pius, also with 14 in the first half as well. Those two came into this game as players to watch, and they've delivered on that so far. St. Pius played some good defense near the end of the first half and was able to cut into the Chickasaws' lead just a little bit. Here's Keshawn Washington for Blytheville, drops it down to Marshall in the post. We'll see if he gets double teamed at all in the second half. And Jeremiah Wells, doesn't matter if you would double team Marshall, Wells will knock it in for a 3, and Blytheville leads by 14. That one will go out of bounds, and it will go to the Chickasaws. So big opportunity here for Blytheville to possibly not put this game away, but really jump out to a big lead, because coming out of the half, that's where St. Pius could have really hurt them.
Yeah, it can, and Blytheville definitely coming out strong so far, forcing a turnover, hitting a 3. They're working into the post with Marshall, see what he can do.
Marshall and Langford banging bodies, and Marshall comes away the winner there. The 2 big men, Douglas Langford and Rashad Marshall. You'll look at there, 25 in maroon and 24 in white. Here's number 5 in white, Tyrone Riley dishes to his guard, Saul Anaya. That one poked out there by Keshawn Washington. Go ahead, Gavin.
They're really active in those passing lanes. They're really ferocious on defense. Suffocating almost. Look at that. Stealing yet another pass.
Blytheville's defense has been really impressive so far. There's a couple of teams in this tournament, Gavin, that have really stood out because they played both good defense and great offense. So far, Blytheville's been one of those teams. St. Pius still hanging around, still lots of time left for sure, as both of these teams, their first games of the Tournament of Champions. Here comes Jeremiah Wells, lays it off the back iron and in. Probably wasn't expecting to hit the ball right there, but still goes in regardless. And the lead is now 18 for the team from Arkansas. In the corner, it's Anaya. Nice spin move there to get free, and he finishes with the baseline floater. Nice move from Anaya. That's one of the hardest shots in basketball, Gavin, the baseline floater, because you don't really have a backboard, obviously, nothing really to aim at, nothing for the ball to bounce off of. You have to swish it.
The corner shot is one of the most difficult shots, regardless of how far back you're shooting it from. Oh, hitting it off the glass is much easier.
Certainly, I was never much of a corner shooter myself, Gavin. I was more of kind of a straight-on guy or kind of on the wings. Definitely straight on, though. I feel like it's almost too easy.
Top of the key, that's the spot.
It is. Got a nice white box to aim at and everything like that. And then, if you're me, you'll miss it by about 3 feet to the left. Sometimes. A foul there by Blytheville. That will send Tyrone Riley to the line. That's the first Blytheville foul. Will go on Shamar Marshall. He'll try to cut into this lead, and he does. That one took a full tour around the rim and finally dropped. Riley with 15, nearly half of St. Pius's points so far, and make that 16 out of 34 for Tyrone Riley. He'll be playing Division I basketball. Got lots of offers such as Arizona State, Texas A&M, USC, TCU, some of the bigger names, but some other good mid-major programs like Pepperdine, San Francisco. As here he goes again, and he puts it in for 2. Now he's up to officially half of the St. Pius offense, 48-36 your score here. We'll get the score switched on our scoreboard there at the bottom of your screen. And Kishon Washington, just as we speak, drops it in 4-2. And the Blytheville lead will continue. Baskets to be had on both ends of the court. That was Emmanuel Gilliam. This first points of the night for the Warriors. And Marshall hounded the half-court triple team. This will leave Wells open for a three, no good. No offensive board. This one comes to Anaya. He'll push the pace. And they'll find Riley, and he gets it stripped there by Kishon Washington. Back and forth we go. Here's Marshall, deep three from the corner, no good. Rebounded by Wells. Dishes it out to Washington. They'll slow it down a little bit as the shot clock will reset. Floater just inside the free throw line, no good. Here's Anaya, corner three to get it to single digits, no good. But Tariq Bridges the offensive board. He dances around in the post, no good. And that one poked away by Bridges near half court, so nice defense there, preventing what would have been likely a high percentage look down low on the fast break for the Chickasaws.
Yeah, both teams just having a little bit of bad luck, kind of wrong place at the wrong time on a few of these opportunities, and of course, really active in these passing lanes. The late night is not affecting either team.
Certainly not. Both teams playing well offensively, relatively speaking. St. Pius went into halftime down 11. Blytheville's added one to their advantage as Jeremiah Wells gets past it. He traveled. So Pius again with a chance to cut it to single digits, and there's still lots of time left in this game. Yeah, we talked so much about Blytheville, but St. Pius has been right there with them.
1 minute, they're down by 18. The next, they're nearly in single-digit territory, so they can turn it up in a hurry.
And Anaya with the floater there, and he gets fouled, so he'll head to the line. That'll be just a second foul on Blytheville, the first 4.5 minutes of the second half of this game. The last half of basketball today from Torrey Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. It's been an action-packed day of basketball. We've been on the air for a little over 14 hours, Gavin. Two separate streams, obviously. We had a little cut in the action to make sure we didn't run into our time limit streaming on YouTube. That's why we had to do that. And Anaya drops in the free throw, and the lead is now just 10 for Blytheville.
10 points, and again, 8-point swing here for St. Pius.
The defensive pressure ramping up. Down low, here's Marshall. You heard him loud a groan there, no call. And this one will go back to St. Pius. So now they can get it to single digits with any sort of bucket. As the referee takes a break to wipe some perhaps perspiration off the ball. Tyrone Riley, 18 points for St. Pius. They're looking for a second half comeback. Tariq Bridges, how about the behind the back to prevent the backcourt violation? That's a real fancy move. And in the lane, Tyrone Riley's J falls just short, barely hits the rim. Here comes Marshall, barely down the lane, loses control, kicks it out to Washington. Down low, Shamar Marshall fakes, gets the man in the air, and Marshall fishes the two and puts Blytheville back up by 12.
Got to find some consistency if you're St. Pius. Had a nice little run there, but you got to keep the momentum going.
I think consistency is a great key, Gavin, if you were to make one for the next 10.5 minutes of this game. There's been times where St. Pius has looked spectacular. There's been some times where Blytheville really, not because St. Pius is looking bad, but sometimes Blytheville has just been overpowering them. A lot of that's been due to Rashad Marshall and also Jeremiah Wells having a good game as well. And Shamar Marshall, he's got 10. All those three players in double digits for the Chickasaws. This one turned back over. So a little bit more choppy flow in the second half, Gavin. Not as much free flowing as we saw earlier in this contest.
Need to see some more dunks. I'm excited to.
The left rim has been lucky. Rashad Marshall hasn't given it the business yet.
Not yet, at least.
Still lots of time left, though, and he had a couple rim rattlers in the first half. Langford, the postman, on the top of the key. Here's Riley, shot faking, trying to draw a foul. Oh, almost got the and one. Middlehead to the line with a chance to make 2 free throws. That's TJ Jackson, the first foul on him today, the third on Blytheville so far. St. Pius, no fouls so far in the second half.
That's something I was just about to say. 0 fouls, and much less something I mentioned heading into the locker room. Sure, both teams were preaching, stay aggressive, but don't do anything stupid. You know, there's a point, there's a limit to that. So looks like both teams have embraced that well and come out with less fouls here in half number 2.
Riley's first free throw came up short. The first one goes down. Now we'll take a full time. I will take a quick word for all of our sponsors, starting with OSF, title sponsor of this tournament. When the new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024, it will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country with proton beam therapy, and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. A new inventory is in stock today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at UftringAutoGroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Blytheville leading by 11. Just over 2 minutes left to play in the third quarter. St. Pius hanging around. As Tyrone Riley getting looked at right now. You see there at the bottom of your screen. It's like something in his hand. Looks like he'll put a Band-Aid on it. Probably check right back in the game. And he'll head over to the sideline and get some space. He'll hopefully for St. Pius come right back in. Here's Shamar Marshall on the perimeter. And Rashad Marshall double teamed in the post, triple teamed almost. That's what we have to do if you're St. Pius, Gavin. Rashad Marshall hurt him in the first half, and the Warriors are determined not to make that happen again here in half number 2.
He is a point of focus and has to be.
Nifty pass there from Shamar Marshall, and Marshall traveled. That was Rashad, just to clear that up. So St. Pius really crashing in on the Blytheville big. And they can, again, have a chance to get down to single digits. 52-41. Again, glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Alongside Gavin Russell, I'm Jonathan Michael. Last game of action here at the TOC tonight. Here's Tylana Williams, dials up a 3, no good. And Rashad Marshall throws it off of Darren Poland. Nice awareness there from the senior center, keeping possession with the Chickasaws. And Blytheville gets it across the timeline. St. Pius has been pressing a little bit. Here's Makai Handy open. Now over to Shamar Marshall. Corner 3 is good. That's a big 3 for Blytheville as they try to inch closer to victory. They lead by 14. St. Pius searching for a response. Haven't seen a lot of threes from them lately. Here's Darren Poland scooping in the lane, no good, and Douglas Langford will get fouled. He'll head to the line.
Shamar Marshall took off the headband, John.
He did. Number 11 in maroon. You just saw him on the left side of your screen. The white Nike headband has been taken off, and Gavin, I'm not sure why you would. I'm sure he has a reason, but he played pretty well in that first half.
He did. Maybe he was a little unhappy with his shooting performance. Maybe he's obstructing his view or something. I don't know.
I don't know, Gavin. Not quite sure. Maybe he wasn't sweating enough. Maybe he thinks it's too easy.
Oh, man.
I don't know. Still fairly close ball game. We've seen lots of comebacks today at the TOC, and St. Pius, strong program from California, is certainly can hang with them. Tyrone Riley and company, Solanaya and Douglas Langford. A couple others keying the charge for the Warriors. They're trapped in a great position there. That's the best spot of the court to trap, and Blytheville will call a timeout. Kind of needed to there. It's almost an inevitable turnover, Gavin. When you're trapped in the corner just across the half-court line, you have nowhere to go, really.
No, there is nowhere to go, and you're stuck on an island out there. I mean, the best thing you can maybe do is try to throw it off one of the defenders and inbound the ball, but certainly a tough situation.
Now you're going to look at the Blytheville huddle. And their head coach, Mackenzie Pierce. Blytheville, a school of an enrollment about 638, so not an overly large school. St. Pius, by comparison, has 328, although they're a private school. So two smaller schools played here. So you're going to look at Eric Schermerhorn, the head coach of Washington boys basketball. Not just coaching, but helping clean up the place as well. All the workers want to get out of here. You're seeing lots of people working around the Torrey Gymnasium, helping to clean up, get everything ready to go, and pretty much head home. Get ready to sleep before Thanksgiving after the conclusion of this game. Still under a minute left to go in the third quarter. You gotta love to see that from Eric Schermerhorn, a team player.
Sure is a team player. Likes to keep his gym clean, keep the house nice and tidy.
And this house, Gavin, had thousands of fans, a capacity crowd for Joliet West and St. Rita, where if you missed it, boy, I'd suggest you go back and rewind your stream a couple hours or so ago. Joliet West and St. Rita, after the conclusion of this game, is see a couple kids helping out as well. You can see the young bucks helping tidy up the place as well. That Joliet West St. Rita game, Gavin, was one for the books. Tigers came back behind Joliet West, Jeremy and Jeremiah Fears. As St. Pius gets a steal, here comes Bridges, lays it in off the fast break. And St. Pius now to within 10.
10-point game, never know what could happen, John. A lot of game left to be played.
And Joliet West, a team that came back and erased a second half deficit, as Jeremiah Wells' three is no good. St. Rita looked like the better team for a large portion of that ball game, Gavin, but when it was crunch time, Joliet West really performed better and came away with a win as the third quarter comes to a close here in Washington. Blytheville leading by 10. Just one quarter left to go here from a largely empty Torrey Gymnasium. If you're still tuned in, glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports IL. We'll take a quick break for our sponsors, starting with OSF. When life gets hectic, you need health care. That's easy. You need OSF on-call urgent care for the care of minor illnesses and injuries. They offer in-person care or 24/7 virtual visits. Clinics are conveniently located in Washington, Morton, East Peoria, Pekin, and Peoria. Visit osfoncall.org/urgent care. And also for the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises at 6 locations and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team, helping yours. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Last quarter of play, unless St. Pius X/St. Matthias can outscore Blytheville by 10. They draw a foul here. That's Tyrone Riley getting to the rack. He's got 19 with a chance to make it 20. And TJ Jackson, the senior forward, draws his second foul of the game for Blytheville.
St. Pius with an opportunity. Cut it under 10. There you go. Tyrone Riley now to 20.
20 points for Tyrone Riley. He certainly helped light the fire for St. Pius. They're now down to within 8. So they've been chipping away at the Chickasaws. And they get another pick here. Tyrone Riley with a steal. Free throw line jumper, no good. Air ball, in fact. Tried to be saved by Anaya, but Rashad Marshall takes it in. Pushes it head up to Jeremiah Wells, number 10 in maroon. Here's Marshall. Euro steps over Langford, and what a move! Rashad Marshall, super hard to defend. Almost impossible. Douglas Langford, not much of a choice there. Marshall hounding defense on Langford. He blocks him against the backboard. Riley cleans up the miss though, and St. Pius still able to come away with 2 points. And Riley now up to 23 on the game.
How about a couple possessions ago, Rashad Marshall with the nifty footwork.
An 8-point game here in Washington, as here's Wells driving. Bounce over Riley, and it's good! Jeremiah Wells, a big bucket for Blytheville when they needed it. And now getting back to double digits. And that's Wells' 13th and 14th points of the game. A chance to add the 15th here at the stripe.
Give him the hot sauce on that one. Putting it off the glass and 3-point play. Count them up.
Hot sauce indeed, Gavin. As here comes Sean Fornoimoana for St. Pius. And Shamar Marshall, another and one. And just like that, Blytheville has seized control back from the hands of St. Pius in emphatic fashion.
Sriracha.
Sriracha, maybe, dare I say, I don't know, go Buffalo Wild Wings jam and jalapeno. That's my favorite.
That's a really odd flavor to enjoy.
It's jalapeno. It's a classic. Just like offensive rebounds are a classic, and TJ Jackson puts it back in, and just like that, Blytheville has turned an 8-point lead into a 15-point lead.
You're not a blazing guy because
you strike me as a blazing guy, Gavin. And that's what the Chickasaws have been in the last minute.
Yeah, Blytheville is blazing hot right now. They are going after it. I don't really get down with that, though. I'm more of a honey barbecue.
I respect that.
It's not a soft sauce. It's just enjoyable. It's got good flavor.
You don't feel like you're going to cry after eating that?
I like to enjoy my food, not cry at it.
Sometimes I do, depending on the mood. As Riley turns around, and he gets fouled there by Shamar Marshall. That will be his 3rd. And the 7th team foul for Blytheville, so St. Pius in the bonus. Blytheville is not. Just 4 fouls on the opposing Warriors so far. 6:21 to go here in Washington. Riley at the line. First one is good. Certainly a chance for Riley to finish with 30 now. He's at 24. We're seeing a couple 30-point performances today, Gavin.
How about a 51-point performance, tournament record?
Unbelievable. Kenneth Walker from Booker T, Washington in Texas took the tournament scoring record for a game away from Zion Williamson today. I wonder if Zion Williamson knows about that. And I wonder what he would think. I guess nothing. Marshall gets it back and cleans it up. And the Chickasaws starting to pull away here. St. Pius desperately needs an answer. They need to get going quick. Here's Manuel Gilliam. Looking over to Tyrone Riley. Back to Gilliam in the corner. Feeds Langford in the post. Works on Marshall. Hesitates, fakes, nothing doing. And the Chickasaws will take it back over.
Marshall's just a brick wall on defense. Just an interior presence of epic proportions.
One thing that seems like he's been impossible to box out. He's always crashing the glass, always getting a hand on any shot that goes up, regardless of who shoots it.
He's 6'9", John, just sheer muscle. I'd have a hard time boxing him out too.
Ole Miss will be getting a special one with him next year. And how about that feed from Keshawn Washington now to Shamar Marshall in the post. And Blytheville starting to run away with this one. They lead by 17, St. Pius. They cut it down to 8. And now one of the biggest leads of the game for the Chickasaws from Arkansas. Here's Riley working on TJ Jackson. And the floater there is no good from Tariq Bridges. And down the court comes Blytheville. Jeremiah Wells, Euro step, hop step. It's good, and the foul. He'll jump and give a fist bump to his, rather a chest bump to his teammate there. And the lead now could be 20. Blytheville started this game off very hot offensively, Gavin. We're on pace to score close to 80 at least, and certainly can get to that plateau. As Marshall completes the three-point play, he is up to 17 on the night.
He's had a couple of those three-point plays, I believe. 2 or 3 at least.
Feed down low to Langford, size advantage, can't take advantage of it. And St. Pius seem to hit a rut offensively. Sometimes it's one of those nights. Again, you know, coming in from California, dealing with a little bit more jet lag than, say, Blytheville is. They're from Arkansas, pretty much not exactly a straight shot south, but you're in the same time zone at least.
I do gotta imagine jet lag does have an effect.
Certainly, and you know, obviously going from west a little bit more further east is always a little bit easier. Again, I'm not a big flyer, huge traveler myself, so I'm not an expert when it comes to that. As TJ Jackson with the steal, finish no good. But obviously, you know, at least on California time, it's 9:37 p.m., which is still pretty late to be playing a basketball game. But, you know, their internal clocks, at least for St. Pius, not terribly late for them, but obviously still takes some adjusting too. As Blytheville leads by 22 here. Under 4 minutes to play. Again, want to give a huge shout out to all of our crew here at Clutch Sports Media, which has put in a tremendous amount of work over the course of about 15 hours today. 14 and a half on air and a little bit of time to set up here, but our director, Larry Larson at 6, Joey Wright, our technical director and running graphics as well. Our camera operators today, everyone worked at camera. Charlie Schermerhorn, been doing some good work. Lateef Love as well. Teddy Ball running camera. A couple of Washington students as well as Blytheville. It's 2 more from TJ Jackson as the lead balloons to 24, 75-51. One more coverage coming your way tomorrow on Thanksgiving Day. Yes, you heard it right. We'll have 5 games start at 2:30. Just when you're starting to get in the kitchen, maybe take a break from watching the football games.
You can to take a break from watching some football to watch Larry Larson's favorite sport, the great sport of basketball.
It is his favorite sport. As he said earlier, it gives us a head shake now, so I don't know.
Mixed feelings over there from Larry. It's been a long day, though. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
We'll try and get a final answer from tomorrow. Basketball, though, I would say definitively my favorite sport.
I'd agree.
Offensive board from Blytheville is no good, and here comes St. Pius. Tariq Bridges draws contact, and how about T.J. Jackson flying in there like an airplane? Late arrival coming into Peoria International Airport.
He came flying in.
Big block there from Jackson, although Tariq Bridges will head to the line. St. Pius just not their night tonight, but they'll get another crack at it tomorrow.
I would say they're not alone in the regard of several other teams that, of course, are very talented, have high-level talent. Of course, you have a team, player like Tyrone Riley on your team, who's going to be a very good Division I player, that just didn't have their best first game of the tournament, but I wouldn't expect them to come out their second or third game and play the same way, because again, pretty early in the season, you got to knock some of that rust off, got to get the initial jitters out of the way, so don't let the final score be a total indication of what you think about these teams.
Stealing the backcourt from Jeremiah Wells. He'll lay it in. 2 more for Blytheville. Stack on in the lead as we approach the 2-minute mark. And there's Tyrone Riley with 2 more, and he is up now to 29 points on the night. Minute 40 left to go as we'll get a stoppage in play. Gavin, we talked about it before the game. I don't think we're going to get midnight. It's 11:41 right now. I think it'll be wrapped up by then. Blytheville, a resounding effort to open their Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions career. First free throw is no good. There for Shamar Marshall. And get a look at some fans here, some loyal fans sticking around here in Washington. He's fired up. No one's asleep yet. And the free throw there from Marshall is good. Blytheville leads 78-56. About a minute and a half left. And backing down, look at that was Amari Binion. And he got that one to go off the glass. Nice nifty move there from the junior forward. The bank shot. Last minute deposit to the bank before Thanksgiving Day.
Bank is open late in Washington.
Very. Here's Makai Handy for Blytheville, turns it over. Lobbed up ahead to Bridges, who in traffic gets fouled by Kyrie Carter. He doesn't want to go back to the hotel. He wants to play some more basketball. There's a minute left here. Late in the night. Still playing hard. Lots of great basketball being played here in Washington, both today, this week, and every time at this wonderful tournament. Free throw is good for Tylon Williams. And St. Pius reaches 60. You look at some more fans still taking in this one. It's a nice scarf. That blue, that gentleman in the blue. Really like that. Keep him warm. On the way, here comes St. Pius. They turn it back over. Now under a minute to go. Full speed ahead comes Kyrie Carter, and he's fouled. 44 seconds to go, but don't tell that to any of these players. They're still going as if we were back in the first half.
I think their goal is to make this last 44.7 seconds last so long that before we head off the air, we can say, see you later today.
Well, unless the 44 seconds takes 16 minutes, I don't think that'll happen. You know, it's take a catastrophic event. Maybe Rashawn Marshall will break a backboard or something like that. I'll have to have a little delay.
I'm thinking they would just call the game.
They probably would, as Douglas Langford lays it up and in for St. Pius. Now, add to his point total, he's got 9 so far. And a young fan as well. His parents letting him stay up late watching basketball. That's what I would do if I was a parent. Say, hey, if you're watching basketball, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, why not? Time ticking away here in Washington. Shot clock is off. Carter shoots up a 3, and we're still playing. Thought that Blytheville may just might hold that out, but Kyrie Carter wanted to get in the scorebook. Actually, he's got 4 points. He already is. Want to get up to 7 possibly. Here comes Langford. And he lays it up and in. And that will do it. Blytheville wins this one 79-64. They jump out to a first half lead. That also went first in the second half, but a key stretch in the third quarter leads them to a victory by 15 points. Gavin, your final thoughts from this one?
Lots of back and forth action, exciting matchup, but overall the Chickasaws come out on top. Do a nice job right there in both teams, getting their legs under them in this tournament and the young season. We'll be back for more later this week.
And we'll give a quick shout out one more time to all of our great sponsors for this tournament, starting with OSF. The new OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute in Peoria opens in 2024. It will be among fewer than 40 cancer centers in the country, with proton beam therapy and only the second in Illinois. It will be a place of hope, healing, promise, and possibilities. Learn more at osfhealthcare.org/horizon. And the city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. And new inventory is in stock today at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best selection. You'll always get the best price at upstreamautogroup.com. And Teamworks is proud to be the official sporting goods provider for the Tournament of Champions of the KB Strong Foundation. Stop in and see us for all your apparel and sporting goods needs. Teamworks, our team helping yours. And for Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2022 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also for KB Strong as well, give them a quick shout out. The whole reason why this tournament is put on, fight the fight against glioblastoma, rare and aggressive form of brain disease. And you see it on their screen. Go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. And that about wraps up our coverage here from day 2 at the Tournament of Champions here in Washington. I want to thank all of our viewers for tuning in today. It's been a great day of coverage, great basketball. We'll be ready for more tomorrow. I want to give a quick shout out to all of our crew who helped us out today. Joey Wright, Larry Larson, Francisco Alonzo. A couple of Washington High School students like Andrew Martinez, Charlie Sherberhorn, Tyson Lehman. The list goes on. Lateef Love, Teddy Ball, many others as well playing a part in our broadcast. And for my broadcast partner, Gavin Russell, yes, I did not forget about you, Gavin. I know, don't you worry. I am Jonathan Michael signing off on this one. We'll be back for more live coverage from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions starting tomorrow. Catch it all on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks all for tuning in. Have a good night and have a happy Thanksgiving as well. We will see you tomorrow night.